plans in place and even the timeline that they more or less put in place to actually start reopening and getting back to normal life is sooner than any of the other countries around us. And we do hope definitely to get back to that because I believe it's not about the outcome of the current situation that we need to consider. We need to start planning how the recovery is going to take place because that's the most critical phase of the whole situation, Yusuf.
Up next, we look at how the region's mining industry is adapting to the restrictions around the coronavirus. We hear from the new CEO of the Saudi Arabian mining company. Next, this is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the Best of Daybreak Middle East. The new CEO of the Saudi Arabian mining company, which is also known as Ma'aden, has taken over at a historic moment in the global economy. Speaking to me on Sunday, Saad Al-Ohaili said the firm will focus on keeping a cash cushion rather than returning money to shareholders.
Coronavirus and oil issues definitely are significant events from our side. We're trying to make sure that we stay our course, make sure that our response is as comprehensive as we could. So for coronavirus, over the past few weeks, we've been looking at what are the best ways to protect our business. And we have two principles that we base our response on. One is detection of any infection cases, and prevention, meaning physical separation, social distancing and physical separation. And that has worked very well for us. We have we're able to keep our business in steady and no impact. Of course, the market, the prices are I have different stories with the prices. In case of gold and the metals, the prices are holding and actually itching up. I think in terms of the aluminium and the fertilizers, kind of hanging in there on the low level, and we kind of keeping our throughput steady.
Mossad, let me interject here in terms of some of the steps you're taking. Are you cutting capital spending at this point, given the situation?
Well, we have ongoing two major projects, one on the gold, Mansoura Masarra, and our ammonia project, Ammonia 3. these projects are progressing. I would say that the situation with the curfews and restriction on mobility is starting to impact the progress of these projects. We have other smaller projects that are ongoing. There's no cut per se, but there is the movement of people and materials is starting to impact the progress of these projects.
So does that mean you are beginning to trim back some of your expansion plans to calibrate more to the economic reality that is at play?
No, we're not cutting back. Our business stays steady and moving, and we are confident that this situation is going to pass through. All I'm talking about here is the direct impact on the circumstances with the COVID and the restrictions on our projects. But they are moving, and we have the cash to support them. Once things go back to normal, our project, our expansion and growth will continue. As we plan for it.
And when do you expect
order canceled? Order canceled.
Occur, would it be a sharp bounce back, or is it going to be a long and bit of a painful grind to get back to where things were?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on how fast it's going to go. I think there are a lot of scientists, a lot of experts that are trying to figure out the answer to this question. And for us, it's basically kind of weathering the storms, keeping our people safe, keeping our operation ongoing, and maintaining our supply chain to our customers, making sure that we do the best we could to under the circumstances. And we're just going to go through it. Once it comes back, naturally, I think it's going to come back slowly. It's not going to come back. Things are not going to come back to normal all of a sudden. It's going to go through a curve. Again, we have the fundamentals on our side in terms of our safety performance, taking care of the people, our reliability of our operations, and our customer orientation. I think that will help us quite a bit in kind of coming back to normal and look back at this period and see what are the lessons learned.
About a couple of months ago, you said that there was potential to resume the dividend. A lot has happened in 2 months. Even dividends per se have become politically sensitive. Is a return of the dividends still a realistic option for you?
Well, dividends is the decision of the shareholders. I think as we look forward, we have cash, and the cash is destined for our growth ambitions, and also as we look forward and the current situation of the market, I think we need to
order submitted. Order submitted
to take care of any emerging issues, and so while I think the decisions, as I mentioned, is in the hands of the shareholders, I think fundamentally nothing has changed since the last time we decided, or the shareholder decided for no dividends.
Masad, what's the biggest change that Saudi companies are going to have to deal with on a more permanent basis in the kingdom's economy? Because a lot of our understanding of how the economy operates is going to have to be reassessed and given a fresh look. What would you point to and tell our global audience about what to look out for in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think these circumstances, these times are kind of unprecedented. There are so many factors that emerge that I think nobody has anticipated. We had the U.S. and China trade issues. We have all the European issues on the Brexit, and we have this coronavirus and a few other things. I think the learnings we have is just always stay focused on your fundamentals, understand what is your competitive edge and what are your differentiating qualities, and make sure that you are as strong as possible. In our case, Ma'aden is in a commodity business, in the mineral business. We know our success is two things: our cost position, and we are confident we have good position on our ore, and our operational excellence, being able to sweat our assets and get the most out of them. And then the customer intimacy and serving the customer where he wants us to serve him and what he wants us to serve him with. So I think it is just making sure that the industry goes back and become fundamental and be as good as each business, be as good as what it is, its business as it could. Of course, technology is going to be a big lever that businesses have to utilize. I think as we go forward, technology is going to be a big differentiator.
Yeah. Up next, President Trump instructs his administration to temporarily halt funding.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Welcome back to the best of Daybreak Middle East. President Trump this week instructed his administration to temporarily
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
The WHO took China's claims about the coronavirus at face value, failed to share information about the pandemic as it spread.
Today, I'm instructing my administration to halt funding of the World Health Organization while a review is conducted to assess the World Health Organization's role in severely mismanaging and covering up the spread of the coronavirus.
We got more with Bloomberg's Yvonne Mann.
There's a lot of questions about just how much authority the president has when it comes to suspending such disbursements, which are usually actually authorized by Congress. So we have seen Democrats already criticizing the move from the president. It's unclear when these payments will be halted as well, but this move to limit support in the middle of the health crisis is certainly something that we've never seen before. Not surprising, though, as President Trump continues to face criticism at home over the government's response to this virus, and the U.S. is now the epicenter of this outbreak. The president essentially seems to be trying to shift blame, saying that the WHO should be held accountable. And the U.S. has accused the WHO being too differential to Beijing. They say that they made early mistakes that undermined the U.S. and made the situation worse. And Trump saying that one of the most dangerous decisions from the WHO was opposing travel restrictions from China and other nations early on. The president, he actually implemented travel restrictions on China anyway back in late January and later.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres saying now is not the time to be doing something like this. The chance to investigate, he says, the spread of this disease should come later.
Yvonne, many of the conversations that I've been having with investors lament the lack of consistency globally. Reconcile for me that we've got tighter measures being put in place in Singapore, but then in Europe, you've got timelines coming out for relaxing restrictions.
That's right, and I think it just depends on where they are in this pandemic, and each country obviously dealing with things differently and a different schedule, of course. And for Singapore, we saw tighter measures here, and now that all residents mandatory have to wear face masks when they're outside. And this was quite a reversal that we heard from Singapore just 3 months ago. We're telling its residents to wear a mask only if you're sick. Well, this is because we saw this big surge in local transmissions in the city-state. We saw that record high of 386 on Monday, another 334 new cases on Tuesday. And those affected have been those foreign workers housed in these very tightly packed dormitories, and it's making complicated efforts, and making more complicated, I should say, in trying to contain this outbreak. So that's how we're seeing a little bit more tighter measures there. Also, India extending a nationwide lockdown there through to May 3rd as well. We have seen some signs of easing, I guess you could say, or at least countries in Europe trying to at least weigh some extra strategies now that we've seen Spain, Germany, and Italy all reported fewer infections over the last couple of days. Keep in mind, though, this may be more because testing slowed down over the Easter holiday. But we did also hear from the Prime Minister of Italy, Giuseppe Conte, extending that lockdown until May 3rd, but also allowing perhaps some companies in the auto, fashion, design, and metalworking sectors to reopen later this month.
Yvonne, the PBOC has made its move. They've lowered rates and they continue to inject liquidity. To what extent was this a surprise, and how much of a meaningful difference is it going to make?
Yeah, well, we heard earlier reports this morning from the Securities Journal in China citing
order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
As early as Friday that we could see some type of cut to that MLF, but we actually saw it a couple of days earlier. And it was quite a sizable one, a 20 basis point cut to that MLF from 3.15% to 2.95%, which is, we haven't seen moves like that from China for some time. Usually it's about a 5 to 10 basis point move. And so while it is still a very targeted easing from the PBOC, there is a sense of urgency coming through from policymakers in China now as we count down to that GDP print coming out later on this Friday, where the consensus is just all over the place. You have the highs of a contraction of 5%, and from the consensus, about 12% contraction for the first quarter. So you are seeing some more signs that perhaps policymakers are putting things to work and that they need to do something to try to stimulate.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Or even first half of this year.
Remember, you can catch Daybreak Middle East every Sunday to Thursday morning right here on Bloomberg Television. 10 a.m. Dubai time. Do join us then. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
Founded more than a century ago from humble origins, L'Oréal is now the world's biggest beauty products company. Specializing in cosmetics, hair, and skincare, it boasts an international portfolio of 34 brands and has a market cap of more than 105 billion euros. At the helm, a man who's dedicated his entire career to the company. Over 4 decades, he's covered all facets of the business. Today, on Leaders with Lacroix, we meet Jean-Paul Agon, Chairman and CEO of L'Oréal. Monsieur Agon, thank you so much for speaking to Bloomberg.
Pleasure.
What happened to L'Oréal in the last 10 years? Innovation, your share price has grown. Was it exciting times?
Yeah, very exciting. You know, I started as a CEO 10 years ago. It has been 10 years very exciting. Of course, we had a crisis in 2008 and 9. But globally, the business has been very good. We have been growing, acquiring brands, launching new products, gaining market shares everywhere in Europe, USA, China. No, very exciting, fantastic.
What's been the most fun?
In fact, the most fun has been the past 3-4 years.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Everything has been transformed. And as I tell my teams, I think that this industry, our business, our company has more change in the past.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
It's an amazing time, extremely exciting.
So is this the way you sell, or is it the way that people actually look at makeup?
No, in fact, it's the relationship between brands and consumers. In fact, the digital has completely transformed the relationship between the two. Before that, you know, brands were talking to consumers, pushing towards them information or whatever. But now the consumer has taken the power. The consumer decides how he wants to see the brands, what he wants to know, how he wants to discover them. Digital, in fact, creates a relationship that has nothing to do with what existed before.
But isn't it much more difficult, therefore, to control your brand?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's more exciting, and it enriches the relationship. So now...
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
How the products work, how they should be used. We can have a personalized relationship with consumers. So it's a completely new dimension. It's much more rich and exciting.
So what sells at the moment? Is it the luxury brands or is it the more consumer brands?
This year, luxury. This year, luxury has been booming everywhere, mostly with Chinese consumers. You know, Chinese consumers are fantastic. They love beauty, they love luxury, they love our brands, and our business with Chinese consumers everywhere has been booming.
L'Oréal's global reach stretches across 140 countries. About 2/3 of its sales are generated outside of Europe. Much attention has shifted to China, where strong demand for high-end lipstick and perfume is driving growth. In 2015, China surpassed France to become the group's second biggest market behind the United States. Some of the success is being attributed to selfies, with camera-conscious millennials buying more makeup than ever before to look good instantly. Have you had to adapt to the Chinese market?
Yeah, in fact, the products we sell, not for all brands, because the luxury brands, for example, are the same all over the world, of course, but for our mass brands like L'Oréal, like Maybelline, the product that we sell in China are formulated in China by Chinese, in our Chinese labs.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
We want to create the products that are absolutely right for them, especially skincare, because their needs, their skin, their aspirations are specific, are different.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
In our Chinese factories, and L'Oreal now is L'Oreal Paris is the #1 beauty brand in China.
I've also been reading that one of the most popular products is actually a homemade, I guess, range of cosmetics wear, which is favored by the wife of the president, President Xi.
Yeah, it's a great brand, but still the #1 beauty brand in China, the preferred beauty brand by Chinese women is L'Oreal Paris. They call it with the Chinese name, it's Pali Olaya, which is beautiful, by the way. And it's great because, you know, the L'Oréal Paris is the #1 beauty brand for Chinese, for Americans, for Europeans, for Russians, everywhere. So it's a
not
great
bad.
satisfaction. Yeah,
so,
not bad.
So tell me about your success in China. Is it through distribution? Is it through ads? Is it through celebrities? What's the attraction for your brand by the Chinese?
You know, the reason of success of our brands everywhere is always the same. It's #1 quality. You know, we for all our brands, our absolute priority is the quality and safety of our products, and it's something that the Chinese respect a lot. It's very important for them. #1, innovation. Innovation is extremely important. It's an industry where you have to innovate a lot. You know, more than 15% of our products every year are new in order to keep innovation flowing very strongly. Of course, it's the imagery of the brands. You know, brands like Yves Saint Laurent, Lancôme, Giorgio Armani, L'Oréal Paris. It's a beautiful imagery, and Chinese consumers are very sensitive to that. They like it.
Is the U.S. tough? A tough market?
The U.S. this year is a bit tougher, a bit softer, let's say. It's not really tough, but it's a bit softer. Certainly softer than China. But it depends. You know, last year the U.S. was very good. So every year, it's funny because every year the market, roughly, globally, is more or less growing at 4%, but it's never made exactly the same way.
But how difficult is it to predict what will work and what won't? Why am I using this mascara, not the other mascara? Why am I using this foundation, not the other?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
When you understand their desires, when you can guess their dreams or expectations, then you can really create
order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Is there a specific market that you think will grow more? Is it, for example, men's cosmetics or something else?
You know, digital, I think, will be the most important element of transformation of the market. So definitely we're going to see the e-commerce growing. For example, e-commerce in China is already more than 30% of our sales for our mass market brands. So it's huge. So we're going to see digital growing. We're going to see probably new channels also emerging, like specialty stores, our own stores. We are very big in also growing segment is the travel retail, you know, the stores in the airports, because more and more people are traveling. So I think there will be new channels. In terms of regions, of course, the emerging markets are still growing, and our categories are growing too. Makeup has been booming for 2 or 3 years. I think it's going to keep booming. Skincare is growing too. So honestly, I'm very optimistic about the short-term, middle-term, and long-term perspective of this industry.
What do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products. It's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets, but you can tell us. We're amongst friends.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
We were talking about what the next 4 years will bring, and it's a lot more e-commerce. How do I choose my makeup online? It must be difficult to choose the right coloring.
No, because now you have some technologies that are amazing. You know, you can test online on your cell phone, for example, simulate the application of the makeup on your face, and then you see yourself with the lips covered with the lipstick you want, the shade you need, the powder, the mascaras. You know, I did a demonstration of that to my board, you know, completely made up, and it was, they were...
Order canceled. Order canceled.
For the launch of the app?
Yeah.
And so they said yes.
Yeah, I wanted
Fantastic.
I wanted to share with the board the fantastic progress of technology. It's amazing.
Oh, I could look like pure reds. Oh, wow.
The lipstick is moving with my mouth, and I know that I don't have any on.
It's like Amy Winehouse flicks. It's brilliant. I can't stop looking at myself.
So this is amazing because you also have to then change, I guess, your research and development. How much of the overall cost goes on actual digital products?
Well, it's difficult to say because it's everywhere, in every brand, in every division. But what I can say is that now, more in terms of media, 1/3 of all the media that we do now goes on digital. In terms of e-commerce, 7% roughly of the sales that we do go on e-commerce through digital, and it's growing 30% a year. So there is a shift happening, which is extremely fast, extremely strong.
The company that invented the platinum blonde is constantly innovating and developing new products as consumer demand changes. At its lab in Paris, scientists have studied more than 7,000 types of hair and are now experimenting with 3D printing. The hope is to one day help people suffering from hair loss. L'Oréal's already created fake skin to avoid testing products on animals and invented a UV patch to monitor exposure to the sun's rays.
We have the #1 R&D facilities in the world. We are spending roughly 3.5% of our sales in research and innovation. And obviously, the most important topics are hair, skin, and hair. This is where we invent and create new formulations for hair care, hair color, all type of hair products.
You also have a patch?
Yeah.
Is that right?
UV patch.
A UV patch, so you put it on to see when you're overexposed to the sun.
Yeah, it's a creation that was made 2 years ago that we presented at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas last year. And it's a UV patch, you put it on your skin, and it's linked to your cell phone. and it calls you or it rings when your exposure to UV has been too high. It's a fantastic tool.
So do you think, though, there's going to be more of a trend, which I guess is between the cosmetics and the healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and
Order
also
submitted.
within
Order submitted.
This triangle between beauty, health of the skin or hair, and Internet of Things is creating new opportunities, and that going to be very useful for consumers.
What do you like about your job the most?
I love understanding people. You know, I think that one of my strengths is the capacity of empathy with consumers. So I have this capacity to understand, to feel, to guess what consumer want, what is their desires, sometimes their dreams, and then to be able to formulate products that will respond to these dreams.
Do you believe you have to take risks to innovate, or
yeah.
actually, do you?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, because every innovation by definition is a bet. Every launch is a bet. It's like a new film or a new movie or new music. You never know in advance. But that's the magic of it.
So what do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products. It's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets. But you can tell us. We're amongst friends.
No, we are working on all categories. You know, we have 3,500 researchers from many departments, and they are all working on all type of cosmetics: skincare, hair care, hair color, all sun care. And because fundamentally, as I told you, we really believe first and foremost in terms of efficacy and quality. So the mission of the company, which is beauty for all, is also not only beauty for all, but the best of beauty, the best quality, the best performance, the best efficacy, the best safety, and that keeps us busy.
3,500 researchers.
Yeah.
How long does it take from, I don't know, who has a concept of, for example, a new product, until that product being on the shelf for someone to buy?
Depends. Can be very quick when the formulation is easy. Can take maybe 6 months, or when for example,
order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
But the labs don't know exactly how to formulate it. Can take 2 years, 3 years. Really depends.
Mega volume on top, mega volume on bottom. Share it with your friends and buy makeup instantly.
One of the criticisms often leveled at the beauty industry is that it's only for young people. Is there any truth in that?
No, not at all. Of course not. First, that would be stupid, because we are addressing all needs for all people. And look at our ambassadors. For example, Jane Fonda, Helen Mirren, they are not millennials. So no, honestly not.
Do you sell more to millennials or to people of a more certain age?
No, we sell to everyone. It depends the brand. The brands, of course, some of our brands like NYX, Urban Decay are more targeting young people. Biotherm or L'Oréal Paris may target other categories of consumers. But no, we cover the whole scope of consumers. And in terms of age, in terms of diversity, in terms of countries, Chinese, Brazilian, Europeans, everyone. It's a beauty for all.
So how do you sell to the emerging markets?
We adapt the products that we sell, of course. We make sure that they are affordable and that people can buy them. Brazil, for example, is very interesting because Brazil is the country in the world where the hair is completely unique, because it's such a mixed country in terms of ethnic origins that the blend is completely amazing, and that you have to create for Brazilian hair care products that are completely specific. And by the way, it's very interesting because sometimes they are the most demanding consumers, and so when you can create in Brazil a product that is good for them, then you can make it for the world, because it's going to be great for everyone.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials?
There is an urgency, clearly. We are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
For Jean-Paul Agon, life at L'Oréal began in sales 39 years ago. He quickly understood the power of advertising.
Read my lips. I'm worth it.
The company obviously thinks it is worth it, spending more than $8 billion a year selling and marketing its brands. A third of that on digital media.
When I was 20 years old, I was in a business school, and at the end, I knew I wanted to do marketing. And for me, beauty is the supreme art of marketing, because it's a marketing that is not only about understanding, analytics, but it's also about emotion, guessing, creation. So I think it's a fantastic marketing. There is no better marketing than beauty marketing.
And from that 20-year-old Jean-Paul Agon, what have you learned about yourself?
My God, a lot, a lot, because it was a long time ago. No, it took me, many years to get where I am today. But I was always passionate. I think the incredible part of L'Oréal.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
A new adventure. Every day is a passion. It's a company made of really passionate people, and every new mission is an adventure.
So what are you like as a leader? Micromanaging or overview?
I like overview, and from time to time I'm tempted to do micromanagement. But when I do that, my team say, Jean-Paul, you should not, you should not bother with that. Let us do it.
Do you review though the end product every time, or how does it work?
As much as I have meetings with, of course, with all the brands. Not all the time, of course. I travel in many countries around the world, and I'm just trying to to help, to make sure that we are taking the right directions, pushing in the right innovations, understanding enough the consumers we are dealing with, trying to pilot the ship.
L'Oréal's Sharing Beauty with All
Order
program,
cancelled.
launched in
Order cancelled.
2013, was designed to transform the business. Jean-Paul Agon was determined to make the company ethically and environmentally sustainable. It's been recognized for its efforts, awarded a AAA for water management, climate, and action against deforestation.
So when did you start thinking about sustainability?
Pretty a long time ago, especially when I came back from the USA and I took over as a CEO. I really understood at that time that for a company like L'Oréal, especially because we are the leader of the beauty industry, we had to make sure that also we would do the best and the most to make the planet a beautiful place.
What started it? Is it because you say we sell so much that we have to make sure that it doesn't go to waste? Or is it also because the consumers want something that's more sustainable? Or is it because the employees you hire want something more sustainable?
Very good points. I think it's all of that. First, because we have a moral duty. Secondly, because
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Are asking for.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
It's what the society expects from a big company like us. So that's why we really went into this direction.
Does it make a difference for the consumer? I remember you telling me a couple of years ago, that if a consumer has a choice of a sustainable shampoo or a shampoo that makes our hair better, we'll always go for the shampoo that makes our hair better.
Yeah, but now what we want to do is to make a shampoo that makes the hair better and sustainable. Because now in fact, you're right, our vision is that we have to find a way that it's not opposite, that it goes in the same direction. And it's the same for economic performance. For example, the sustainability performance should not be opposite to the economic performance. And in fact, we are able to prove that. For example, in the past 10 years, we reduced our carbon emission by 67%, when at the same time, we were able to increase our production by 30%.
How do you do that?
We work a lot. We transform all our factories. We have now 10 sites that are carbon neutral. We completely transform the way also we engineer with water. We have what we call dry factories, that they don't use water at all. They completely recycle the totality of the water that they use. We eliminate waste. So it's a very comprehensive effort on all fronts to transform completely the way we produce, we distribute, etc.
And shareholders are behind you every step of the way for sustainability?
Yeah, absolutely. They are I think that our shareholders are very proud of what we do. I cannot say that they are pushing us hard to do it, but they are happy and proud.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials? The younger you are, the more you think about this?
I think that everybody now cares. I think that it's very well understood that there is an urgency. Clearly, we are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat to the planet, and if we are not all doing the maximum in the very short term, it's going to be very difficult. So I think that every generation now understand that.
If I speak to you in 5 years, what will be your story?
In 5 years, probably
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Has been the transmission, because of course I will not be CEO forever, and I will be, by the way, very glad to pass the baton one day to my successor.
So if you think a lot about succession, what kind of successor would you like, and what would you like your legacy to be?
I will be proud to have been able to adapt L'Oréal to the new world. I think that we are living in a very special period. The world tomorrow will be very different from the world we knew a few years ago. And my absolute priority right now is to adapt, transform the company in order to make it as successful as a leader, as as performant in the new world as it was in the world before. And I'm very confident about it because that's what we are doing. You know, we are doing a cultural revolution, a digital revolution, a sustainability revolution, and so the L'Oréal will be a fantastic company. And then someone else will take the baton and will drive the adventure further.
Jean-Paul Agon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
What do the world's tallest building, KFC in the Middle East, and e-commerce site Noon all have in common? They're all owned by billionaire Mohammed Alabar. His investments like the Burj Khalifa and the Dubai Mall have become iconic landmarks, and he's diversified into hospitality, retail, and e-commerce. He was named the most influential man in Dubai and consistently ranks amongst the top 5 most powerful Arab business leaders. But it's not all business all the time. He's also a sportsman. He's an active member of Emirates' horse racing community. Today, on Leaders with Laqwa, we meet Mohammed Alabar, the founder and chairman of Amar Properties.
Thank you so much for joining us. You've really built a conglomerate. You've built a company that has multiple interests, multiple units, multiple portfolios. Did you diversify because you saw an opportunity or because you had to?
Well, I think all of us, we look at opportunities, we don't really have to do anything. But I think looking at the Middle East and looking at the industries that I went in with my team, I think we saw amazing opportunities in the Middle East in these sectors. And I'm glad that even though we've got difficult years, the past 2 years have been difficult years for us, still these businesses are operating well. So definitely it's based on opportunities and the sector's long-term growth potential.
Where do you see the most growth coming from? Which portfolio, which part of your business will do better than others?
The food operating well and strong in the region as a whole, especially with the food delivery business, and that's another story. I would say that our real estate business is still flying really strong. I mean, last year we grew about
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Our e-commerce business is something that's
order
very,
canceled.
very interesting.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
An amazing team looking at it, and that's also growing quite fast. But even with this growth, I think one have to be realistic as well. So you look at this growth and you look at what's going on in the Middle East, government policies, look at the world economy and what changes might take place. So you have to be alert at all times.
Okay, what does that mean? Do you expect a lot of the growth, in the Middle East? If you look at e-commerce, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, do you expect it to go threefold, fivefold over the next 5 years?
Well, I would say that our real estate business should continue to grow at about 20% a year. And that's the shareholders' expectation.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
That number and keeping cost under control, margins under control, and political and macroeconomic issues in hand. So food business, I think we should be growing 10% a year, year on year as well in the region. And keep in mind that we're talking about the Middle East, where there is a need for most of industries to grow, just because that I think the Middle East still has room to grow. And the other thing is that if you look at the population in the Middle East as well, and the whole demographics is in our favor.
Because they're young, and therefore these are I guess, the youth will spend a lot more in 5-10 years.
Yes.
How will the economy shift?
Well, I think the economy
Order submitted.
will shift
Order
positively
submitted.
only because I believe Middle Eastern governments are really working harder than any other time in the past, and you see the changes that are taking place, positive changes that are taking place in Saudi Arabia. I think that's the same thing within UAE. I would look at Egypt. I'm quite interested in Egypt as well, and the change that's taking place in Egypt, with all the other issues that we have in the Middle East, where I believe that I don't think it's going to get any worse than this. I think we're looking forward to a more positive trend in policy and in politics and economic growth as well.
In terms of growth, country by country, which is a country that will outperform the others in the Middle East?
The majority of our focus is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt. And I would say Egypt is going faster now. Saudi Arabia, I'm quite optimistic with the changes that you see taking place within the coming 24 months. I think you'll see quite a good trend, and the UAE as well. You've got, of course, the other Arab countries who are some slow, some moving forward, but majority of our business are in these countries.
I mean, you're holding a big investment with the PIF on e-commerce for Saudi Arabia. Will there be more, for example, on property in Saudi Arabia?
Well, the Public Investment Fund, they are with us in our e-commerce business, but they are also with us in our food business. Now, are we going to do more together?
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
There's a lot of work that they're doing in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia, in the region and outside. So I would expect that maybe we should look at real estate together as well, because I think Saudi Arabia will look very interesting the coming years.
How much can it grow, property in Saudi Arabia, over the next 5 years?
Oh, Saudi Arabia, I think it's at infant stage. I think Saudi Arabia can really grow. If you talk about pure infrastructure, if you talk about retail, industrial, hospitality, residential. So you just have to make sure that you are going at the right category of residential or the right category of retail. So there's plenty of room to go that way.
When you look at how you spend your time for each of the units and also each of the countries, how do you do it? How do you keep on top of it all?
Well, I try. I still say that the real estate takes a majority of my time.
Is that 50%?
I would say the real estate takes about 40% of my time, and then the rest is a split. Noon takes a lot of my time as well. The food takes the least of my time, because the team that sits on top of that business is really world-class team, and they've been in the industry, they know the industry well. Noon is a vibrant team. It's a new organization. I need to give it more time, while my real estate business, I have an A team, but I'm emotional about real estate.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the foundation of it all, right? Do you still see it as your baby?
I think my name is really linked to the real estate more than anything else.
Order submitted.
All these other businesses,
Order submitted.
I've been with them now
Order
for
submitted.
2 years. So it's a new brand of product that's associated with me.
When you look at the various IPOs and the various units, was it to unlock value, but did you ever feel like it was also high risk?
I think mainly to unlock value, and we have investors who have put in their money with us, and it's time for them to get rewarded. But at the same time, I really like putting management under pressure, because IPO is quarterly results. You're out there in the public eyes, under pressure to perform. But mainly value creation. I think that's the business we're in.
A value creation, because what shareholders understand what you do more, and it almost focuses the mind of managers more?
Well, that is one, but many of our units, that if they're under the mother umbrella, I think value-wise, they're not fairly valued. So as we put them on the side and put them as separate entities, I think you create better value that way, and then you cash out a little bit and put management under pressure.
Are you looking at IPOing any other units or portfolios?
When you look at our business, we have businesses. We have India, we have our hospitality business, we have Turkey business, we have another business in Saudi Arabia. So the reality is that you can take all these businesses public at the right time. I think within the coming 3 years, we'll probably have India going public. We'll probably have hospitality as well going separately to the public route.
But so how much bigger will you be if I speak to you, and I hope to speak to you before, but if I speak to you in 5 years, how much will your holdings be worth?
I think we should be double in value, because we should be growing in value 20-25% on an annual basis. And I hope that my management and my boards really put that as a focus. And to be honest, I think we're capable of doing that. We just have to focus and have to make sure that we have the right people to do it. And we do this day and night. And that's really how we do business in our region.
But that's acquisitions or that's organic growth?
I would look at organic growth. If you talk about acquisition, which we have not done much of, I'm expecting that we do more acquisition in the coming 2 years.
Mohammed Alibar, thank you so much. Coming up next, going from bricks and mortar to clicks, we talk Mohammed Alibar's big push into e-commerce and how his company Noon could become the Amazon of the Middle East.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Mohammed Alibar is not only a titan of property, he's also betting on e-commerce. His startup, Noon, launched its operations in the UAE last year. The site is described as an Arabic-first e-commerce platform and is rivaling the Amazon-purchased Souk, looking to take over 15% of the growing market. One of the biggest investors in Noon is Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, which put up $500 million. But Alibar is not just competing against Amazon. He's also a major player in the luxury space. He's partnered with Yux Net-a-Porter Group to offer a premium retail service to the Middle East's fashionista set.
So Mohammed Alibar, do you ever feel like there's a conflict that you actually own Dubai malls, but at the same time you're trying to sell on e-commerce platforms?
the issue is that, are you relevant? That's really the big question that we have, is that I don't think it's if there's a conflict or not, but are you relevant to the space? So are we really relevant in this retail scene, or in the whole, the economy is becoming so digital. If you are not thinking about it, if you're not acting to do something about it, I think there is a risk of your business being probably at huge danger the coming 24 months.
And so how do you stay relevant?
I think staying relevant, first of all, I have to talk to my kids all the time. And I learn from them because, I have a little girl that sells jewelry to women in Korea out of Dubai on her Instagram. I mean, what type of world is this? So therefore, I think all of our business, from real estate to retail to hospitality, I think the digital scene is changing all that. So if we talk about e-commerce specifically, or if we talk about Net-a-Porter, it is just moving your business to the digital scene. And I think the whole economy is moving that way, from healthcare to education to retail. So therefore, I think we just want to be relevant. And I don't think there's any conflict, because at the end of the day, there ought to be a collaboration or connection between the real world and the physical world. And can we really try to find a solution and work them together and stay relevant in our business?
But so how much of your sales will actually be done on your e-commerce platform in 5-10 years? And in general, for the Middle East, are you a step behind in actually selling on e-commerce? And so is the potential much bigger than here in Europe or in the US?
Well, remember, I mean, when I look at the Middle East right now, I mean, e-commerce is between 1.5% to 2%.
Tiny.
Which is tiny compared to the rest of the world. So there is room for all of us to grow. Where will this be? I think it will go much faster than the rest of the world, and it will get into the 10-15% quite fast, again, because of the demographics of the region. So we owe it to our society, we owe it to our 300 million Middle Eastern Arabs, that there ought to be a native organization that look after this sector and participate and learn and serve.
What will Noon become? And are you nervous at any point
Order
that you're going
canceled.
to head-to-head
Order
with the
canceled.
most successful retailer of all times, Amazon?
Well, Noon, of course, it will be an ecosystem. And am I nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm nervous from everybody. In my real estate business, I'm nervous. In my e-commerce business, I'm nervous. In my Net-a-Porter business, nervous, because competition is severe and markets are open. Anybody can come in. The big players are going to come in. Some of them came already. More are going to come to the region. But I am from that part of the world, and I think it's our duty to participate in the scene. And remember, we as Arab businessmen, we're a bit tribal, which means that I am from this society. I have a duty that get into business and be aggressive, and achieve the numbers, achieve success.
Submitted.
But that's a
Order
duty
submitted.
that I feel responsible for, that competition is good for the consumer in the region, rather than one player come and controlling the life of our customers. I think it's fair to have competition and let the customer win at the end of the day.
Okay, but how do you decide? I mean, how will you go against Amazon? Do you have to convince retailers to sell on your platform instead of Amazon's platforms, or is it a price war? I mean, how do you see the kind of the fault lines?
Well, we are working with the local retailers, and we are their partners. Now, how other international players, they do it through sourcing overseas or working in some other methods, that's their business. But we differ is that our partners are the local retailers. Maybe our margins will be a little smaller, but that's okay. We'd rather win on the long term rather than alienating the local retailers. Now, will there be a price war? Well, the past 2 months, there's a price war. Customers are winning. Everybody's 20% or 15, 10% cheaper in some of the product. So I'm so happy that people in my region, they don't have to buy milk for their kids at 10% more expensive. There was one operator or one monopoly
Order
controlling,
canceled.
the
Order
human
canceled.
life. I think this is good for all of us. So of course there'll be a competition. But the amazing thing is that the world is open. So much new technologies are being provided to everyone that want to go into the scene. But are you planning long term? You have good people with you. Are you serious about it? Are you willing to provide quality service?
But is it the service or is it the products? How does the Middle East actually shop? What's selling at the moment and what will sell in 5-10 years?
Well, if you look at the mix of what's happening on the e-commerce scene, it's not much different from what's going on in the world. People want delivery, fast delivery. People want quality.
Will they pay for the delivery?
For the time being, we're subsidizing delivery. Because, as I said, people are just learning the art of e-commerce, and that's what global companies are doing. They give it to you for free first, they get you used to this way of life, then later on take a little bit of margin, maybe control market, you know, the usual trick. But what I'm saying is that people want it all. Want quality, want value, want consistent, want delivery time that's fast, and we want the product that they want, which changes from 1 month to another month. And therefore you have to provide that, and then get ready to provide the new thing that might be happening next month.
Okay, how important is market share, and how important is market share right at the beginning so that people get used to your platform and not Amazon's?
Market share is very important, and at the beginning you have to be aggressive, and you have to probably provide the best service ever. You will be cutting prices as usual, because we see it, you know, it's a live competition. There's nothing wrong with that. But the good thing is that the market's big enough. 2 players can come in. But imagine if you do business in UK and there is only 1 operator. How fair is that to your family?
But isn't there only Amazon here?
Well, there are many other players, I think, in UK as well. I prefer that more than 1 player in a market. And in the Middle East, there will be more than 1 player, and will be one of the major players in the market.
Up next, we talk the leadership skills it takes to create both the world's largest mall and the tallest building in the world. More with Mohammed Alibar next.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
MR Properties has grown more than 3-fold since 2011 and expanded heavily in the Middle East and North Africa despite political instability in the region. So what kind of leadership does it take to shepherd a global company through turbulent times? Well, Mohammed Alibar, chairman and founder of MR Properties, is here. What kind of leader are you? Throughout the program, we were talking about encouraging your leaders, your regional leaders, and also your portfolio managers to be aggressive. Do they always need to be on their toes?
Well, I think, number one, they have to be relevant, because the change that's taking place in the world. So are you relevant? And the other thing I like is that I think we all have to believe in the reset. Are we doing this upgrade? Are we upgrading every 1 month? Because there's so much happening. And do we really act? I mean, that's, you know, so we have to be relevant, we have to act, we have to have discipline, we have to believe in the best people, and we have to take care of our society. These are things that these are the elements that I really depend on to manage my business.
Okay, but what does it mean being relevant? Because in more traditional times, you could ask a customer what they wanted, and you're saying, okay, I'm relevant. But now the change of pace is so fast.
Well, relevant is that, are you watching social media daily? What's going on with your customer? And what's going on with your business? There's no more, I'll do a research and I'll wait 30 days. How alert are you? And how alert about how your customer feel, or alert what's going on to the industry, what's going on with politics, what's going on with the economy, what's going on in new tools of management, how fast can you go? So I think, are you awake?
What do you need to be awake for more? Is it for your clients, or is it politics, or is it how your business interests are going?
Well, it's about my customer, number one, my people, number two, the society, what's going on in politics, what might happen to interest rate. You almost have to have all that construction risk in my business, what's going on in technology, what's going on digital. You almost have to be alert of all this but number one, people.
Order filled.
And then you have to make sure that you share with them this environment, and are they fit in this environment?
So what does that mean? What do you see your role? Are you putting the fire under your manager's feet to kind of keep them going, or do you micromanage?
I don't think I micromanage, but there's a situation where I do have to go and micromanage, and I think that's we should be able to go down in case we want to. And remember, I came from my mom's kitchen. I used to work in my mom's kitchen, and when we were all 13 kids living in one room, so I know how to do that. So I can pull back and be the chairman of the organization. But if there's need to move in, I can comfortably move in. But I have reasonably good qualified people with me. But I really think that I'm the target creator. I'm the guy who does the monthly performance reviews. The guy who pushed the
Order
limits.
canceled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I mean, you spend a lot of time in property because that's where you came from. That was the first company. But what excites you the most in all the others that you're doing?
Order
so
filled.
Hospitality,
Order
retail,
submitted.
e-commerce.
Order submitted.
E-commerce excites me a lot, because when I look at how the digital world is changing our lives, I come back to my real estate business and I say, maybe this office is null and void. Maybe this is all not required anymore. But also, if you look at the digital guys and you see how fast they work, or the process they use, or the age of people in these offices. Therefore, I really believe that the younger generation are running the world, and they run it extremely well. So much learning in the digital side of the e-commerce. But I think my investment in MEVP, which is a private equity firm that specializes only in digital and technology in the Middle East, with almost 80 ventures, that's amazing learning about what's going on in the Middle East as well, and the industry that about
Order canceled.
Do you focus
Order
on
submitted.
diversity
Order
for
filled.
your companies?
Order
Is that
submitted.
important?
Yes,
Order submitted.
Very important. And I think it's happening naturally. I mean, we don't even have to do it anymore. It's just naturally. That's how.
So do you have metrics?
We have metrics. We have KPIs for that. But as I said, it's so nice that it's really embodied in the organization. It's happening automatically, and I like that.
Do you think it will increase with time, or are you going to see more female workers?
Well, the female workers are really taking charge. I mean, if you look at the people who run my organization, most of our organization, I would say most of our organization, our food boys have to have more of that. But look at our government. Highest percentage of senior people in government anywhere in the world.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much for joining us. He is, of course, the chairman and founder of MR Properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the European Open. I'm Anna Edwards this Friday morning live from London alongside Matt Miller, who is, of course, in Berlin.
Good morning, Anna. The markets say today we're moving in the right direction. Futures point higher as LVMH and L'Oreal say a recovery isn't far off. And Gilead shows progress on a coronavirus treatment. The cash trade is an hour away. China's economy contracts for the first time since at least 1992 after the coronavirus lockdown, but industrial output numbers offer signs of encouragement. Global stocks push higher as President Trump outlines steps to reopen the economy. This despite data showing 5 million more Americans filed for unemployment. Plus, hedge funds suffer a volatile March with funds run by Ray Dalio, Michael Hinsa, and Adam Levinson posting their worst ever losses. We'll speak this morning with UK asset manager Man Group. We do have, speaking of breaking, we've got headlines on European car sales plunging 52% in March. So European car sales more than getting cut in half in March.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
We'll be sure to talk a lot about cars today as well. I noticed HSBC upgraded BMW shares to a buy.
Yeah, lots to talk about then in terms of the car story, Matt, and interesting to see some of the plans around reopening car production in parts of Europe, certainly in parts of Germany. Let me talk about Man Group, the world's largest publicly traded hedge fund, of course, and often mentioned as a result. First quarter net inflows, $500 million. Funds under management down 11% quarter on quarter, standing at $104 billion US dollars. So we're getting these numbers coming through. They talk about negative FX and other movements of $3.3 billion. Says it is says that the business is resilient in unprecedented circumstances. The final dividend share buyback program proceeding as planned, which is interesting and perhaps sets this business apart from some others where we're seeing both share buybacks and dividend plans being called into question. They also talk about negative investment movements of $10.7 billion US dollars. So we were very focused, of course, on what the impact of the market volatility around the virus was going to be. Our colleague Danny Berger pointed out to me looking out for fee pressures as well. All of this coming just a week or so after they had to close two quant hedge funds because clients were pulling out their money and there wasn't sufficient money in there. But we'll keep an eye on Man Group at the start of the trading day. Matt?
All right, don't miss our interview, by the way, with Luke Ellis of Man Group shortly after 9 a.m. UK time. Now, let's get to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here are today's top stories for you from the terminal. China's economy contracted for the first time in decades in the first quarter as the coronavirus outbreak shut down large parts of the economy. GDP shrank 6.8% from a year ago, the worst performance since at least 1992 when quarterly data started. That missed the consensus forecast for just a 6% drop, and investment, by the way, plunged more than 16% over the same period. President Trump has outlined plans to restart the U.S. economy, with some states and employers being encouraged to abandon restrictions within the next 4 weeks. The White House has been eager to lift curbs and let the country return to work after a total of 22 million people.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
The U.S. currently has more than 650,000 coronavirus infections.
Remain vigilant. It is our clear approach that outlines 3 phases in restoring our economic life. We are not opening all at once, but one careful step at a time.
Increased coronavirus infection suggests no let-up as European leaders weigh easing lockdown measures here as well. New cases of the virus climbed in Spain, Italy, France, and Germany. The UK announced it is extending its lockdown by a further 3 weeks as confirmed cases topped 100,000. Meanwhile, back in China, it has increased its official virus death toll by almost 40%. The extra numbers, mostly from Wuhan, were due to late reporting at the height of the outbreak. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Anna?
Matt, let's get into the market conversation and bring our colleague Mark Cudmore into the conversation. Asian stocks climbing, with US and European futures then much stronger, up 2-3% for European and US futures at this point, amid tentative steps
Order
to restart
submitted.
the American economy.
Order
We've heard about
submitted.
that phased
Order
approach being
submitted.
proposed by
Order
President
cancelled.
Trump, at least giving governors the ability to do that should they see it as possible in the data. Traders looking past a lot of the Chinese data.
Order
concluding it's a bit
submitted.
backward
Order
looking. So let's get
submitted.
into that conversation with Mark Cudmore, our Bloomberg Markets Live managing editor, who joins us now from Singapore. And Mark, it's interesting to see that markets have very quickly put the China data, the weakest in decades for GDP, into the historical data box and decided that we don't need to trade around that right now. It was all discounted ahead of the data release, perhaps. We sit here in Europe with a new piece of information. European car sales plunging 52% in March. Such exposure to the car sector here in Europe. And you wonder whether we'll see the same resilience, the same ability to say, we knew this was coming, and to look through this bad data.
Yeah, I think for the Chinese data, it's not that U.S. equity futures have gained since the data release. In fact, they were slightly higher going into the release. We're only a tiny bit lower now. It's just that there's been very little impact. And that goes to the theme you're talking about, that everyone is kind of going, hey, we know the data is appalling. We know unemployment's surging. We know retail sales are collapsing. That's not where the debate in the market is between bulls and bears. Everyone knows the immediate short-term shock is very, very violent. The debate out there is how long this shock will last, and also what the secondary impacts will be of that kind of shock to consumption and unemployment. And one of the themes I would say about the Chinese data that's very interesting is the fact that, retail sales massively missed expectations, while industrial productions massively beat expectations. And I think that's a general theme we're seeing, and that's why it's possibly a red herring that people are getting excited that Boeing and other factories are reopening. It doesn't help if you don't have the consumer there, because that's what drives aggregate demand. So it's not that great a boost getting extra supply if we're not getting the demand to match. So overall, I think the data was a little bit negative. As for the car sales in Europe, well, that is another shocking print. Again, not really surprising, not something you need to react too much in the short term. I think it will slightly erode sentiment. Last year was the first year in 9 years that global car markets, March wasn't the record month. That was the March data this morning. Clearly, March will not be a record month this year. But it's also slightly deceptive because, we did have this delay. Normally, March is a positive year because people like making their registrations at the start of the year, and it's a little bit of a lag. But this year, they won't have been buying for the coronavirus in the first
Order
couple of months.
canceled.
But now
Order
there might
canceled.
be a surge in
Order
cars afterwards,
canceled.
as people prefer private transport over public transport. And we've seen a little bit of that theme in China, where we've seen a bounce back in the latest data. So perhaps cars might actually make a strong recovery in the second half of this year.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend on Wall Street yesterday, admittedly a person who does well in banking, but he said, look, right now I'm refining my mortgage. Right now I'm looking to buy a car. Interest rates are going to be rock bottom for a while now, and this is the time to do those kind of things. Do you think consumers more broadly are going to have that attitude as we, for example, here in Germany, on Monday, we open car dealerships back up?
Definitely there's that argument out there. It's a very hard one to judge. One of the things that makes me slightly worried is I think this may be a perfect example of perhaps the city of Wall Street, of traders being slightly disconnected to what's happening kind of on Main Street and away from financial centers. There are people really losing jobs. There are people who are not yet getting the stimulus checks that they are promised. There are people struggling to feed themselves in these intervening weeks. There are people that won't have jobs to go back to after the stimulus runs out. So unless it's extended, that's going to be a problem. Or unless those jobs suddenly all come back in the next few months, again, very, very unlikely. I think that the financial industry, the journalism industry are good examples of exceptionally fortunate industries that can work from home, can work remotely, and therefore aren't seeing the damage that much. But the problem is that risk that strategists and analysts in that sector are underestimating the real impact. I think that the lingering impact on the consumer will be much greater than perhaps that narrow window of City analysts is seeing. And my evidence would be China, where Wuhan is reopened, and yet no one is going back to restaurants. Factory workers are not dining out at their lunchtime. Instead, they're bringing lunch boxes. And this isn't a reopened economy. Consumer behavior at the moment is still completely changed. I'm not saying it's going to be permanently changed, but clearly the lingering impact is going to be very long after reopenings, and we have not seen the consumer have the restrictions lifted yet.
Yeah, and even more so when you think about how reliant on services industries we are in Western economies. Mark, thank you very much. Mark Cudmore joining us there. And let's take a quick look at the Man Group numbers. We had the listed hedge fund reporting numbers just a moment ago. Funds under management dropping by 11% quarter on quarter, as I mentioned, talking about the company being resilient in unprecedented circumstances. I mentioned this again because it's worth noting ahead of the open, but also because we're going to be interviewing
Order
Luke
submitted.
Ellis, who is
Order
of course,
submitted.
from Man
Order
Group.
submitted.
That's shortly after 9 a.m. UK time. So stay with us for the interview, not to be missed interview with the publicly listed hedge fund. Up next on the programme, let's talk about what's happening with the Fed and central banks. The Federal Reserve officials have offered a pessimistic view on the outlook for the US economy, perhaps, cautioning that a recovery will be slow to take hold once social distancing measures are rolled back. Coming up, our exclusive interview with the Dallas Fed President, Robert Kaplan. This is Bloomberg.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European
Order
Open. Right
submitted.
Now, we
Order
are,
submitted.
A little over
Order
45
submitted.
minutes away from the open of cash trading in Europe and in the UK. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash for you. Today's top corporate stories from the Bloomberg terminal. Cantor Fitzgerald is cutting jobs, breaking with Wall Street's general pledge not to lay off staff during the coronavirus pandemic. Sources tell us that the private financial services firm will terminate hundreds of roles across divisions. The move would herald the deepest cuts among financial companies since the crisis began. Cantor says it's being prudent in an uncertain environment.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Shares in Gilead Sciences climbed in late trading after a report that coronavirus patients being treated with the drug were seeing rapid recoveries in fever and respiratory symptoms. A small trial in Chicago with patients with severe symptoms was reported to have seen the most discharged from hospital, with only 2 dying from the virus. Gilead is aiming to enroll a total of 4,000 patients in trials. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna?
Let's talk about the measures being taken stateside then. Matt, President Donald Trump has unveiled guidelines on reopening gradually the US economy. The so-called Opening Up America Again timeline could allow states and employers to abandon most of their social distancing measures within 4 weeks, putting most of the onus, though, on governors. The recommendations lay out a 3-phase process to return to work and to public life, but allow for reimposing measures if infections start to flare up again. Let's get a market perspective on the latest developments then in the fight against coronavirus. Joining us now, Thanos Vanvakidis, head of G10FX at Bank of America Merrill Lynch. Good to see you once again at Thanos. So you've been suggesting, I think, recently that we continue to buy dips in the dollar. You still think positioning for a strong dollar is sensible. What does that depend on when you look at this latest news flow surrounding coronavirus, infections, the tragic death toll, and the measures being taken to open up the economy? What would it take to change that dollar positive view?
Yeah, good morning. Clearly, we have seen the dollar responding the most in effects to this crisis and to risk sentiment. Recently, the dollar
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Policy response by the Fed, and also improvement in infection rates following lockdown in many countries. The reason, however, we remain defensive and will buy the dollar dip is that there is still substantial uncertainty. As long as the lockdown continues, the global economy will be collapsing. This recession is going to be much worse than the 2009 crisis. And we really don't have clarity when we will be able to exit from this lockdown. Even if we do, it is not going to be a move back to normal. And the most likely scenario here is not a V or U-shaped recovery. It's more likely to be L, W, or an inverted J. So a very deep recession with a very weak recovery. From this point of view, as long as this uncertainty continues, we will remain risk averse and will be buying the dollar dips, and also will be
Order
positioned
submitted.
defensively in
Order
other
submitted.
safe haven currencies like yen and the Swiss franc.
Why do you think the recession will be, the recovery, I should say, Thanos, will be so weak? You've got so much activity already from the Fed. You've got the U.S. government springing into action like never before. And you've got a president here who really doesn't like having a strong dollar. At least until January, the White House is going to try and fight against that, surely.
For a number of reasons, if we look at countries that have come up with some exit plans, it becomes clear that this will be very gradual and is not really a move back to normal. So unless there is
Order
a cure
submitted.
or a vaccine,
Order submitted.
as long as
Order
the
submitted.
coronavirus threat remains, we are not going back to the pre-crisis situation. So as the economies exit from lockdown, we're going to see some economic recovery, but we're not going back to what it used to be. Second, the very high uncertainty means that investment will remain depressed. This will have long-term implications. Potential growth will remain very low. And third, the policy support that we have seen to a large extent addresses liquidity concerns. It keeps the economy alive during this induced coma, but is not going to be enough to really change the behavior of people as long as they're afraid from coronavirus. So from this point of view, it is very unlikely that we're going to see the strong recovery we usually have after a natural disaster, for example. And the longer we are in this situation, the more the risk that we're going to have permanent damage to some parts of the real economy.
And thinking of that permanent damage to the real economy, how do you expect Europe to fare then, Thanos? Do you expect, given the strong dollar, that the euro underperforms? Some people are looking ahead to EU leaders next week and suggesting we need to see strong political commitment to the European Union and to some sort of burden sharing. Otherwise, we could see a flare-up in spreads. What does that mean for the euro?
Indeed, we are even more concerned about the Eurozone. No matter how we see this crisis, we're going to end up with a huge debt, both for the public and the private sector. Now, in the case of the US, we can think of a Japanification scenario, permanently higher debt, permanently large debt balance sheet. In the case of the Eurozone, this is, however, tricky. we don't expect the ECB to keep buying bonds forever. And countries in the periphery, like Italy or Spain, will end up with huge debt levels, and they will have years of austerity ahead of them. Now, the plans that we have seen in the Eurozone so far, they address liquidity concerns, not insolvency risks. So I'm in fully agreement personally with President Macron. What he said about the need for
Order
solidarity
cancelled.
and mutualization
Order
is
cancelled.
extremely
Order
important.
cancelled.
Only a Eurobond or Corona bond can address the insolvency risks in the Eurozone. And unless they move in this direction, we believe that the market will start being concerned about another Eurozone crisis. As long as this risk remains, this will be negative for the Euro.
All right, Thanos Vambakidis, head of G10 FX at Bank of America Merrill Lynch. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your time on a day like this. Now, Boeing shares soared yesterday as the firm announced plans to resume Seattle area aircraft production. Coming up, we're going to be hearing from our own interview with Guillaume Faury, the CEO of competitor Airbus, on the challenges ahead for the company and for the industry. This is Bloomberg.
My view is basically the same as it was 2 weeks ago. I think we're going to have a substantial contraction in the second quarter. And we've said publicly annualized as much as 25 to 30%. But again, that's annualized, so multiply by 4. We think we'll start growing again in the third quarter, and we will continue to grow into the fourth quarter. I probably would say today that peak unemployment may be closer to the mid to high teens, so maybe a little higher than I'd said before. And we still believe that we'll end the year with an unemployment rate something like 8 or 9 or 10%, but in that range. And the challenge going into 2021 will be to work that unemployment rate down.
So there seems to be a range of views among Fed presidents as well as the board, which is why you have multiple people, so you have different views and they're expressed. But if you take Mr. Buller on the one hand saying it's going to be a sharp V, and you have Mary Daly now saying, boy, this could really drag into next year in a recession, where do you put yourself on that spectrum?
Here's the worry. Here's the challenge. Going into this situation, we had sluggish manufacturing, sluggish business fixed investment. Obviously, a lot of it had to do with weak global trade. But the one thing we had going for us as an economy is we had a very strong U.S. consumer. We had a low unemployment rate. Household balance sheets were in reasonably good shape. And that was 70% of the economy. The challenge is, as we come out of this later this year, and with if the unemployment rate really is 8 to 10%, you're going to have a weakened consumer who's going to, you would think, save more, be more careful, be a little bit more reluctant to spend, and that's going to be a headwind for the economy. And it may take a while, and I mean into 2021, for the consumer to get his or her footing back. And I think that'll be dependent on how quickly we can run down this unemployment rate to lower levels. So do I think it's going to be a V? I think the consumer situation makes me think that we'll have a recovery, and it'll be a solid recovery in the second half of the year from the levels we're at. We're still going to have a 4 to 5% contraction
Order submitted.
year.
Order submitted.
But then the question will be, what's the
Order
pace of
canceled.
growth,
Order
and
canceled.
what's the state of the U.S. consumer? Those are the questions, and that's the issue I'm most worried about.
And the psychology of the U.S. consumer, it strikes me, is not simply being somewhat more conservative because they got burned in a downturn, but also being concerned about their personal safety. How willing are people going to be to go back out, even when they're allowed to do it, to go to restaurants, to go out and spend, to really participate in the economy? Will there be some reluctance just because of personal safety concerns?
Yeah, so there's 3 levels of issue with the consumer. One is personal safety, as you mentioned. This is why testing, ubiquity of testing, is so critical. If you had widespread testing at scale, I think that would do a lot to give consumers confidence to go into the workplace, to go out to restaurants, to go into other public gatherings. But that's very much dependent on how available is rapid testing. The other 2 issues are job insecurity. I just saw a survey from the New York Fed that said something like 70% of all workers are worried about their jobs, about losing their jobs. So there's that insecurity. And then the last issue is just what's happened to the consumer financially, and particularly that segment of the population, which is sizable, that doesn't have much savings and lives from paycheck to paycheck. And this is going to make it so they're even more cautious. So those are the 3 big issues that affect the consumer.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. Just under 30 minutes to go until the start of European equity trading for the last session of this week. And it looks as if we will at least start today's session in a positive form. Futures do suggest we'll be up by 2, perhaps even 3% for the trading session. And as we go into the US equity trading day as well, futures looking generally pretty positive. Let's talk about what is to
Order
come
canceled.
on the agenda.
Order
What's on the
canceled.
radar for
Order
today.
canceled.
The UK's handling of the coronavirus pandemic comes into focus, with Moody's set to announce its outlook on the country's debt rating a little bit later on today. We talked about that with Thanos Vambakides earlier on, about the extent of debt build-up on various economies given the fight of coronavirus. Then at 10 a.m. London time, we'll get the euro area's inflation reading for March. It might not be on the immediate radar for many people, but certainly worth talking about. We will also discuss US measures to mitigate the virus impact on the economy. We, of course, heard from President Trump on that front, but don't miss our conversation, our exclusive conversation with the Cleveland Fed President, Loretta Mester. What does she make of the latest announcements? That interview after 2 p.m. Matt?
Now, we've been talking about the airline industry. Clearly, it's been slammed by the coronavirus pandemic. Aircraft manufacturers are one of the first to bear the brunt.
Order
While
submitted.
Boeing announced
Order
earlier
submitted.
it's going to resume
Order
production
submitted.
of commercial airplanes. The Airbus CEO spoke to us earlier to outline the challenges his company is facing. Here's Guillaume Fauring.
We have to face a very unprecedented situation, and we're facing that reality
Order
now.
filled.
The
Order
situation
submitted.
of the airlines, our
Order
customers,
submitted.
is a very difficult one. Most of them have their planes to a large extent on the ground. That's unprecedented to have this at a global scale, and therefore we have to adapt. We have challenges as well on the supply chain, so we are recombining all our data points to basically move forward. And what we've done last week was to define a new production rate, a new production planning by plane, to be able to give the right direction to our partners, to our suppliers, and adapt to the change in the demand. Our customers are in a new situation. We have to adapt to that new situation too.
What are you hearing from your customers? So United over in the United States a little bit earlier on, saying that demand for travel is essentially zero. What are you hearing from other carriers?
Well, there's a very large diversity of situation around the world. The situation is not the same country by country, region by region, and also airline by airline. So what we are doing actually is to speak very proactively to our customers individually to find solutions one by one to their concerns. And actually the situation is today what it is. You mentioned the situation of United. We have a similar situation with other airlines, but it's a very complex situation. It's a lot of work for all of us to adapt and find the right way forward. There's still a lot of uncertainty on when airlines will be back to service, when we will be back to normal, and what will be the shape of the recovery. So that's what we're working on at the moment.
What do you think of the state aid that has been given to certain carriers, Guillaume?
Well, we think, and I think the priority is on rescuing the airlines. They are the first hit by this pandemic. Obviously, no passengers, as you said, or very little passengers flying. And the priority, in my perspective, is to support the airlines going through this very difficult situation. And supporting the airline is also the best way to support the whole supply chain. So we're looking very much at our customers, the airlines, but as well the rest of the supply chain, to keep it alive in a very unprecedented period of challenges, so we can keep moving forward and recovering when the times will be better.
It looks like Boeing, your competitor, is going to ask Washington at some point for some form of state aid. Do you have similar plans? Do you expect Airbus to have to ask the French government or European governments for assistance?
We're asking for support, as I said before, to the airlines, to the suppliers. We're asking for support in different forms, but not in capital from the government.
Okay. That's good to hear.
Order filled.
Just in terms of how you see the story developing, how much visibility do you actually have at the moment? I would imagine very, very little. So Cowen, the investment bank, it was out with a report over the last couple of days saying that it sees aircraft deliveries down 40 to 50% over the next 4 years, 4 to 5 years. Is that what the future looks like to you, or do you think that the shock is going to be shorter and sharper?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, and we're all trying to assess, as I said, the depth and the duration of the crisis. We think there will be a large difference between the wide bodies and the narrow bodies, the single aisle family. The latter will probably recover much faster. What we see for this year is probably something like minus 30, minus 40% in terms of aircraft delivery. At least that's the today's understanding of the situation, but it's still very dynamic. We've seen the recovery in terms of passengers flying behind us in China already. So China is very interesting because it's a place where we can try to assess what will happen for the rest of the world. But I think the figure of 40 to 50% over the next 4 to 5 years, in my view, looks quite pessimistic.
That was Guillaume Faure, the CEO of Airbus, speaking to our colleague Guy Johnson about the dire state that industry is in. Let's talk about the Chinese economy, because we've had data out overnight, of course, on that. China recording its first contraction in decades. We saw GDP shrink by 6.8% in the first quarter from a year ago as the coronavirus outbreak shut down large parts of the country, large parts of the Chinese economy. It's the worst performance since 1992, at least, when official releases of quarterly GDP started. Joining us now with analysis is Freya Beamish, Chief Asia Economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics. Freya, I wonder what stood out to you in the release, because sure, we were braced for bad data on growth, for example, but it seems to be the retail sales, the weakness there, the persistent weakness in retail sales that has raised some warning flags, if you like, because it might be easier to switch back on industrial parts of the economy than it is the more consumer-based parts of the economy.
Order submitted. Yeah, absolutely. I think what we're seeing from these data is that it's a very uneven recovery. It's very difficult actually to work out exactly what did happen in March because of that presentation of the data in year-to-date format in January and February. So we don't really for sure know just how bad February was. Therefore, we don't know what the base was, and therefore we don't know how much of the economy has kind of rebounded in March. But if you kind of tried to work out just how bad February was by looking at those year-to-date numbers, the retail sales numbers that we have for March, no matter which way you cut it, look very, very poor. And that's despite the fact that a lot of local governments, local provinces have actually given out vouchers to literally get people to go out there and spend. So the services sector overall is still very much struggling with this. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. They're going to be getting back to work as quickly as possible. That industrial production number was actually a bit surprising in terms of how strong it was, or at least how strong it was relative to the rest of the data that order came filled. out. Order in submitted. The context of the PMI, Order submitted. yes, we did see a jump in March to 54, Order around filled. 54. But that just tells us that we were a little bit better than what happened in February, which we all know was pretty dire. So to see that industrial production number bouncing back like that, still in contraction, but bouncing back, was quite impressive. It does still leave activity at around 95% of the December levels, though. So we're still not fully up and running, even in the manufacturing sector. And that really speaks to a kind of a bit of a precursor to what we're looking for in Q2, because we all know now that the rest of the world is now facing something like what was happening in China. And the question is, who's going to fund Chinese production in Q2?
Freya, I wonder, the idea when the government completely shuts down the economy, economists say what they need to do is somehow keep people employed, keep businesses solvent, build a bridge basically from the beginning of the shutdown until the reopening. Is China, as a command economy, was China in a better position to do this than, say, the U.S. and Europe? Do you think they've done a good job of building that bridge?
Order filled. In the sense that they can tell people to kind of go out there and spend money, or they can tell the banks to kind of go out there and lend money to the state-owned enterprises. Order filled. they are in a better position. And certainly the money data and the credit data is looking a lot better in March, having been from very tight monetary conditions. So we're still in tight monetary conditions, but it looks like it's turning the corner, and the re-lending schemes appear to be working to the extent that they can be expected to work in these circumstances, with the banking sector
Order
still
submitted.
facing quite
Order
a lot of
submitted.
difficulties on the supply side. But that doesn't mean that China just can get off scot-free. Essentially, the main constraint that they're facing is that they have already, after the financial crisis, done that kind of command economy thing of goosing the economy, boosting the property sector, of racking up a huge amount of debt, and they're now left with that burden, which constrains their ability to react to this crisis. So I think what we'll see this time around is
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Kind of
Order
next
submitted.
Year, looking
Order
back to
submitted.
this year, is this massive dip that we've now had confirmed in Q1, and then a bit of a recovery in Q2, which obviously is constrained by the lack of demand in the rest of the world and the ability of China to finance just inventory and working capital in the meantime. But that Chinese GDP won't make it back to where the previous trajectory was. So that's a huge change from that command economy, great financial crisis reaction that we saw in 2008, 2009, where actually, because of the massive stimulus that they unleashed and were able to unleash at that stage, GDP actually made it back above the previous trend, where it was before the financial crisis. This time around, it's completely different.
Well, it'll be certainly fascinating to compare and contrast those two recovery pushes. Freya, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Freya Beamish is the Chief Asia Economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics. Appreciate your time this morning. Up next, is France failing its poorest students? Online learning is exposing the gaps in the country's school system. We'll speak to the education minister next. This is Bloomberg.
Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back to European Market Open. 13 or so minutes to go until the start of the European Equity Trading Day. Now, the French President Emmanuel Macron announced this week that schools will gradually start reopening from around the middle of next month, the middle of May. But the coronavirus has presented challenges for educating poorer children. Despite efforts by many teachers to contact their classes, the system has lost track, we understand, of around 8% of pupils since the lockdown started. So is France managing to keep across this and stay in touch and not lose track of the poorest students in its system? I'm pleased to say that the French Education Minister, Jean-Michel Blanquer, joins us now on the phone. Monsieur Blanquer, thank you very much for joining us. How many
Order
children
canceled.
do you fear
Order
are
canceled.
falling through the gaps?
Order
Is
canceled.
it still 8% of the pupil population that you cannot reach? What's the statistic?
No, it's no longer 8%. We think it's lower than 5%. But it's still a lot because 5% is more than 200,000 pupils. So we think it's a lot, and it's an average. So it means that in most of the places you don't have lost children, but in other places you have a lot. For example, in vocational training or in some suburbs, it can be 30, 40%. So we are very aware about that because we don't want this situation to lead to stronger inequalities. So that's why we are very motivated to go back to school.
So you want to bring these kids back to school, and I guess you'll continue with the social distancing rules. I can't understand how you would keep, grade school children 2 meters apart from each other, or especially how you keep teenagers in love to continue social distancing measures. I mean, how is that possibly going to work?
Well, we can't do anything against love, and unfortunately, but we of course we are going to be organized for that. It won't be a normal comeback. We won't have school as usual. For example, in most of the cases, you won't have all the children at the same time. It depends on the size of the school. For example, in rural areas, sometimes you have only 12 or 15 pupils, and it's not a problem. In other places, you can have 1,000 pupils, and they won't come at the same time. So it's a new organization, and it will be a mix between the distance learning approach and the presence of the children. So we are right now working hard with with everybody to organize schools in a very, very innovative way. Of course, to be able to have this approach, this sanitary approach.
So innovation is the secret here then, Minister. What about resistance from teaching unions? Are teachers broadly happy with what you're planning, or are they concerned, particularly older teachers, about their own safety?
So I am right now building the new organization with them. So every day I have conferences with the trade unions, with the organizations representing the parents, with the local authorities, with all the actors of school to build together the new solution. And the new solution has nothing to do with all the things we have known in the past. So we are going to still have a lot of learning distance approach, but at the same time there is a progressive comeback of everybody. Of course, we pay a lot of attention to the material conditions, and we pay also a lot of attention to all the exemptions. For example, if someone has problems, has health problems, of course he will stay at home. So the new organization will be built to fulfill the health conditions to be safe in the new organization.
Mr. Minister, can I ask about your baccalaureate, which is like the British A-levels or the German Abitur, was introduced by Napoleon 212 years ago. It's never been canceled, and this year seniors won't have to take it, graduating seniors.
Order canceled.
Is that going to be a problem
Order
for them
canceled.
going into the workforce, going into university?
No, I don't think so. You're right. It's the first time in our history that there is the classical way to pass the baccalaureate, but it is not cancelled because it's another way.
Order submitted. Order
to
submitted.
The certification because it will be through the marks they have during all the year. So they will have a recognition of their work, and you have a special jury to analyze the case of each student. So I don't think it will have less value than the past baccalaureate. And at the same time, we have a reform in France to reform the baccalaureate. And in this reform next year, 40% of the mark of the baccalaureate is through the marks that you get during the year. So it's not such an important gap between the classical baccalaureate and the new situation.
Thank you very much, Minister, for joining us. Jean-Michel Blanquet, the French Education Minister. Thanks for bringing us that conversation around how you reopen schools, a problem or a question that many countries are facing across Europe. Minutes away from the European Open now. Futures still point higher, 7 minutes or so to go, 8 minutes to go until the start of equity trading. How are hedge funds positioned as the global economy enters an unprecedented downturn? We'll ask the chief executive of the world's biggest publicly traded hedge fund. That is a Man Group, of course, and we'll be speaking to Luke Ellis of Man Group shortly after 9 a.m. UK time. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open as futures point much higher for a risk on Friday morning. Some of the hedge fund industry's biggest names made history in March, though, for going the other direction. Bridgewater to CQS, some of the most well-known money managers suffered their worst ever losses last month. Here to discuss is Danny Berger. Danny?
I want to start with Man Group, which had its earnings just earlier this hour. They did not great, but that's not surprising considering it didn't. It really depends on what strategy you look at with them because there's a wide berth. But in general, their AUM dropped by about $11 billion, even though they had slight net inflows. Here they're blaming, of course, the volatile markets as we went through the epidemic that continues. Not surprising, their long-only equity strategy did the worst as global equities had their worst
quarter since the financial crisis. Just to give you some numbers to that, their numeric global long-only fund fell nearly 23%. The best performing funds, though, were in their quantitative division, CTAs. These are trend-chasing funds. They did better in general than the entirety of the hedge fund universe, gaining about 90% in some terms. In general, though, hedge funds not doing well.
And Danny, thank you very much. Danny Berger joining us with the latest on the hedge fund industry. Of course, got that conversation with the Man Group.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
In fact, from Man Group joining us just after 9 here on Bloomberg TV. European futures suggest we will be higher than Matt. European futures up by what, 2.6% on Euro Stocks 50 futures, 2.3% in the UK. CAC futures up by more than 3%. Keep an eye on things that are going on at Euronext. We heard a little bit earlier on that they were having a little bit of problems in terms of some of the clearing activity that was taking place at Euronext in derivatives. So that's worth noticing. Real-time clearing delayed. Worth keeping an eye on that one. We'll be back with the start of the European trading day next. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
A minute to go until the start of the cash equity trading for this Friday morning. Here are your headlines. China's economy contracts for the first time since at least 1992 after the coronavirus lockdown, but industrial output numbers offer signs of encouragement. Global stocks push higher as President Trump outlines steps to reopen the US economy. This despite data showing 5 million more Americans filed for unemployment. Plus, hedge funds suffer in a volatile March, with funds run by Ray Dalio, Michael Hintzer and Adam Levinson posting their worst ever losses. We'll speak this morning with the UK fund manager, Man Group. Matt.
All right, take a look at European futures. They are up across the board, indicating that we could have a risk-on, at least start to the session. Of course, markets have been very volatile throughout sessions. Yesterday we were up and then we closed way down. European stocks were down and then closed higher. But looks like today we're going to see gains that stick at the risk of making a forecast just because of the size. Anna, you see them coming out of the gate way up. Spain, the IBEX coming out of the gate up 2.5%. The FTSE, which hasn't been doing the same as all the other European equity indexes of late, is gaining 1.4% at the start of trading. But you're going to see most European indexes up about 2% as the London index continues to climb into the open.
Yeah, we've got European equity markets then, as you say, Matt, opening broadly to the upside, perhaps a little bit of weight. Oh, here we go, up around 2.5% on the FTSE 100 then now, and 2.3% higher for stocks more broadly across Europe. The IBEX up by 2.6%. So we do have some strength coming through to close out the week, perhaps, if we manage to maintain it through the session. But interesting that the market's not dwelling too much on some of the gloomy news out of China, focusing on the positives there and putting the negatives into a sort of backward-looking basket. Let's talk about what's going on here in Europe then. Tentative steps to restart the American economy, of course, and progress to fight against the coronavirus. All that very much in the minds of traders as we see these European markets opening higher this morning. Looking past, as I say, the Chinese data showing the economy contracted for the first time in decades, going back as far as the data goes back, essentially. Joining us now is Salman Ahmed, Chief Investment Strategist at Lombard Odier Investment Managers. Salman, good to speak to you as ever. Let me ask you about the Chinese data and its relevance, its role, how informative it can be. It is quite backward-looking, and we know that some parts of China have improved since, but it does offer some interesting insights into how quickly various parts of the economy come back, industrial production versus retail, for example.
Yes, and I totally agree. I think the components are way more useful than the headline print itself. So we know that China was in lockdown most of February and part of January. So we knew that this is going to be a significantly negative quarter. But I think the difference in retail sales and investments versus the supply side of the economy is important, because I think this will set up a template for the rest of the world as these lockdowns are eased. I think one thing which I notice is that the consumer is taking its time to come back online, which is quite different from the manufacturing side. And I think this is the psyche effect we have to be careful about once these lockdowns are starting to be eased in the West as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Salman. We looked at TomTom data, the navigation system data, and saw that during the week, the Chinese are going back to business as usual. On the weekends, it's like they're giving themselves a self-imposed lockdown. Is that a concern for the possibility of Europeans and Americans doing the same when they get out?
I think so, Matt, because I think there are a few surveys we watch, which are high-frequency surveys coming out of both the U.S. and then being done in different European countries. And they do highlight focus on, caution and preventative healthcare and, self-restriction. Still a credible solution, of course, to the virus crisis is found. And that has obviously significant implications on the spending patterns going forward, because even if we, for example, a typical household in the U.S. gets $3,000 plus in their bank accounts, the question is, will they spend this money in coming months? And that is going to be very important when we go out of lockdowns and what kind of recovery we get.
Yeah, interesting. We're seeing the Japanese giving out cash as well, some $920 or so, I think, to individuals. That's being widely passed through the community in Japan by the government. Let me ask you about what we're seeing in earnings season then, Salman. We've heard from the luxury sector today. I know that LVMH shares are doing very well this morning, up at least 6% at the out of the gates this morning. They are different to each other, of course, these luxury goods companies, some of them very much more China exposed than others. But for those that are China exposed, can they start to think that maybe the worst is behind them, or would that be too bold a statement?
I think as time passes through, I think there have been the lockdown ended more than a month ago in China. So at least on the officially stated numbers, we do not see any strong sign of infections. And our own high-frequency numbers show that there is something going on.
Order submitted.
So I can understand the optimism given the damage we saw in some of these names when the China lockdown happened. And now we are seeing some, damage going out on names which are more exposed to Europe and US. I think there is some sign of optimism, but at the same time, I think the consumer psyche will be an important factor, and I think volatility is going to remain high because the earning outlook will remain very, very clouded still going forward.
Are you confident, Salman, that we will make back everything we lost, at least in equity markets, by 2021? Do you think we'll get back to new highs next year or the following year?
Matt, I think there is a strong possibility of that. The reason being is not just the economic fundamentals, it's also the fact that the policy environment is much more
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Than pre-COVID crisis. We know what the Fed has done. We know what the ECB has done. We know the fiscal policy, I think, responses. So I understand that this can create a huge impulse for equity markets once lockdowns are over. There is some healing of consumer sentiment which comes through. But I think the key long-term issue once that happens is who is going to pay for this policy, responses. I think till then, I definitely see that this liquidity will show up in higher financial asset prices.
So there's a possibility of higher financial asset prices. Does it depend, I suppose, Salman, on the tail that this lockdown has? There's been a lockdown in many parts of the Western economy, of course, in the US and in Europe. And now we're going to see some of that lifted, but it's going to be lifted very gradually in
Order
many
submitted.
places, isn't it?
Order submitted. Order submitted.
The more we risk, another dip for risk assets?
And I totally understand. There is this rolling lockdown issue coming through, but I do think that it is a short-term issue for equity
Order
markets.
submitted.
And the reason
Order
why
filled.
I think
Order
financial
submitted. Order
price
submitted.
inflation can happen
Order
is when I look
submitted.
at credit. So since the Fed interventions, frankly speaking, nobody is looking at fundamentals anymore to the same extent they were pre-COVID crisis, because everybody's view is that when you have a buyer of the last resort, then you have to think about what the buyer of the last resort is doing. Those are the kind of, I think, new dynamics which are starting to take hold. So once this uncertainty about earnings do drop,
Order filled. Order submitted.
There is this
Order
rolling
submitted.
lockdown issue still hanging over us. I think this liquidity will show up somewhere. This is not going to sit around in zero yielding or negative yielding cash. It will start to hunt for excess returns as things stabilize.
All right, Salman, thanks very much for joining us today. Really
Order
appreciate your time.
filled.
Salman
Order
Ahmed is the Chief
submitted.
Investment
Order
Strategist
submitted.
at Lombard ODA Investment Managers. He is going to continue this conversation with me on Bloomberg Radio in just about 1 hour's time. So tune in if you're in the city on London DAB Digital.
Order
for
canceled.
Bloomberg Radio at 9 a.m. Coming up, French consumer giants LVMH and L'Oreal see sales plunge in the first quarter, of course, as the government shuts down all businesses. But green shoots are appearing in the biggest market for luxury goods. We'll discuss more about those businesses in China next. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are 11 minutes into the session right now, and you can see that we're looking at gains across the board of more than 2% on European equity indexes. The DAX climbing 2.9%, the strongest gainer of the majors here. And one of the big reasons is that despite a 52% drop in European car sales, which is the biggest drop on record, we have strong gains in car makers. In the German index, of course, is full of car makers. You can see BMW here up 5%. It also got an upgrade before the market opened from HSBC to a buy. We also see gains in Volkswagen as well as Daimler. So despite European car sales dropping the most on record,
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Shares also gaining after production and capex update that made the market more optimistic. You can see investors buying those shares and boosting them more than 4%. And Man Group, as we've been talking about, facing redemptions after $10.7 billion of losses, but it looks like that boat is rising with the tide. And don't forget, we will interview the CEO of Man Group just after 9 a.m. UK time, so stick with us for that. Anna?
Yeah, talking about things that are on the move, looking at the CAC 40 this morning, we've got LVMH and L'Oreal, the biggest gainers on the CAC 40 this morning. The French consumer giants, both LVMH and L'Oreal, reported numbers and said that the recovery could start soon. The optimism sent both stocks climbing this morning, as we see in the first 15 minutes of trade. That's despite the coronavirus causing sales to plunge in the first quarter. The pandemic has shut down luxury boutiques across the world, but while much of Europe and the United States remains in lockdown, shops have begun to open and have been opening up in China. Joining us now with more from New York is Anne-Marie Hourdin, who's often following this sector. And Anne-Marie, good morning to you. There seem to be signs of recovery then, but first walk us through the numbers for the first quarter. Just how bad were they?
Yes, Anna, they were pretty bad, but I have to say very much so expected. Both these companies really just gave the guidance that this was going to be a rough quarter. LVMH CFO yesterday saying the situation is violent and it's going to impact their business. Their sales came in a drop of 17%. The guidance was for 10 to 20%. So really it was expected. For L'Oreal, their sales was down 4.8%. One thing that LVMH did pick up, though, is they had some online sales, and that was able to offset the fact that so many of the stores just around the world had to shut themselves for business. L'Oreal, a little bit more resilient when it comes to that, because they also sell products like shampoo, and of course that's still going to be open in some of these essential stores. And while people, of course, are possibly hitting pause on these big-ticket luxury items, they're going to need some of those necessities that L'Oreal has. On the dividend front, LVMH cutting it by 30%. L'Oreal says in due course they'll decide on it. Potentially something.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Help out. What are luxury companies doing to fight against the virus?
We've seen a number of luxury
Order
companies
filled.
really
Order
want to give
filled.
their efforts in relief to this pandemic, Matt. What you see is they're sewing face masks. They opened up some factories to do that. LVMH, L'Oreal also opening up perfume factories to make sanitizers. On top of that, something a little bit interesting I've been reading about. In
Order
New York,
filled.
For example, I have not been able to go into a store without wearing a face covering. Like fashion, what they do is they take necessity and turn it into something.
You can go into a store?
Well, yeah, I can go into Dwayne Reed, a grocery store, etc., but I cannot enter unless
Order
I
submitted.
have a face mask.
Order
If I forget
submitted.
it, I have to go home,
Order
quickly
submitted.
put something on. And what we're seeing some of these smaller designers do, they're turning this necessity into something creative. And what we could potentially see here in the future is that maybe the Gucci's or the Yves Saint Laurents of the world start to make face masks. That's not what they're doing now yet. Right now they're definitely focusing on what is needed for the frontline relief efforts. We are seeing some of these smaller designers actually make some creative face masks.
Order
submitted.
Though,
Order
when
submitted.
Will you be able to get shoes and handbags again? When is that conundrum going to be solved for New Yorkers?
Well, right now, Matt, New York is extending what the governor calls New York on pause till May 15th. So unless you're essential business operating in the area, you have to remain shut. So everything has to be done online. But like most people, I don't think anyone is really rushing to purchase massive big ticket items like an expensive handbag or shoes, because everyone is working from home, stuck at home. It's really about the essentials right now.
All right, Anne-Marie, thanks very much for joining us. Anne-Marie Hordern, luxury reporter who is taming down her consumer urges at the moment. Coming up, we're going to speak to the CEO of L'Oreal, Jean-Paul Agon. That's at 9:30 a.m. UK time, an interview you don't want to miss. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back to the European Open. We are 20 minutes into the session right now and looking at 3% gains on the major European indexes. You can see the FTSE up 171 points, the DAX gaining 335, and the CAC 141 right now. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash with today's top corporate stories from the Bloomberg
Order
terminal.
canceled.
Cantor Fitzgerald is cutting jobs, breaking with Wall Street's general pledge not to lay off staff during the coronavirus pandemic. Sources tell us that the firm, run by Howard Lutnick, who you see a string of pictures of here, will terminate hundreds of roles across divisions. The move would herald the deepest cuts among financial companies since the crisis began. Cantor says it's being prudent in an uncertain environment. Shares in Gilead Sciences climbed in late trading after a report that coronavirus patients being treated with a drug it makes were seeing rapid recoveries in fever and respiratory symptoms. A small trial in Chicago with patients who have severe symptoms was reported to have seen the most discharged, or most of those patients in the trial discharged from the hospital. A couple of them did die from the virus. Gilead is aiming to enroll a total of 4,000 people in the trials. And Boeing shares jumped as the company unveiled plans to restart jetliner manufacturing in the Seattle area next week. This comes after a $25 billion aid package from the U.S. U.S. Treasury Department helped boost the plane maker's confidence in reopening its largest industrial center. Funny how $25 billion boosts confidence. And that is your business flash. Anna?
Matt, so the IMF still doesn't have, quote, full consensus on how to allocate its so-called special drawing rights. However, it says it's looking at moving existing rights to developing economies from advanced ones. Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva spoke to Bloomberg about how to help the world's poorest nations. Let's take a listen.
We are doubling our emergency financing. We are taking very decisive actions on expanding what we have, like the creation of a short-term liquidity line. And in addition to that, we are mobilizing concessional financing for our low-income members. And what impressed me tremendously today is that we are making a call for $17 billion to increase concessional financing. I made this call yesterday. Today we got 70% of this funding secured. Now, when we comes to SDRs, the consensus is not there. But where we heard from the membership an encouragement, again, in the spirit of do what you can now, is to look more closely into existing SDRs. Advanced economies have them, don't need them. Developing countries need them, and the question is how to create a bridge so we can move resources, more liquidity, support to emerging markets. And as we step up our work, we need to recognize that the problem is gigantic. The resources we have to deploy are significant, and we need to move with what we have very, very rapidly.
So far, at least by the end of April, you will have helped 50 countries, but more than 100 have asked for assistance. And there is a hierarchy, Kristalina. What do you need from private creditors, for example, in order to do more for those countries you haven't yet been able to help?
What we achieved during this week is quite incredible. We got official bilateral creditors to agree on a standstill in the context of G20. So we have the Paris Club, but also the Gulf countries, China, India, all coming together to provide breathing space to our poorest members. And in that call, we also turn to the private creditors, and we are asking them to step up and in the terms of the official bilateral creditors to also ease the debt burden on low-income countries. Now, we need to recognize that this is a highly uncertain environment. We need to carefully watch how the crisis evolves. Our projections are dire as they are, but epidemiologists are telling us it may get even worse. And therefore,
order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
We have to bring everybody on board. We need to make sure that we all are in this together, because liquidity problem turning into solvency problem is a much bigger problem. We have to prevent that from happening.
Kristalina, what if you could wave a magic wand? What would be the thing that you would wish for in terms of the SDRs right now? Do you need to expand the amount of money that you have at your disposal? And if so, who can you count on for that?
Well, let me say that I have full confidence that for the next months, when we are striving to stabilize the emerging market developing economies that are hit by this crisis, we do have financial strength that is sufficient to do our job. Let me remind everybody that before the global financial crisis, the IMF had $250 billion lending capacity. Now we have 4 times more. I'm also convinced that the membership would come through should the conditions are more adverse. And we have seen that we can find solutions
order canceled. Order canceled.
effectively. We did it in the past. We have done some of it today, raising concessional financing. If the needs are there, we would do it again.
And that was the IMF Managing Director, of course, Kristalina Georgieva. Coming up, we'll speak with L'Oreal CEO Jean-Paul Agon. That's at 9:30 a.m. UK time. Don't miss that one, especially after L'Oreal's sales forecasts. Take a look at equities right now. We're trading higher
Order submitted.
in terms of
Order
European
submitted.
stocks across the board. 3.6% gain in Paris on the CAC 40 at 45.08. We also see U.S. futures pointing to a stronger open on Wall Street. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back to the European Open. We are 30 minutes into the session right now, and you can see some pretty decent gains in terms of the equity indexes today.
Order filled.
On
Order submitted.
About
Order submitted.
plans really globally to bring an end to the lockdown, certainly in the Western world, and to bring business back. Here's the Stock 600, the broader European benchmark index, right now up 3% to 334. All of the groups are gaining right now. The industrial groups are gaining right now. Travel and leisure, a big bounce back from the poor performance yesterday.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Rising higher even after auto sales dropped 52% in the last month. Let's get to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here are your top stories today. Anna, you want to give them to us?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got those then, Matt. So China's economy contracted
Order
for the first
filled.
time in decades.
Order submitted.
In the first quarter,
Order
as the
submitted.
coronavirus outbreak shut down large parts of the economy, as we know well. GDP shrank 6.8% from a year ago, the worst performance since at least 1992, when quarterly data started. That missed the consensus.
Order
forecast
filled.
for a 6%
Order
growth.
submitted.
Investment
Order
runs more than
submitted.
16% over the period. President Trump has outlined plans
Order
to restart
filled.
the U.S.
Order
economy,
filled.
with some states and employers being encouraged to abandon restrictions within the next 4 weeks. The White House has been eager to lift curbs and let the country return to work after a total of 22 million people filed for unemployment aid over the past 4 weeks. The U.S. currently has more than 650,000 coronavirus
Order filled.
infections.
Order filled.
Increased coronavirus infections suggest no let-up as European leaders weigh easing lockdown measures. New cases of the virus climbed in Spain, Italy, France and Germany. The UK announced it's extending its lockdown by a further 3 weeks as confirmed cases top 100,000. China, meanwhile, has increased its official virus death toll by almost 40%. The extra
Order
numbers,
filled.
mostly from Wuhan, were due to late reporting at the height of the outbreak. And Matt, I see just now we heard from authorities in China suggesting that the latest Wuhan data will stand the test of history. Matt?
All right, thanks very much for giving us that first word news, Anna. I want to get right now to the broader picture. While President Trump unveiled a plan to open up America again, European countries have extended their lockdown to some extent. Last night, the UK announced it's extending its lockdown by a further 3 weeks as confirmed cases top 100,000. On the other hand, here in Germany, we're going to start opening up stores on Monday. Our next guest says mismanagement of the pandemic in Europe has led to governments taking costly measures that could cause
Order filled.
a lasting impact to jobs, personal health, and the economy. Joining us now is Daniel Lacaille, who's just authored an article on the subject for Hedgeye. He's the chief economist at Tressis as well. Daniel, let me first ask you what you think of the optimism in today's market. And really, we've seen a pretty decent risk asset rally over the last few weeks. It seems investors feel like this is it. We're past the first wave and we're going to get back to business as usual and rebound in the economy in the second half.
I thank
Order
you very much.
submitted.
Yes, good morning.
Order submitted.
I think it is right. I think that investors are sort of considering 2020 as a lost year and starting to think about what is going to deliver in terms of economic growth and earnings for 2021. I think that at the same time, the news about a possible vaccine and a possible beginning of a gradual recovery of the
Order
activity of
filled.
most economies is making people a little bit more optimistic. I think
Order
in any
filled.
case,
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
When the news in China were starting to unravel, and we think that these
Order
rallies in
submitted.
equity markets
Order submitted.
can be used
Order
to,
submitted.
sell some of the more cyclical exposure and to be prudently exposed to equities, but less so in inflationary.
Order
in
submitted.
The assets that are more
Order
exposed to
submitted.
inflation and
Order
to
submitted.
economic growth.
Let me ask you, Daniel, about what we're relying on in Europe to pull us out of the crisis. And there's a role for banks here. Many people have said, whilst banks were part of the problem back in the financial crisis, maybe they can be part of the solution here. But are we expecting too much from the banking sector in terms of its ability to continue the flow of credit to businesses that are struggling?
Yes, Anna, you're absolutely right. I think that we're expecting too much from
Order
banks.
canceled.
Banks
Order
are
canceled.
definitely
Order
stronger
submitted.
now than they
Order
were in
filled.
2008,
Order submitted.
and they've
Order
done an
submitted.
admirable job of strengthening the balance sheet in an environment of low rates and very poor returns. However, what most governments in the Eurozone are doing is relying entirely on the balance sheet of banks and the private sector to leverage and to get more credit in order to pass the period of lockdown and achieve the recovery. I think that is extremely aggressive and very optimistic, but more importantly is that banks are certainly going to be able to address the rising non-performing loans in their existing portfolio and the fall in asset prices. I'm completely sure that they will be able to do that, but banks cannot just double or triple their exposure to risk at much lower rates, which is what some governments in Europe are demanding.
Order submitted.
That could generate further down the line a financial crisis that could be even more problematic than what we are dealing with today.
What's your main concern, Daniel? Do you see the possibility that we have a cascade of bankruptcies, a waterfall of bankruptcies that leads back to the banks and just takes them out of business? And are only the European banks those at risk? I mean, is the U.S. making the same mistakes, in your opinion?
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
You have mark-to-market.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Dependent on the banking sector than in the Eurozone. In the United States, the real economy is financed by the banking system. By less than 15% of the real economy is financed through the banking system. However, in the Eurozone, it's about 80%. Therefore, any challenge to the ability of banks to deliver on the mechanism of transmission of monetary policy generates ripple effects in the economy. And as well, because banks finance about 80% of the real economy, the businesses that are failing right now because of zero sales and working capital build, those are going to be added very quickly into a non-performing loan portfolio that was already, in any case, still high despite the recovery. So I'm quite concerned about the risk of
order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
The effects of the pandemic and the effects of the lockdown in particular, but I'm particularly concerned about the level of, I would say, optimism from governments about the impact of this period of lockdown in the overall economy. Most governments, particularly the southern economies, are relying on a V-shaped recovery that is extremely difficult because last year already the Eurozone economy was very weak and was helped fundamentally by the travel and leisure sector, which accounted for almost 35% of the overall GDP growth of the Eurozone. So you cannot expect that once the lockdown is over, that sector is going to even go back to the levels at which it was in January. So there are numerous levels of challenges. Additionally, many of the companies that have done a very good job at reducing leverage in the last 5 years, simply because of the collapse of EBITDA, are going to find themselves with a net debt to EBITDA that might be double what they were publishing in December. So the problem is larger than what governments are looking at. Governments think that locking the economy for a few months is going to have virtually no impact and that everything goes back to normal. That is impossible and particularly difficult in a Eurozone in which the ability to attract new investment once things start to work and function adequately is much poorer than in China or in the United States.
Daniel, thanks very much for your thoughts this morning. Good to speak to you. Daniel Lacaille joining us there from Tressis, Chief Economist, of course, at Tressis. Up next on the European Market Open, cutting down on workplace real estate. We will hear from our interview with James Gorman, the CEO of Morgan Stanley, about how the pandemic, how dealing with the crisis might change the way we work in the future. This is Bloomberg.
the coronavirus has hit our industry like a meteoroid impact. So the government has clearly learned from the 2008 and 2009 crises and has worked with us as a leader in the industry to set up a program that prohibits these procyclical behaviors from occurring, and it's a very, very important measure the government has taken.
Order canceled.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. 45
Order
minutes into the
submitted.
session right now,
Order
and we're
submitted.
looking at 2.5 to 3% gains across the major equity indexes here in Europe. Positive trade in U.S. futures as well. Over in the U.S., James Gorman is hesitant to predict how Morgan Stanley will emerge from the coronavirus pandemic. But one thing he knows for sure, the bank won't need much real estate. Speaking yesterday with Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker, he discussed the economic fallout from the pandemic, his own battle with the virus, and the future of finance. Let's take a listen.
I'm doing great, thank you. I'm completely recovered, and to be perfectly clear, I had the virus, but I was one of the lucky ones. I was not hospitalized. My lungs did not get infected, which is, was a real blessing. And while it's unpleasant, it's certainly, in those conditions, it's manageable. My heart just goes out to the folks who are not that fortunate or who had underlying health issues and the very elderly who, have really struggled and tragically passed away. I mean, it's a curse, and I just wish everybody well who gets it, and wish them stay hydrated, stay rested, and wish them the best.
I second those wishes. James, Ray Dalio told me yesterday that this is much worse than the 2008 financial crisis. What kinds of base case assumptions are you making at this point for the recession and the recovery?
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, the economic impact, the GDP decline is obviously much worse, but it's so specific. And it's built around the virus. What kind of world will we have when we have immunity from it, when we have, the right testing? There are so many unknowns now, whereas back in 2008, it was a fundamental collapse of the whole financial system, and had it not been, the system not been rescued, then who knows what long-term damage, multi-decade, might have been to the economy. So, but listen, these were both truly tragic situations. I mean, from our perspective, in running a company, there's a few things you got to focus on. Number one, we've got millions of clients trading trillions of dollars all over the world. Our plant has to work. We have to be able to facilitate clients doing that so they can manage their businesses. They have to have the ability to manage their own liquidity and funding and capital needs. And we play a critical role in that. In the number one equities player in the world, one of the largest wealth managers in the world, one of the largest capital markets businesses, etc. So number one, the plant has to work. And thank God, Eric, with 90% of our employees at home, we've had almost no issues from our
Order
plant.
filled.
And that's
Order
just a remarkable
submitted.
testament
Order
to the tech
submitted.
ops teams,
Order filled.
at this
Order
place.
submitted.
The second thing
Order
is you do your
submitted.
bit. I mean,
Order
we
filled.
voluntarily
Order
cut back on
submitted.
our buyback
Order
to zero.
submitted. Order
We thought it was
filled.
best to
Order
preserve our
submitted.
capital to
Order
support
submitted.
clients
Order
in
filled.
need.
Order
We're
filled.
obviously doing
Order
everything through
submitted.
our communities
Order
that
filled.
organizations
Order
like ours
submitted.
that are large and have resources should be doing. Third thing is to make sure that our teams are properly coordinated given the remote isolation everybody's going through. And
Order
we spend an
filled.
enormous amount
Order
of time
filled.
communicating with them, setting up plans. What would it be like to bring people back to work? Starting to think about what the future might look like.
It's clearly not as bad, or at least you don't think it's going to be as bad for Morgan Stanley, and perhaps not as bad for the banking industry as the 2008 financial crisis was. What about the broader economy? 5 million people filed for first-time unemployment benefits last week. It's 22 million, in excess of 22 million since this began. How do you fathom or even model the kinds of dislocation unemployment on that scale is going to produce, James?
Yeah, what's the shock to the global economic system is something we haven't seen since the Great Depression. And as you point out, is far more dramatic than what occurred during the financial crisis. And in addition, we have this massive health crisis, which is working its way around the world with at times devastating consequences. You can't model this. I mean, what you've got to do is preserve your capital, make sure you're well positioned to deal with the risks, understand the risks you're taking on as a business, and manage your way through that in a way where the whole team, as I said, is working together. We have, daily operating committee calls. We have risk committee calls constantly. The whole team is organized around how do we ensure that A, we're doing our job for our clients, and B, that Morgan Stanley remains stable during a period of incredible dislocation.
As you've mentioned, some 90% of Morgan Stanley's 80,000 employees are working from home. It's a staggering figure, of course, one we've seen repeated across the industry and many industries for that matter. It's amazing, though, that it has come, at least by your admission, with no major loss of capability. What I'd like to know is, how does that change the way you think about the way this firm operates in the future?
Can I see a future where part of every week, certainly part of every month for a lot of our employees will be at home? Absolutely. I think, yes, we will have less footprint. I think that's highly likely. We've proven we can operate with effectively no footprint.
Yeah, really interesting there, and the implications for commercial real estate, of course. That was James Gorman, the CEO of Morgan Stanley, speaking to our colleague Eric Schatzker on Bloomberg TV. Up next, how are investors taking advantage of changing consumer behavior amid coronavirus? Are there opportunities, in particular in the telecoms and technology spaces? We'll talk about opportunities in private equity. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. 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 Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back to the European Open. We are looking at equity indexes that are rallying hard here in Europe, and U.S. futures up as well, but just been drawn to our attention by a viewer that we're seeing another big drop in crude oil. NYMEX
Order
WTI
filled.
Trading down to $18 and change right now, so the lowest since at least 2002, $18.19 for a barrel of oil. Now, coronavirus is likely to have a lasting impact on consumer behavior, one of the reasons for, obviously, the drop in
Order
the oil
filled.
price. How are investors taking advantage of those changes? Joining us now
Order
is Nikos
filled.
Stathopoulos,
Order filled.
partner at BC Partners. He covers the TMT sector, and his portfolio includes companies that work with health authorities in the UK and Greece, as well as telecom companies for whose services people have strong demand right now. Nikos, thanks for joining us. Let's talk first about consumer demand. You're seeing in your portfolio, because I know you also have Italian companies, a restaurant chain, dental services there. You're seeing a very mixed consumer demand picture, I would expect. Talk to us about it.
We are indeed, and good morning, Matt. The reality is that this pandemic has been substantially more sinister than people would have expected, really, and it has affected a lot several businesses. In our portfolio, like our peers, we have been laser focused on the portfolio for the past 2 months since the virus started hitting us. Generally, our portfolio is in good shape, I would say, which we believe is due to our strategy of focusing on these defensive growth businesses. So over 80% of our equity has been deployed in sectors such as telecoms and media, healthcare, business services, which have demonstrated some trading resilience. However, as you said, there are inevitably some businesses, such as those in the restaurant sector, that have been severely impacted. So ensuring these have sufficient liquidity is key for us.
And you talk there about telecoms and media, and that makes me wonder which of the sectors or which of the companies having a good crisis, Nikos? Where are you seeing more resilience, less obsessive conversation around cash preservation at the moment?
That's exactly right. I mean, generally, the telecom
Order
sector
canceled.
has been faring up well. We're seeing this in our own portfolio as well, despite the challenging market environments. Performance in our TMT investments, be it cable TV or telecom, has held up very well. And this is perhaps unsurprising. After all, who would cancel their broadband or Netflix subscription when they're isolating at home? But it's also indicative, I think, of a business
Order
model
submitted.
that is very well
Order
suited to
submitted.
periods of volatility or downturn like the one we're experiencing right now. They're often subscription-based businesses. They have recurring revenues. They're cash generative. These are all characteristics that investors like ourselves, and I'm sure most of our peers, look for when they look for these defensive growth assets and consider to be highly attractive, especially in times like these.
Nikos, just got 20 seconds left, but is this a time for private equity to be buying? I mean, you have so much dry powder in the industry. Is this a time to make purchases?
It's difficult to tell. I think it's a balancing act between time and capital, frankly, because a lot of our focus is protecting the assets that we already own. And our job, I would say, as investors is not to predict if we hit the bottom and it's a time to buy, but finding the right entry point. I actually think we're going to be seeing more bad news coming over the coming weeks, and the volatility will stay there. So pricing the risk in today's condition is extremely challenging.
Got it. Thanks very much. Appreciate your time. Nikos Stathopoulos from BC Partners.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. order canceled, order canceled, order canceled, order submitted, order submitted, order submitted. Order canceled, order submitted, order submitted. Order canceled, order canceled, order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I'm Emily Chang in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Technology. Coming up in the next hour, seeing red, the markets plunging deeper, despite the Federal Reserve's latest efforts to prop up the economy. Meantime, cities and states
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
At home. The Bay Area announcing a shelter-in-place order to start tomorrow. Plus, this shelter-in-place extraordinary, a big step to contain the coronavirus outbreak. We will have the latest. And staying connected amidst life disrupted as schools and businesses close around the world. Facebook COO Sheryl Sandberg joins us live to talk about a massive effort she is launching to help feed local families. This as Facebook shares plunge more than 14%. First, to our top story, the markets going deeper into the red over fears the economic fallout from the coronavirus will be more prolonged and painful than we all expected. President Trump saying life could be disrupted
Order
well into
canceled.
the summer.
Order
The
canceled.
S&P falling the most since 1987, sinking 12%. The Dow falling to its lowest in 2 years. This despite the Federal Reserve cutting rates to zero. For more, I want to get to Romain Bostick, co-host of Bloomberg's What'd You Miss? So Romain, it's hard to figure out what to focus on. So much red everywhere. Break it down for us.
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty much a day full of superlatives. I mean, you talk about the response with regards to that monetary policy. What you have today, really, Emily, is a market that has basically figured out that what is ailing the U.S. economy and potentially the global economy
Order
isn't going to be
filled.
solved through monetary
Order
measures
submitted.
alone. Today,
Order
you saw
submitted.
the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500 have their worst single-day percentage drop since Black Monday back in 1987. And as far as tech stocks, you look at the NASDAQ Composite and you look at small caps, the Russell Russell 2000, they had their worst days on a percentage basis on record. So this is basically a market that is now already pricing in what is effectively a technical recession, with the anticipation that we are going to see a fundamental recession once we start to actually see that economic data, Emily. And we've talked to a lot of economists, Carmen Reinhart today, Alan Blinder last week, a lot of big names who were around during the financial crisis in 08. They were around during long-term capital management. They were there back during the dot-com bubble, and they've all said there's really no precedent for what we're going through now. This is a demand sort of bust that you're looking at right now. People are staying home. They're not going to work. They're not really buying anything that isn't essential to their sort of day-to-day survival. And this is something, again, you would have to go back at least to the Great Depression to find anything sort of equivalent to it, but definitely nothing in the modern era, Emily.
Meantime, Romain, the president's remarks becoming grimmer. How much of that is going to impact just how investors are reacting here?
Well, there's sort of two sides to the coin here. His comments definitely were a little bit starker than what we've seen before, and you definitely saw a little bit of a sell-off today once he began speaking and sort of laying out the idea that this could be something that, in his words, could go to July or August before he, quote, washes out, in his words. But at the same time, we also had talked to some people who said they were actually sort of encouraged by the fact that his tone was a little bit more serious.
Order
again,
filled.
We see him
Order
sort of falling
filled.
back on his health advisors and his economic advisors in a way that we hadn't seen in the previous weeks. And again, this was something that the market had reacted to negatively in the past because he didn't seem to take this as seriously. I think we're seeing this taken a little bit more seriously. That does mean we could see some short-term economic pain, short-term market pain. But if we know, and the market has a sense that they know that the people in charge are taking this seriously and potentially getting a solution out there, we could see a snapback sometime in the future.
All right, Romain Bostick, thank you so much for breaking it down for us. I do want to take a closer look at the markets now and the tech sector in particular. Joining us, RBC Capital's Mark Mahaney. Obviously, Mark, a lot of these are the big names you cover. Facebook down more than 14%, Apple down more than 12%, Alphabet down more than 11%. What's your take on how big tech is going to weather the next couple of days?
I don't think there's any reason to think that it's going to not be impacted. Maybe that's the most basic statement one can make. The question is the magnitude of the impact to these businesses, and it'll depend on whether we tip over into a recession. Some of these companies are recession tested. We saw what happened to Google. It definitely slowed down during a great financial crisis, but it still was able to grow kind of mid-high single digits during 2009, the worst of the years. Companies a lot bigger now. You'd have to assume
Order
that
submitted.
in a major
Order
marketing,
submitted.
Advertising recession that Google would maybe, best case, be flattish year over year. So there is some recession testing here. Some of these other names have actually did back then hold up relatively well. Amazon and Netflix were two that held up well, very little change in their revenue growth rates. The stocks came in, but those also created great buying opportunities. Anyway, to cut through it all, I think you'd expect a negative impact on fundamentals almost across the board. Least impacted Netflix and Amazon, somewhat impacted kind of in the middle of both Facebook and Google. The most impacted would be the travel names, your bookings, and your Expedias.
Let's talk about the middle-of-the-road companies. You mentioned
Order
Facebook
filled.
and Google.
Order
Obviously,
submitted.
they depend on
Order
advertising
submitted.
for the vast majority of their revenue. In a broader economic downturn around the world, isn't that really bad news for them?
Yes, it is. It is bad news for them. So what you
Order
see is
filled.
Companies cut back on brand advertising. Now, that there is exposure there. Facebook probably has a little bit more exposure than Google does, but they both have exposure there. And then there'll be certain verticals like travel. Travel is a 10 to 15% vertical for a name like Google. So, yes, they definitely would be impacted. There's no escaping it. These aren't acyclical companies. They have cyclical exposure with secular drivers, too. They would be impacted. The question is just by how much their growth rates would be cut. My guess is even in a great financial crisis, version 2, Facebook would still be able to grow, but nowhere near what it would be growing today.
Let's talk about the streamers and Netflix in particular. We had Laura Martin from Needham on last week, who said that even Netflix isn't going to be immune to this because that's a discretionary item, even though you can watch movies from the comfort of your own home. And you might think that a lot more people are doing that right now. What makes you think that Netflix and Amazon will be spared here?
Well, I'm not going to be the one who says any of these companies is going to be spared in this environment. It's just it's a relative call. Who's going to be spared a lot less, and who's going to be spared a lot more? I think Netflix is inexpensive at-home entertainment, so it's safe because it's at home. And it's inexpensive versus
order
maybe
canceled.
not versus
Order
Disney,
submitted.
But in terms of
Order
versus going
submitted.
to a movie theater, it's certainly inexpensive, and you can watch as much as you want just for $8.99 a month. So I think, and you saw this by the way in the 2007, 8, 9 recession. There was almost no change in the revenue growth rate for Netflix back then. Would Netflix be able to pull off a price increase this year? No, but I don't think they were planning to do that either. Amazon's a little bit different. Now there is some obviously consumer discretionary spend at Amazon, but over the years, there's an increasing amount of staples spend that's going on at Amazon. By the way, we just saw this news announcement that Amazon's hiring 100,000 more employees to keep up with a surge in demand. I bet you this is a
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Facebook shares plunged with the rest of the market today, closing down a whopping 14%. Let's get perspective on that and much more from Facebook COO Sheryl Sandberg, who joins me now from Menlo Park. Sheryl, obviously the news has been changing by the minute for the markets, for your company, for people who live in the Bay Area. I have to ask you about your perspective on what we're seeing in the markets right now. You worked for Larry Summers. He says we're headed for a recession. You worked at Google amidst the dot-com bust. You helped navigate Facebook through the financial crisis. Where is this going?
Well, thanks for having me, Emily, and welcome back from maternity leave. This must be a broad move coming back. You know, look, these are unprecedented times and these are scary times. And of course, it's not going to be business as usual for any business. So we're all watching this carefully. You know, at Facebook, we're really focused on not just ourselves, but really the small businesses that use our platform, because this can be just devastating for small business. We rolled out last week Business Hub, trying to help small businesses connect with people online. Some of them are able to replace some of their brick and mortar walk-in business with some online. Other people are working hard to keep the lights on. And we want to help support that because the impact to small businesses is going to be very serious and very real, and people need jobs.
Facebook's headquarters are in the Bay Area. We're going into a Bay Area-wide shelter-in-place order tomorrow. What does this mean for Facebook? How are you handling this?
We've already been aggressively pushing people to work from home. Any job that can be home is home. For contractors, we're paying whether or not they're sick.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Can be done anywhere. And for the critical jobs where we still have people coming into the office, We're getting as much of that home as possible, and we're working on reducing the size of the population there just so we can keep our services up, protect our people who are working for us, but also keep providing the services we provide all around the world, which we think are increasingly important in this time when people are socially isolated. We're seeing more people turn to our products, especially video chat and messaging products, so that they can stay connected.
Schools across the country are closed, and you are launching a massive initiative to help feed families in the local area. A lot of people don't realize that families depend on schools for hot meals. Talk to us about this effort, what it involves, and how other people can join you.
Well, thanks for asking, Emily. This is so important. So food insecurity is a major issue in this country. 1 in 8 children in America doesn't know where their next meal is coming from, and 1 in 3
Order
in Silicon
filled.
Valley. So this is something I've been working on for a very long time. And then just a few days ago, my fiance and I helped Second Harvest, our local food bank, launch the COVID-19 emergency fund to feed families. A small group of families got together and started this off with a $6 million group donation. And then we've gone out to our donors and to Facebook. My Facebook fundraiser has raised almost $200,000 in just a few days. And I think people realize a lot of kids, 30 million children in this country, get 10 out of 21 meals at school at a free and reduced basis. And so we need to help these families replace that food. There is a food bank in every local area. You can go to Feeding America and find yours. But I would just love to see people launch Facebook fundraisers or any way we can support people, because it's not just health risk people have. It's a very serious risk of meeting basic needs. And food, of all things right now, is something people desperately need and people are really worried about getting.
Speaking about needs, people are desperate for information, and the coronavirus seems to present a unique opportunity for people to panic and people to seed misinformation. Everything from fake cures to who created the coronavirus, or that this is a media-inspired fantasy. When it comes to politicians, when it comes to celebrities or influencers on Facebook or Instagram, how are you handling potential misinformation or misleading claims at a time when we are in the middle of a public health crisis?
Well, we're responding to this with all hands on deck. We are taking down any harmful misinformation on the coronavirus. We're working with WHO very closely and directly, taking down things they think are harmful right away, working with local health ministries. We're trying to get good information out to people. Tom, my fiance, and I, we just did, asked by the WHO director, a hand-washing video, and we're asking celebrities across Facebook and Instagram, anyone with a big following, to share good information. So it's about taking down the bad and about getting out the good. We're also partnering with the UN Foundation and the WHO to launch a COVID response fund for them. We have a $10 million match. We've already raised $3 million on Facebook, and we're going to do our match whether or not we hit it, but we really hope people will jump in. And we're going to do the same for the CDC coming very soon. So this is about taking down the bad information, but also getting the good information and support out to people and to these incredible organizations like the WHO and the CDC that are going to need everyone to be doing what they can do to reduce the spread of this virus.
What about misinformation in private groups where sometimes
Order
some of the most
canceled.
critical
Order
misinformation
canceled.
resides, and a lot of that is medical misinformation? Is Facebook hands off there when it comes to misinformation in private, but on Facebook?
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
U.S. stocks plunged the most since 1987 as President Trump warned that disruptions from the coronavirus could last well into the summer. For more, I want to get to Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta on the markets. Now, Kriti, we saw a broad sell-off today across most sectors. Let's drill in to tech, though. Give us the highlights there.
That's right. We did see the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 really take some major hits down, I believe 11% on the day. What you really want to take away, though, is the way that tech is really interacting with these volatile swings in the market, moving in both directions. Now, something I've been talking about a lot is how this broader stock market is moving, like I said, in both directions. Massive losses followed by massive gains, and tech really leading on both sides. Now, think about it here. If you're looking at investing in tech, now is really the time to kind of buy in. And the people I'm talking to on the street are really taking this opportunity to buy the dip there. On the flip side of that, there is a shortage of kind of liquidity in the market right now. So you are seeing also when people are cutting their positions, really targeting tech in that aspect because you are, of course, exposing yourself to the tech industry in larger volumes than other sectors. So really interesting to see how tech is really kind of interacting with the broader sell-off there.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor all develops. Of course, watch the open into Asia. Bloomberg Markets Live reporter Kriti Gupta, thank you so much for that update. Plenty more ahead. Stay with Bloomberg Television. This is Bloomberg.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. order filled, order filled, order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a taxi.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang in San Francisco. Back to the markets. We want to get a read on how equities and bonds did today. And for that, I'm joined by our What You Missed co-anchor, Romaine Bostick. And on the phone, we've got David Schwawell. He is the Chief Investment Officer of Family Management Corporation. David, thank you so much for calling us. Obviously, it's so hard to know where to place your bets at this time and just what you should be preparing for. What are you preparing for as you work your investment strategy out for the next 24 hours?
That's a great question, and I think it's just unprecedented times, and every day the news
order canceled,
so quickly
order canceled, order canceled.
Up with. So I think on a short-term horizon, I think investors are really trying to get a grasp of what the different range of outcomes could be. I think President Trump's announcement today really gave kind of a more realistic framework that, the coronavirus really could be in place until summer, and I think to some degree that might help manage investor expectations going forward of just how long this could last for.
So where are you placing your bets? I mean, in terms of shaping your own strategy with so many unknowns, what do you think is the most likely scenario and how are you operating?
I do think that the markets may be getting a little bit ahead of themselves, but it's a very fine line. I think that, if you look at corporate bond spreads, we've seen corporate spreads blow out very wide over the past week or two. Particularly high yield spreads out probably more than 400 basis points on the year, wider to over 800 basis points. So there's a fine line in corporate America, depending on how long this slowdown or economy screeching to a halt lasts, that you could really put some significant strain on corporate borrowers. So I think that the high yield space could probably still see some pain. I think that investment grade bond spreads are actually fairly attractive right now, at a couple hundred basis points wide. It's 200 to 300 basis points wide. So I think there is value there right now. I think that, even the banking space, I think that the banking space right now is really pricing somewhat for Armageddon, and I think that there's some interesting value there.
Well, David, kind of expand a little bit on that pricing, because I'm wondering that when you look at the sell-off that we've had, not just today, but really over the past 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks here, how much of that is tied to this idea that a lot of the companies out there did have this net leverage that was really, by some measures, astronomical?
Absolutely, and in the market conditions were really favorable for that. So you had a corporate market that was really amenable
order
to
canceled,
refinancing,
order canceled,
order
submitted,
really,
order submitted.
Open up for really favorable terms, and then you add on to the fact that interest rates were low, spreads were low, and you had an environment where leverage was easy to take on and debt service was very low. And at the current time, we do have low risk-free rates, but obviously credit spreads are much higher now, and obviously top-line sales are going to be non-existent while costs are still going to be there. So the pressure, depending on how long this lasts for, is really going to start to pinch borrowers, particularly lower-grade borrowers.
Okay, so that's the conundrum here. So for everyone out there, David, who's trying to sort of go into their spreadsheets and sort of remodel things, how do you solve for X in this type of environment when you look at these multiples and you basically have no multiple because there's nothing to multiply?
Exactly. So I think that the typical, what is the S&P going to earn for 2020, that goes out the window. We have no idea how long this is going to last for, what the downturn is. I think within the credit markets, at least in high yield, I think that the markets are kind of pricing for 15 to 20% defaults at this
order
point.
Filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
I think
order
on a
submitted.
sector basis, there are interesting values out there. I know a moment ago I talked about the banking sector, but I think that there's some interesting value out there depending on how things go over the next 6 months.
What do you see happening in tech where we're seeing some of the most dramatic slides, David, of the day?
Right. Well, if you go back probably 6 months ago, the headlines in tech were really on the regulatory front. So if you think about big tech, the headlines were, are they going to go after Facebook, Google, Amazon for antitrust? And what's interesting today is you almost think that these big tech companies are under maybe a little bit better competitive advantage going forward. I mean, if you look at Amazon, the retail segment is going to be decimated, which is extremely sad.
Which is, was a real blessing. And, while it's unpleasant, it's certainly, in those conditions, it's manageable. My heart just goes out to the folks who are not that fortunate or who had underlying health issues and the very elderly who, have really struggled and tragically passed away. I mean, it's a curse, and I just wish everybody well who gets it, and wish them stay hydrated, stay rested, and wish them the best.
I second those wishes. James, Ray Dalio told me yesterday that this is much worse than the 2008 financial crisis. What kinds of base case assumptions are you making at this point for the recession and the recovery?
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, the economic impact, the GDP decline is obviously much worse, but it's so specific, and it's built around the virus. What kind of world will we have when we have immunity from it, when we have, the right testing? There are so many unknowns now, whereas back in 2008, it was a fundamental collapse of the whole financial system, and had it not been, the system not been rescued, then who knows what long-term damage, multi-decade, might have been to the economy. So, but listen, these were both truly tragic situations. I mean, from our perspective, in running a company, there's, a few things you got to focus on. Number one, we've got millions of clients trading trillions of dollars all over the world. Our plant has to work. We have to be able to facilitate clients doing that so they can manage their businesses. They have to have the ability to manage their own liquidity and funding and capital needs, and we play a critical role in that. In the number one equities player in the world, one of the largest wealth managers in the world, one of the largest capital markets businesses, etc. So number one, the plant has to work. And thank God, Eric, with 90% of our employees at home, we've had almost no issues from our plant. And that's just a remarkable testament to the tech and ops teams at this place. The second thing is you do your bit. I mean, we voluntarily cut back on our buyback to zero. We thought it was best to preserve our capital to support clients in need. We're obviously doing everything through our communities that organizations like ours that are large and have resources should be doing. Third thing is to make sure that our teams are properly coordinated given the remote isolation everybody's going through. And we spend an enormous amount of time communicating with them, setting up plans. What would it be like to bring people back to work? Starting to think about what the future might look like.
It's clearly not as bad, or at least you don't think it's going to be as bad for Morgan Stanley, and perhaps not as bad for the banking industry as the 2008 financial crisis was. What about the broader economy? 5 million people filed for first-time unemployment benefits last week. It's 22 million, in excess of 22 million since this began. How do you fathom or even model the kinds of dislocation unemployment on that scale is going to produce, James?
Yeah, what's the shock to the global economic system is something we haven't seen since the Great Depression. And as you point out, is far more dramatic than what occurred during the financial crisis. And in addition, we have this massive health crisis, which is working its way around the world with at times devastating consequences. You can't model this. I mean, what you've got to do is preserve your capital, make sure you're well positioned to deal with the risks, understand the risks you're taking on as a business, and manage your way through that in a way where the whole team, as I said, is working together. We have
order
daily
filled.
operating committee
Order
calls.
submitted. Order submitted.
Constantly. The whole team is organized around how do we ensure that A, we're doing our job for our clients, and B, that Morgan Stanley remains stable during
mission with no major loss of capability. What I'd like to know is, how does that change the way you think about the way this firm operates in the future?
can I see a future where part of every week, certainly part of every month for a lot of our employees will be at home? Absolutely. I think, yes, we will have less footprint. I think that's highly likely. You know, we've proven we can operate with effectively no footprint.
Well, that was Mr. Gorman speaking to our Eric Schatzker there from Morgan Stanley. Now, coming up later on Bloomberg TV, we'll be speaking to Loretta Mester, the Cleveland Fed president. That interview at 2 p.m. London time. Don't miss it. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled.
Climate change is
Order
the defining
filled.
issue
Order
of our
submitted.
time.
Order
So we've
submitted.
redefined how we cover it.
Order
With clear
canceled.
data and rigorous journalism, we rise to the scale of the challenge to reveal the breadth of possibility. We look at stories from every angle to provoke debate, spotlight solutions, and make sense of the greatest crisis of our generation. Bloomberg Green, solutions for a changing climate.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
The economic impact, the GDP decline is obviously much worse, but it's so specific and it's built around the virus. You know, what kind of world will we have when we have immunity from it, when we have, you know, the right testing? There are so many unknowns now, whereas back in 2008, it was a fundamental collapse of the whole financial system. And had it not been, you know, the system not been rescued, then who knows what long-term damage, multi-decade, might have been to the economies.
The problem is gigantic. The resources we have to deploy are significant, and we need to move with what we have very, very rapidly.
More specifically, annualized U.S. GDP is forecasted to decline in excess of 30% in the second quarter before recovering in the third and fourth quarters, resulting in an economic contraction of about 6% of the year. This compares to growth expectations of over 2% just a few months ago.
It's an exogenous shock. This is a crisis like no other. It's the worst since the Great Depression. It is important for countries to use their monetary policy tools and use the fiscal tools to support their economic activity. And that will also help financial stability going forward when you can get a stronger recovery.
that have been used and going forward that can be used. This is what your markets are doing right now. Now we are seeing a little bit of a lift to the market. It's not discouraging news
Order
for Friday.
filled.
Yesterday, though, we had some pretty big numbers, bad numbers for unemployment, or at least for jobless claims in the U.S. Now, stocks are actually advancing, with U.S. equity futures also advancing. I think what people and market participants are looking at is this baby steps towards restarting the world's largest economy after we had a plan laid out by President Trump. That's helping investors look past mixed progress on curbing the coronavirus and also helping them to look past the dismal data we had from China. So treasuries actually edging lower, oil slumping. The other thing I'm looking at is Gilead Sciences. Now, this stock is one thing that you have to watch. This is after there was a report that it saw improvements in virus sufferers taking this Gilead drug. Now, coming up shortly, I'll be joined by Tom Keene in New York. An interesting conversation coming up when it comes to the markets with Mark Hefele, the Chief Executive Officer of UBS Wealth Management. So we'll ask him what he sees when it comes to treasuries. And then also a conversation with Loretta Mester, the Cleveland Fed president, on what happens next from policymakers. Don't miss that conversation at 2 p.m. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Global stocks push higher as President Trump outlines steps to reopen the economy. 5 million more Americans filed for unemployment. China's economy contracts for the first time in decades on coronavirus. First quarter GDP shrinks 6.8%.
Order submitted.
Plus,
Order
Gilead
submitted.
surges in
Order
pre-market.
submitted.
The drug maker gains on a report claiming its coronavirus therapy is working on trial patients. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua in London, Tom Keene in New York. Tom, we do have some interesting dynamics in the markets because a lot of the focus is trying to look through the ugly numbers we had from China GDP, look through the fact that actually the number of deaths are still quite high, to actually focus on what we heard overall from Gilead and President Trump trying to reopen the economy.
Yeah, there's mixed messages on the Gilead news. What I would emphasize, Francine, besides oil falling out of bed, we'll do that with a data check here in a moment, is the politicians, country to country, are all cheerleading forward as we would expect politicians to do. The underlying
Order filled.
math
Order
on a
submitted.
Thursday past
Order submitted.
was outright grim. Whether it was Russia or Germany, you know better about the United Kingdom than I do. And the news in New York City and New Jersey was just, there's only one word for it, grim. Cases in New York City increased 9.8% yesterday. That's a huge fallback from the end in May story that we've been getting.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom, it is. And actually, if you look at the pattern, if it's anything like we saw in Italy and France, it gets better and then it gets worse and it gets better. So,
yes, exactly.
Bear with us, I think, and good luck to everyone is how we would put it. Now, let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News in New York City is Viviana Hurtado. Hi, Viviana.
Hi, Francine. Tom, China hasn't had an economic report like this in decades. The coronavirus pushing the country's economy into a contraction in the first quarter. GDP shrinking 6.8% from a year ago. That's the worst performance since at least 1992. A recovery, it won't be easy. The coronavirus has hammered business around the world, so China will have to rely on fragile domestic demand. Here in the United States, President Donald Trump unveiling broad guidelines. They cover how states can reopen, but he's leaving the details to the state governors, and it's a three-phase process. It starts with a downward trajectory in coronavirus cases. The president says some states could begin, quote, literally tomorrow. The guidelines marking an almost complete retreat from the president's earlier claim. He said he has total authority
Order canceled.
to order states
Order
to
canceled.
reopen. And now to a wave of gloomy forecasts. It has oil hovering today around $20 a barrel. Crude headed for its second weekly loss in a row. And that's despite the historic agreement to cut output. Saudi Arabia and Russia say if necessary, they're willing to make further cuts in production. Global news, 24 hours a day on air. Now, quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Viviana Hurtado. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Viviana, thanks so much. So let's
now,
look
for more
at
on your
equities,
markets
bonds,
and for
currencies,
more on
commodities.
what's
I want to
coming
get
up
right
next.
through this.
Sorry, Tom.
Let me do the data right now. I want to get through this very quickly here. I'm really just going to focus on a risk-on feel. And again, equities higher today. And West Texas Intermediate is absolutely remarkable. Back to after 9/11. We are back to December of 2001 into January of 2002 at $19 a barrel and now at $18 handle. It's extraordinary. Francine?
Yeah, Tom, I'm just looking at stocks advancing with U.S. equity futures. Again, the focus is actually on the world's largest economy, the U.S., helping investors understand how they will reopen. So with more on that, let's go straight to Mark Hayfley, UBS Wealth Management Global Chief Investment
Order
Officer.
filled.
Mark, thank
Order
you for
submitted.
joining us.
Order
The market is
submitted.
taking respite by the fact that we're slowly thinking about the plans to reopen the economy. What happens to markets if we open and then we have to shut back down? Because if you look at the number of deaths or infection, they're not really 100% under control.
Order filled.
Well, thank you so much. And I think in our base case, we do think that we start to get the restrictions lifted, but there will be setbacks as we progress through the year. And that's why the earnings that people are looking forward to are probably not going to make it back to trend before 2021. So I think some of that, what you're describing, is priced in.
What happens, where do you look at to actually model when is a right time to go back in the markets almost definitively, right? Does it have to be the 100% end of the lockdown, or is there a buying signal?
Well, a lot of that really depends on which markets. And I think that, having followed coverage very closely and the great job that you all have been doing, I do want to point out there is a little bit of a difference between what
Order canceled.
we hear
Order
from
submitted. Order submitted.
investment managers, and then what we see from our private clients, from our investors. And we see both sides. We just had an investor forum with trillions in capital from professional managers, and we also see what clients are doing. And I think that often you talk to managers who are really focused on just one asset class, but when you look at private clients who had a diversified, balanced portfolio, they're doing pretty well. Partly because they were balanced and diversified, but also because the speed of the sell-off and the speed of the recovery meant that many of them, either by design or simply by just the mechanics of it, did hold through. And so now actually a lot of them are focused on post-crisis. And the most number of questions that we get now is kind of about not what levels should I go all in or all out, but what are the most attractive asset classes? For example, we like credit here still because credit tends to lead out of an incident like this. And then also, what does the world look like? What are the
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Get into over time, because we know that the crisis will end at some point.
Mark,
order
filled.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
We go rapidly. How does a more responsible long-term investor reset on this Friday? I mean, they can't buy that much more Amazon
order
or
filled.
Netflix. They
Order
already own
filled.
up to their eyeballs. If you can't be in the ones that are leading the way, where is the value in the market given the massive reset of the last 2 weeks?
Right. So I think it's important to point out that we do see, barring some of the potential game changers, like some of the news around antivirals, maybe the broader indices, particularly in the United States, are kind of range bound, and therefore we do want to look to some other themes. I think one of the themes that over the longer term will work out is a focus on health tech or genetic therapies or oncology. More on the health side. You mentioned, the digital trends, and it's true that a lot of people have done very well. Although if you
order
think
filled.
about internet penetration and usage, it is likely to continue
Order
higher
submitted.
from here.
Order
I know
submitted.
that you just
Order
had
submitted.
some interviews where very large corporations are talking about doing much more from outside of the office, and that means more digital trends. And then I also think looking beyond into other asset classes, because one of the questions we get, and perhaps it's because we're a Swiss bank, is around what about this debt situation and how do I change my portfolio? Maybe add the tips or maybe add gold or other asset classes so that I'm prepared if we have a little bit higher inflation coming out of this or different tax policies and things.
Right. Mark Heffley, UBS has a heritage of study of China like no one. This goes back to the wonderful Jonathan Anderson
Order filled.
years ago.
Order submitted.
What is your view
Order
on
submitted.
the stability
Order
of China
filled.
right now
Order
and the
submitted.
ability of
Order
China to
submitted.
rebound?
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I think that,
Order filled. Order filled.
Everything is a little bit one crisis at a time. I think in reviewing the numbers this morning, certainly the rebound for China, is not going to be a V-shaped recovery. But we saw some of the markets do relatively well, in part because the industrial production is coming back, in part because we've seen that the ability of, we're monitoring things like traffic flows. They are improving rather rapidly. And a lot of the second wave infections that we're seeing in China, have been from people returning home. So I'm not saying that China is all back to normal, but it really is setting a standard here that is in some ways, it's going to be hard for the West to live up to in terms of contact tracing, in terms of social distancing. Some of the things you described about the way that the West may restart may not be as successful as what we've seen come out of China and Asia.
Mark, at the moment, the market is focusing on, getting away from the pandemic, saving lives, reopening the economy. When do they start focusing on the incredible amount of debt that governments
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Well, as I said, I think some of our clients are already there because they have their plan for how they want to play the near term lined up. But we've been thinking more and more about this, and I think we see it a little bit like after World War II, where there is financial repression. We have in place the Federal Reserve managing the yield
Order
curve.
Canceled. Order canceled.
I think one of the places where we may be a little out of consensus is the view that inflation is unlikely to spike up from here, despite the stimulus in the economy, despite the debt load, in part because so much spending, if you think about the United States, so much spending is indexed to inflation. It's not like inflation is an easy way out of the debt
Order
that
canceled.
have been incurred.
Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Mark, thank you so much. Really appreciate the time today. Mark Hafley, of course, with UBS. We've got much more coming up. In the next hour, we're really going to drive forward to a review of the markets, and particularly a stock market that people look at as so odd. I believe Anthony Dwyer is scheduled to be with us with Canaccord Genuity. But next, we will look at a most interesting United Kingdom of Mr. Johnson, Mr. Rabb, and the others. Joining us, Camilla Cavendish will join us as we look at the UK response to this virus. With Futures Up, stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Tom, let's reflect a little bit on what's been happening in the UK. Boris Johnson is still the only Prime Minister or head of state that we know of that had contracted COVID. Yesterday, we heard that actually there will be a lockdown extension for another 3 weeks. At the same time, they also made it clear that will be no delay in Brexit. With our morning must-read is Camilla Cavendish, a former policy head of David Cameron, writing in the FT, saying the British economy faces an additional self-inflicted challenge after 3 years of uncertainty over Brexit. In the spirit of the moment, I hope Mr. Johnson will urge Europe to collaborate rather than compete in fighting the virus, if necessary, also postpone the trade talks. Well, we're delighted to be joined now by Lady Camilla Cavendish. Camilla, thank you for joining us. When you look, first of all, on the response of the NHS, but also this government to pandemic, it's been different from the US, it's been different from many countries in Europe. How would you rate it?
Well, that's the big question that we don't yet know the answer to. If you look across Europe, it is true that Britain seems to be doing worse than certainly countries like Germany. We've got more deaths for actually fewer cases than they had in Germany. We're more like Italy and southern countries which have healthcare systems which are struggling. The NHS has done an extraordinary job in the sense that it has emptied about a third of hospital beds in the past month, and we've built field hospitals overnight, rather like the one I think you have in Central Park in New York. And we've got 25,000 retired doctors and nurses coming back to work. So we actually do have the critical care capacity, which was a big worry for the politicians. But you're right, we have done things differently here. The government stopped quarantining quite early on, and actually thought that the British public wouldn't agree to the kind of self-isolation that we're now seeing. And as a result, we've lagged behind on testing. And I think everybody now agrees that widespread testing is going to be the only way we can come out of this, because we need to know who's got it and who hasn't. And Britain is behind on that.
What does this mean for Brexit? The government keeps on saying that actually there will be no delay to the transition period. Is this a negotiation tactic, or do you really think they just want out? They can't afford to delay it any longer?
I think they really just want out. I was rather surprised because I thought it would have been logical to take more time. If you're trying to get a good trade deal when everybody's distracted, it's very, very difficult to have any meaningful negotiation. There is clearly a view in the government, though, that we will be freer to solve these problems and adopt our own rules if we're outside the EU. A lot of people in Brussels would say that's not quite right, because to be
Order
honest,
filled.
pretty much
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Everywhere. But yes, I just think there's no reverse gear on this one. I think the British government believes it had committed to that, and it's going to take its chances.
Lady Cavendish, good morning from New York. Tom Keene here. You served David
Order
Cameron,
filled.
and I guess that was a high. Good to see it. It was a government of stability as well. Tell our global audience the vacuum that exists with a recovering Prime Minister Johnson. Over the weekend, how urgent is it for the Prime Minister to get back
Order
to the desk
submitted.
10 Downing
Order
Street?
submitted. Order submitted.
So, Tom, this is a really interesting question because we don't have a presidential system. So it's probably not quite as big a vacuum as you would have if your president went into hospital. Essentially, as you know, Britain is run by a cabinet system. It's collective responsibility, so all ministers theoretically agree the policies together, and a lot of the policies are made in cabinet committees. And actually, funnily enough, when Boris Johnson went into hospital, most of the policies had been agreed until the end of lockdown. So there was what was more a question of execution than making new policy.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
The longer he takes to recover, the bigger the danger is that there will be, I think, an avoidance of taking the big decisions. So what I'm seeing is that I don't think any individual minister wants to step up to make the really big decisions. And the really big decision is going to be, when do we come out of lockdown and how do we come out of lockdown? Now, the government's obviously said yesterday that we're going to have another 3 weeks of lockdown, but they have not really been
Order
much
filled.
than that about which groups might be able to go back, primary school children and so on. And so there is, to some extent,
Order cancelled.
a bit of drift there, but it's nothing like as bad as it would be in a presidential system.
In America, Lady Cavendish, the Republicans, the many shades of Republicans, are trying to learn how to act like fiscal Democrats, how to spend billions and billions of dollars. How are the conservatives, how are the Tories doing at acting more like Labor?
Well, they've been surprisingly quick. to grasp that nettle. And then we have a very new Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, who basically was only in the job for a few weeks before he had to make enormous decisions. I mean, they have essentially furloughed workers on 80% of wages. We've got a huge emergency lending scheme with the Bank of England working in concert. So the Conservatives have moved almost effortlessly to become big spenders. And funnily enough, it's consistent with their manifesto in the last election when actually Boris Johnson was pledging enormous spending on infrastructure.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
So, yeah, they've stolen Labour's clothes.
Order cancelled.
But
Order
it's also
cancelled.
a pragmatic response. I mean, it's rather like the financial crisis of 2008, isn't it? I mean, these are levers that just have to be pulled. I think the big debate in the Conservative Party is how long this lasts. And there is a concern in some parts of the Conservative Party that we might see a bigger state, a kind of Leviathan, on a permanent basis. And obviously people are worried about that.
Right.
I mean, they will want to get back to a more free market solution.
Lady Cavendish, thank you for joining Bloomberg Surveillance today. Camilla Cavendish, working with David Cameron, head of UK for his government a number of years ago. We've got much more to talk about. I really want to direct you to TV Go. If you're part of Global Wall Street and you have the Bloomberg terminal, whether it's a terminal or you've got it on a cell phone like I have here, I find this incredibly useful. The terminal on the cell phone is TV Go. Not only do you get the live streaming of what we're doing within Bloomberg Television, but you get our many important conversations, including Mr. Shasker's conversation yesterday with James Gorman of Morgan Stanley. Please stay with us.
Order
Worldwide.
filled.
This
Order
is
submitted.
Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Vivian Artato. Let's get your Bloomberg Business Flash. We begin with shares of drug maker Gilead. Today, they're rising. A report in a medical publication saying the company's coronavirus drug is working. A trial is being conducted at the University of Chicago. A researcher says most patients using the Gilead drug had been discharged. Only 2 died. Now to Cantor Fitzgerald, it's breaking Wall Street rivals on job cuts. The financial services firm run by Howard Lutnick will cut hundreds of employees. Since the coronavirus outbreak began, the reductions are the deepest in the industry. Banks such as Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, and HSBC have pledged this year to hold off on dismissals. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine, Tom.
Viviana, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it this morning. We've got much more coming up. We can look at the data here. You got a lift in the equity market. The Gilead news yesterday helping out, but just a general lift off the good news we saw yesterday led by Amazon and Netflix. Oil, $18 a barrel, West Texas Intermediate. Stay with us. John Bilton, JP Morgan Asset Management, joins us next. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance. Thank you for being with us today. Our usual setup from Manhattan. I'm on the edge of Central Park here, right by Mount Sinai Hospital, where very brave people are working with an exceptionally challenging Friday and this yesterday, Thursday, here on medicine in Manhattan. Francine Lacroix in West London, as well as we just talked to Baroness Cavendish about the challenges of British government. Right now, the markets. John Bilton is with JP Morgan Asset Management. He has to listen to their research capabilities. John, we just saw your foreign exchange department make a new call on euro, looking for a weaker euro to 1.06. I'm going to assume the 4 digits, that's 1.0600, which is weaker euro. As you well know, a multi-asset strategy is so much based off flows. What will the flows be in the coming weeks and months?
Yeah, so hey, Tom.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
What's important is, from an asset management perspective, one of the things that we care a great deal about is indeed the flows. And you're thinking where things are going. We've seen, it's been quite interesting watching how markets have
Order
responded.
submitted.
Because,
Order submitted. Order
days,
submitted.
There's been quite a lot of focus on where, for instance, equity markets and credit markets have gone, and we've seen that sort of on the back of relatively decent inflows into both asset classes. But I think what's interesting is actually take a step back and look at the overall volume that's been involved. And I think given that the surge that we've seen in both those asset classes, it's actually been on a little bit less volume than we saw going through into the downswing that we had during March. And so for us, that leaves us perhaps a little bit nervous that this is still something that looks a little bit more like a bear market rally. So certainly volumes and flows, incredibly important for us in terms of looking for where markets might be finding a base. So we do find ourselves still a little bit nervous about this market and seeing equities and credit in particular perhaps maybe over discounting the good news around the virus, which of course we've all been looking forward to having, but not necessarily picking up perhaps some of the economic impacts.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
By markets.
What are you doing? This is a really important question, folks, particularly over the research weekend into Monday morning. How is JP Morgan framing sector analysis in equities? To me, it's radically different than just trotting out a convenient barbell strategy. What is your sector position moving forward?
Well, I think, that's something, again, that we've got to sort of follow some of the information that's coming through from higher frequency data. And I think, again, this will be something that will develop over time. So let's break a few things down. What do we know that is performing relatively well? Well, first and foremost, I think it's interesting that tech has done relatively well. It's held up pretty well. I think we're seeing reasonable demand coming through in some of the Asian data for things like memory chips.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
If we look at some of the data flow that's come through recently in the industrial production data out of the US, although autos were down 28%, tech had barely moved. So actually, I think the fact is that tech's holding in relatively well. So, here and now, it's a sector where you'd think, that might give me some defensive characteristics. I think some of the other sectors which are giving you the defensive positioning, more bond proxy style sectors, I think are definitely, again, an area to continue to look at. So I think as we're going through a period where we've got to face up to the fact that we are in a recession, I think you are looking at defensive sectors, and I think you're looking for where you're able to get some earnings through. The risk to me, particularly with bond yields coming down, continues to be around things like the financials, where I think we've got to be just mindful that flatter curves are going to be a bit of a challenge for that sector in general.
Mm-hmm. John, do we go back to normal? Do we go back to what was happening in January to the world economy when the lockdown eases, or how will this pandemic change markets and the economies forever?
Well, I mean, I think that's obviously the $64,000 question, isn't it? And I think first and foremost, let's be clear. I think one's level of personal bullishness or bearishness doesn't come from the fact that
order canceled. Order canceled.
We know that's happened. It's the trajectory of recovery. Our baseline case, we would expect it to be not until towards the back end of 2021 that we would see
order
the
filled.
Kind of level
Order
of
submitted. Order submitted.
Earnings that we saw pre-crisis. So that's quite a significant
order
period
submitted.
of recovery.
Order
now,
submitted.
Probably will move some way to discount that early. I think you've got to be particularly bullish to see a recovery back to that sort of level of economic activity by the beginning of next year. So I think that it really does come down to the shape of the recovery that you see coming through. I guess, though, without wanting to sound too bearish, I am very much a believer that this is an economy that will bounce back in the fullness of time. I think a couple of things go into this. I think first and foremost, I I think the gains from productivity, from seeing how we've been able
Order
to
canceled.
bring to bear
Order
new
canceled.
tools very
Order
quickly,
submitted.
for instance,
Order
for
submitted.
home working, for networking, etc., those will have productivity benefits over the fullness of time. And I think the other thing to bear in mind is, of course, everyone's forgotten about 2019. 2019 saw a significant manufacturing slowdown. So we were already coming off a relatively low base.
Right.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Spending inventories should get a disproportionately large kicker. And that's something which I think will help the economy begin to accelerate once we're through this crisis.
Let us continue this discussion with John Bilton of JP Morgan Asset Management. Right now, with our news in New York City, here's Viviana Hurtado.
Tom, we begin with President Donald Trump. His new guidelines could have some states reopening in a month. Reopening will be based on a downward trajectory in coronavirus cases. There would be a three-phase process to return to near normal work and social life. Each state's governor would set the actual timeline. President Trump saying some states could start the process, quote, literally tomorrow. And for weeks, critics have been skeptical of China's official coronavirus death toll. Now Beijing revising the count upward by nearly 40%. The new total, more than 4,600, authorities saying at the time the deaths were not recorded in official data. Now to Germany, that's where for the second day in a row, coronavirus cases increased at a faster rate. Still, a key metric on the spread of the disease actually declined. All this as Germany gets ready for some restrictions on public life to lift next week. And the U.S. Treasury Department may accept some unusual collateral from airlines hoping for rescue loans. Bloomberg has learned the carrier's frequent flyer programs could be in play. Airlines can make money from them by selling miles to banks. The banks then use the miles to reward customer credit card use. Last year, Delta made $4.2 billion selling miles. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Viviana Hurtado. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Viviana, thank you so much. Now coming up, we'll have plenty more on your markets. We'll look at dollar dynamics. We'll look at gold. We're going back to John Bilton. Also coming up, 2 p.m. London time, an exclusive conversation with the Cleveland Fed president. She's Loretta Mester. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled.
coronavirus has hit our industry like a meteoroid impact. So the government has clearly learned from the 2008 and 2009 crises and has worked with us as a leader in the industry to set up a program that prohibits these procyclical behaviors from occurring, and it's a very, very important measure the government has taken.
A number of voices are talking about the pandemic, how it will play out, and actually what's happened in terms of governments trying to deal with it over the last couple of weeks and months. Now let's continue our conversation on the markets. In the break, actually, Tom was bringing my attention to the fact that West Texas Intermediate, the Texan oil, the U.S. oil, is below $19 a barrel. Let's get straight back to John Bilton of JP Morgan Asset Management. John, how do you look at the price of oil? So we had that, historic agreement of OPEC Plus, unclear whether the U.S. is now part of OPEC Plus or not in December, but demand is falling off a cliff. And so unless they do more production cuts, and it's unclear whether, governments will cheat, then could we actually see a price of oil at $10 a barrel?
Yeah, well, I know certainly there are some commentators that are calling for it to possibly sort of head down to those kind of levels. But I think what's important is to recognise that we have seen a massive slump in global oil demand. It's down by around about a third. So the notion that we've seen, there's obviously 10 million barrels per day production cut from OPEC.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
In the right direction and certainly helps sentiment within the oil market, but it doesn't necessarily actually affect the supply-demand dynamic. And this is a goods market, so it prices off of that. And the problem you've got is really twofold. Number one, you do have this ongoing risk to demand, because even after this crisis episode
Order
is over,
submitted.
it will
Order
take some
submitted.
time, I think,
Order
for
submitted.
personal muscle memory to allow individuals to be willing to go and sit on aeroplanes or spend as much time in transportation as perhaps they have done pre-crisis. So there may be some overhang effect there. Add into that the fact that the economy is clearly in recession and oil demand should also go down. But I think the other side of it as well, of course, remember, is storage capacity. And that, I think, is really going to be something which comes onto the fore, and that it potentially has
Order filled.
the ability to
Order
push
submitted.
the spot
Order
price of oil
submitted.
down meaningfully, which means that actually for money coming in that would be looking to buy oil more speculatively, more as an asset, actually you're then dealing with the roll carry down the curve. So that all of these things, I think, together really are pushing oil in probably the wrong direction, but certainly the cuts are good from a sentiment perspective and make us, and certainly remind us that OPEC still is a big deal in the oil market.
Order filled. Order
John,
submitted.
What
Order
is the main
submitted.
worry for inflation, right? What is the risk of the world, not only the U.S., actually going towards a downward deflationary spiral?
Well, I think
Order
there's a couple
cancelled.
of things to
Order
bear in
cancelled.
mind here. I think first and foremost, during a recession, you would expect to have a disinflationary episode. So the fact that, as we go through this period, it's unlikely that you see inflation spot metrics pick up. However, it's worth bearing in mind just the sheer scale of fiscal stimulus that's been brought to bear. And fiscal stimulus stimulates the demand side of the economy over the fullness of time. And I think what we learned from the last expansion is that once a policy tool is out of the bottle, once the genie's out of the bottle, it doesn't really go back in that easily. And so I think it's highly likely that we see ongoing fiscal support, much bigger government
Order
debt.
submitted.
That
Order
potentially,
submitted.
in a low interest rate policy environment, will allow reflationary pressures to build through time. But to be clear, this is not something which I think we need to be concerning ourselves with in the near term. But I think as we see how much damage is being done to the supply side of the economy from this crisis, plus the fiscal stimulus and low policy rates, in the next
Order cancelled.
over the next 3 to 5 years, the scope for more of a reflationary pressure, I think those ingredients are being put in place now.
John Bilton, thank you so much. Great brief, particularly as we see FX at JP Morgan go to a euro call of a 106, weaker euro. John Bilton with JP Morgan Asset Management. Coming up, we're going to drive forward the conversation. Again, this with those equity markets up today. Oil, 1803, West Texas Intermediate. A good time to speak to Mr. McVeigh of KKR, Henry McVeigh of KKR in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us from London. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Vivian Hurtado. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. We begin with shares of Boeing. They're surging. The
Order
beleaguered
submitted.
aircraft maker
Order
unveiling
submitted.
plans to restart next week jet manufacturing in the Seattle area. And that ends a shutdown that began last month due to the coronavirus pandemic. About 27,000 Boeing workers will return to their jobs. Now to Broadcom, it's sounding the alarm on unforeseen tech industry disruptions. The chip maker telling customers they need to place orders for parts at least 6 months ahead of time. And that's a surprisingly long lead time. Broadcom says lockdowns in Asia have closed or are severely disrupting business operations. And we end with billionaire casino mogul Sheldon Adelson. He's suspending the dividend for his Las Vegas Sands, and that will help shore up the company while the industry is shut
Order
down
filled.
by the coronavirus.
Order submitted.
Last year, Mr.
Order
Adelson
submitted.
personally collected
Order
more than
filled.
half of the
Order
almost $2.4
submitted.
billion
Order submitted.
payout. Bloomberg has learned for the first time Sands is looking to buy existing resorts from others. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine, Tom.
Viviana, thank you so much. Now, earlier on, I spoke to Luke Ellis. He's the chief executive officer of the biggest hedge fund, which is listed Man Group. But we talked about flows. We also talked about how many clients wanted to actually redeem just because they had problems of their own in terms of cash flow. Here he is.
I would imagine that there will be a lot of churn in client portfolios over the rest of the year in some form or another. So you're likely to see heightened
Order
redemptions,
filled.
but also
Order
heightened new
filled.
subscriptions. It's not a one-way thing at all. But as clients try to adjust to the new status of affairs, now, how long will it take us to really understand what's going on in the economy? I think that's hard to judge. We've got two enormous forces pushing against each other. We have a very, very serious economic shutdown going on one side, and we have enormous spending from central banks and governments on the other side. And the market is trying to find a balance between two very big forces. And I think you will see a lot of changes in tone over the course of the rest of the year and maybe beyond.
Can you quantify churn? Is it, I know it's difficult at the moment given all of the uncertainty out there, but is it a 15% difference in flows? Can it be bigger, or do we just not know at the moment?
Most businesses in the end came
Order
into
submitted.
this
Order
with
submitted.
a lot of leverage. The corporate world has been increasing leverage, whether it's through buybacks, whether it's through pushing to lighter and lighter balance sheets, whether it's through PE taking over things and therefore leveraging corporate balance sheets. That's led to a process where companies don't have that much runway in a lot of industries. And so they are suffering significantly, hence why we've seen 20 million new unemployed people in the US within a month, and no sense that that's stopping. And so you have to look at what the real economic consequences are to then understand what the consequences for individual stocks and individual bits of market and therefore individual strategies. So, I wouldn't want to guess in terms of actual flows in the industry. What we were trying to get at is we think market volatility is going to be at heightened levels compared to where we've seen it for the last 2 years, where let's be clear that market volatility the last 2 years was at very low levels. In heightened volatility, you will tend to get more change in client portfolios.
Let me also ask you about your confidence in the fact that one of your main quant portfolios actually lost money. Are you confident that some of these portfolios, the quant portfolios, can actually handle volatility better going forward?
I think what's important is when you think about this thing of quants handling volatility or discretionary handling volatility, the quant models are, they have all of the information that the human discretionary people have. They have all of the experience taken out of history and markets built up that human people have. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. But the good thing of a quant model is it's never emotional. And so the quant models were able to trade very discreet,
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
All the way through. While a lot of our good portfolio managers were able to stay calm through the discretionary portfolio managers through all of this, you've seen a lot of emotional behavior out there, and that has led to some significant mispricings. The good thing of quant is they just keep plugging along, doing what they're supposed to do every day.
Have you developed any model to predict the spread or predict the end of the pandemic, and therefore basically generating trading signals from it?
No, in simple terms. We're not experts in pandemic modeling. We have offered the government assistance in the UK where they're looking to get some help from quants who can help them with their modeling, because they're obviously trying to deal with a new set of circumstances. So
Order submitted.
we've offered some of our
Order
people to go and help
filled.
them with that.
Order
We've got
submitted.
some people with
Order
experience in it,
submitted.
but really what we're trying to do is let market prices and data that's out there tell us what's going on, and to manage our portfolios using that. And while the cause of this market environment is clearly unique, when you actually look at what's happening in markets, it is really a replay of things that we've seen before in previous times. And, the question is how that plays out going forward, but you can let market prices tell you what's going on in that.
Mr. Alistair of Man Group, and with Francine with that important question on quant performance and underperformance as the black boxes look at this pandemic as well. On the data today, it's real simple. An extraordinary lift in equity markets continues. I'll let the boards tell you the story with the VIX well under a 40, dare I say, we get nicely above 24,000 today and stay there. I'm not predicting that, but that's certainly what the tape says right now on the Dow. And then Francine, as well, as you mentioned with John Bilton, oil is extraordinary. I really want to emphasize, Francine, that this is storage dynamics, less geopolitics, with a massive differential between Brent crude in West Texas Intermediate, Cushing, Oklahoma, Texas, they're together, Francine, Oklahoma and Texas are next to each other, is $18.03 a barrel the last time I looked.
Yeah, what's amazing actually is that Brent is actually little changed, and yet WTI seems to be falling more than expected, Tom, or at least more than Brent is. Now, China's economy suffered this historic slump in the first quarter with the coronavirus outbreak threatening countries around the world. But if you're an OPEC Plus member, you really struggle to know what you do. You've agreed to cut. It's not enough, but again, a lot of these countries, Tom, have to balance their books, so it's going to be pretty tough for countries exporting oils, less tough for importing oils, but there's just not enough demand for it, Tom.
Absolutely fascinating. I was stunned when I saw the oil prices this morning. Coming up, this is going to be a conversation of the day. Tony Dwyer joins us from Canaccord Genuity on the bull market you don't believe in. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
This morning, the 4-decade economic boom that is China, it has ended. America loses 9 years of job growth in 1 month. And well, let's go exact. $349 billion evaporates for small business. They scream, Washington, do something now. And well, from total authority to call your own shots, the president, he capitulates, he adjusts his states' rights message. Meanwhile, all of New York City adjusts to an explosion in new cases, up nearly 10% in 1 day. And finally, Amazon to the moon, Netflix too. Stocks elevate amid modest risk on oil on Q in America plunges near $17 a barrel. Good morning, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. After an interesting and, quite frankly, folks, exhausting week, we are thrilled you're with us from New York, from the edge of Central Park here near the very heroic people working at Mount Sinai Hospital. I'm Tom Keene. Francine Lacroix in West London. And Francine, as we talked to Baroness Cavendish in the last hour, it's a really interesting mix in the United Kingdom between the politics of the government and really fairly grim pandemic statistics.
Yeah, we also haven't seen really from Boris Johnson in a while, Tom. So, the daily briefings are led by various cabinet ministers. And yesterday we had a further 3 weeks of lockdown extended. But as Camilla Cavendish was saying, Baroness Cavendish, maybe we need a lot more testing to figure out exactly how many people have had it, how many people have not. What the markets are looking at today, Tom, it's interesting because they're looking through the number of cases that are still increasing in Europe, that are still increasing in the US. So they're looking through the deaths for now and the infected cases. They're also looking through Chinese GDP that frankly was horrific, the first contraction in a decade, and they're focusing on the positives. We could have a drug that, according to a couple of reports, is working. That's from Gilead. But also the fact that President Trump has given some kind of timeline and thought on how the economy could reopen.
Right. I am so glad you mentioned this, Francine. Folks, I really want to emphasize every politician in every country is trying to spin a very constructive message, and we all understand that's what politicians do. What I noticed in the last 24 hours is, I don't want to oversell it as grim, but very, very difficult pandemic statistics in Germany, in this New York City. With our news in New York City, here's Viviana Hurtado.
Tom, Francine, we begin in China. That nation hasn't had an economic report like this in decades. The coronavirus pushing the country's economy into a contraction in the first quarter. GDP shrinking 6.8% from a year ago, and that's the worst performance since at least 1992. A recovery, it won't be easy. The coronavirus hammering business around the world, so China will have to rely on a fragile domestic demand. And here in the United States, you may remember President Donald Trump just a few days ago insisting he had the absolute power to reopen the country's economy. Now he's turning it over to governors and businesses. The president issuing guidelines for the states to consider, but it will be up to them to relax stay-at-home orders. They're aimed at containing the coronavirus. The guidelines calling for a 3-stage process based on a downward trajectory in cases. Now to Spain, that's where the government reports more than 5,200 new cases of COVID-19, and that's the most in a week. Spain has the world's second most extensive outbreak. Authorities there are saying the country already passed the peak. They're starting to focus on how to relax nationwide restrictions. And we end with a wave of gloomy forecasts. They have oil hovering today around $20 a barrel. Crude headed for its second weekly loss in a row, and that's despite the historic agreement to cut output. Saudi Arabia and Russia saying if necessary, they're willing to make further cuts in production. Global news, 24 hours a day on air. Now, quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Viviana Hurtado. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Quick data here, folks. Equities, bonds, currencies, commodities. Equities up 2 days in a row. Very broad base this morning. We'll get to Mr. Dwyer here in a moment. Risk on feel across. Foreign exchange with dollars stronger. Mixed EM currencies. Turkish lira out near 7 lira per dollar. And oil is its own story. Francine?
Yeah, Tom, oil is its own story. If you look at WTI, it's below 19. A lot of the focus is, of course, on demand, maybe even worse than expected coming from China. Look, stocks here in Europe are still climbing. As you said, U.S. futures are still climbing. There are tentative steps towards restarting the U.S. economy, and that's helping investors, I guess, look past mixed progress on curbing coronavirus, either infections or deaths, and that dismal data from China, Tom.
In a normal year, Francine, it would be always important after tax day, April 15th, to talk to Tony Dwyer about the taxes giveth and also the view forward. A lot of people on the weekend after tax day recalibrating. This year is different, and we're thrilled that the strategist of Canaccord Genuity, he's been a wonderful and persistent bull in the great bull market. Tony Dwyer joins us this morning. Tony, are we reaffirming the bull market you have been so correct on?
Well, Tom, as you know, back in January, on January 20th, we actually downgraded our view on the market, thinking that the enthusiasm, the valuation, the chase of stocks higher had become a bit excessive. And then, of course, you went into this, the panic that we've had. And once you got as panicked as you were, it was very rare that you get that of an extreme oversold condition and crash. So that kicked off a tactical relief rally that we're currently seeing. And it has been extraordinary historically to see this kind of gain, a 25% gain. We saw a 34% drop in about a month, and now we've seen a 25% gain in just a few weeks.
Tony, let me cut to the chase and get out front of your Canaccord Genuity note that we're going to see Monday morning. Tony, how are you reallocating given sectors in the market?
So
order submitted.
We went back
order
into
submitted.
So we've had a tactical buy call, but not a fundamental. We haven't fundamentally gone offensive yet. And the reason for that is despite the rally in the stocks, to your point earlier, the economic backdrop isn't good. It's not getting better. The forbearance for mortgages, the commercial real estate non-payments, the things in the underpinnings of credit, especially levered credit, aren't working real well. But let's put it to what your question exactly addresses. Typically in a bull market when it starts, and the last two cycles coming off of the March 2003 low or the March 2009 low, you had financials, consumer discretionary, industrials, and materials outperforming. It was an offensive, let's go, we're going to recover economically bet. Today, it's healthcare, real estate, utilities. In other words, you're not getting the leadership from the offensive areas. So even though you're getting this massive stock rally, it's not happening in the sectors that we would hope that it would happen to if you're going to actually get economic vitality coming out of this pandemic.
But how do you figure out, Tony, good morning from London, if we get economic vitality? Is it too soon to call it yet? Are people just not waiting to see what happens and therefore what the leadership of those companies actually does?
Francine, it's a great question. I think that's where I may not be in the consensus view that we're all good to go. So historically, as Tom said, I'm kind of known as the perma bull. I'm having a hard time with the current, maintaining the current level of rally in the market without some kind of economic underpinning. Now, you don't want to be bearish. The guys that print the money globally have
order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
They may even do that someday. So you don't want to bet against the market. So I want to be very careful. What they did last Thursday was a game changer. They said that they're going to buy high yield debt and they're going to buy municipal debt on top of the decisions they've already made. So betting against the guys printing the money, that makes no sense. Do I chase a 25% rally without any kind of economic outlook that I can fundamentally say, okay, this is good, with any predictive power? I can't. So what I'm wanting to do is see how credit and other things act as the market pulls back a little bit and gives up something. I mean, we've got oil making a new low. I talked to a high yield, one of a top quartile, very, very good, relatively unknown high yield manager last night. I asked him,
Order filled.
what are you buying?
Order submitted. Order
What are
submitted.
you buying? He goes, well, I can't buy oil. I can't buy retail. I can't buy travel. I said, well, what can you buy? And he said, healthcare and some tech. And those are the two sectors that have driven the bounce back in the market. But those aren't fundamentally economic positive sectors that you typically get coming off a low.
Tony, yeah, what do you do with bonds? Is there any value in bonds anywhere in the world?
Which bonds, Francine? See, that's the thing. Is it corporate bonds? Is it high yield bonds? What? So government bonds, I wouldn't be a buyer of. We're at 0.63.
Order
in the US.
canceled.
That's
Order
one of the
canceled.
higher ones.
Order submitted. Order
I'm
filled.
not a buyer.
Order submitted. Order
what's
submitted.
interesting is when the government is telling you that they will protect your corporate bonds, you could potentially look for those that they might buy. So it's a really dicey environment that I just don't. You guys know I'm not scared to make a good aggressive fundamental call. I did it for 11 years. I'm having a hard time making a good fundamental aggressive call when the wrong sectors are performing and the government's got to buy corporate bonds because the market was acting poorly.
Yeah. Well, let's continue. Tony Dwyer with us. Thank you so much. Canaccord Genuity there with a reframing of where we are. What you need to know is futures up big right now. Coming up later, it's been a series of wonderful interviews. Our Michael McKee with a gentle lady from Cleveland, Loretta Mester. Look for that later this morning. Please stay with us from London. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
This period, like the 1930 to 45 period, is a period in which I think you'd be pretty crazy to own bonds. Okay, because what is a debt? A debt in a fiat currency is a promise to receive currency, and isn't it pretty clear they're going to make a lot of currency?
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Tom, we talked a little bit about China. We talked about the markets. We're back with Tony Dwyer of Canaccord Genuity. And Tony, if you look at the Chinese example as either a template or something that will be replicated across the Western countries, this is not a problem that will be solved very quickly, right? It will probably be a long time before the world as a whole resumes life like it was before the pandemic. We were talking about some of your calls in the markets. Given what you just said, what do you do with gold?
It's funny. I literally just pulled up the chart of it because I was looking at how it was down. It's had a heck of a run because you printed so much money. I think there's a perception that either the currencies are going to be in trouble or inflation's going to ramp. And I think at this point, similar to the market, I don't know that I'd chase it given strength. And wait more for a pullback to get back into it.
How quickly would the economy actually rebound? I know it's almost impossible, but again, what lessons can we learn from China?
Francine, I'm having the hardest time in the world trying to base data off of China because I don't believe I've never believed their numbers. And, I don't think anything that's transpired over the last 6 months gives me more confidence to trust their numbers. People on the ground, clearly they opened up very quickly. We don't have data yet on what happens to the economy or the virus once you reopen it quickly. So we're still gathering that data. But from what I understand, even everything that's reopened, you've got maybe a 30%, of normal kind of movement from what I hear. And again, I don't want to pretend to the viewers to be a China expert, but I think it's too early to make a fundamental call off of what China's doing if you believe their numbers. What I know is that small businesses in the U.S. economy and the global economy remain shut down. I don't know when it's going to reopen, and there's consequences to that shutdown that I can't understand. So my issue isn't that there's times where you want to be aggressive, and there's times where you want to be patient. We're in an epic battle between two historic forces. On one side, you got the monetary and fiscal stimulus. You cannot, and I cannot repeat it enough, bet against the guys printing the money as long as we're a primary currency. On the other side, you've got the economic reality. And the economic reality is so undefined. I can't look through the next 2 quarters because I don't know that the third quarter after that is going to do well. Let me give you a quick stat, too. My friends at Bespoke Investment provided data that showed what in the quarter after you've had a drop of a 15% quarter, what your upside historically is, because it's pretty rare. And we've already exceeded the majority of cases in just 2 weeks.
Tony, very quickly here, it's a wonderful time to be very blue chippy. With the death of small caps, do you predict a lot of mergers, a lot of combinations?
Certainly, Tom. I think that's going to be the case. There's a lot of money in private equity still in the cash that's available. The problem is that M&A typically is a levered. It happens from leverage. You go and you get debt in the market, or you get debt in the banks, or private equity. And I think right now credit has tightened up in the U.S. But yes, when you get values that have dropped to the degree that they have, it does create historically some pretty good M&A coming out of the cycle. What I find most interesting about small cap is I look back, and you typically bottom the relative performance of small cap stocks the day you bottom the market. We are still in a decline on a relative performance basis for small cap stocks. So that's different than what's happened over the last couple of cycles.
Well, Tony, thank you so much. Tony Dwyer,
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Genuity as well. Always good to speak to some subtle neutrality there from Mr. Dwyer as well. Much to talk about, much to listen to, much to watch. You can do that at TV Go. TV Go's out on the terminal. It's not only the live stream of what we do, but it's also many good previous conversations. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Viviana Hurtado. Let's get your Bloomberg Business Flash. We begin with shares of Boeing. They're surging. The beleaguered aircraft maker unveiling plans to restart next week jet manufacturing in the Seattle, Washington area. That ends a shutdown that began last month due to the coronavirus pandemic.
Order submitted.
About 27,000 Boeing workers will return to their jobs. Now, in Europe, last month, car sales dropping the most on record. New car registrations plunging 52%. And to help contain the coronavirus outbreak, auto showrooms closed. Production was shut down across the continent. And we end with Cantor Fitzgerald. It's breaking with its Wall Street rivals on job cuts. The financial services firm run by Howard Lutnick will cut hundreds of employees. Since the coronavirus outbreak began, the reductions are the deepest in the industry. Banks such as Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, and HSBC have pledged this year to hold off on dismissals. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine.
Viviana, thank you so much. Now, this is what your markets are doing. Stocks are actually being pushed higher, both in the U.S. The U.S. equity futures are higher, both also here in Europe. This is because investors are trying to look through some of the bad news that we had, that China data, also the fact that the number of cases are rising in many countries, and they're focusing on the fact that the U.S. may actually be restarting in the next couple of weeks, or at least we have a plan for it to restart, and Gilead. So this is what I'm looking at overall. First of all, euro-dollar 108.19. We also wanted, Tom and I both, to look at WTI. I think Tom has it in his board. I had gold actually down, and then a report claiming that Gilead's coronavirus drug is helping speed recoveries in hospitalized patients provided a boost for investors. But many analysts, and we need to caution this, are also cautiously optimistic as they wait for real clinical data. But on the back of it, anyways, Gilead Sciences gaining some 11.7%, Tom, in pre-market trade.
Yeah, Francine, that's exactly right. In morning newspapers, folks, the Gilead was the good news coming out, and then
Order
hours
filled.
later, a more
Order
challenging
submitted.
assessment
Order
by
submitted.
sell-side analysts. Gold back under $1,700 an ounce on oil. Let's be clear here, Brent pretty steady, but West Texas Intermediate
Order
massive
filled.
storage
Order
issues
submitted.
in the middle
Order
of
submitted.
the United States. Really coming
Order
down. We
canceled.
did not get to $17 a barrel, but right almost to it. And a nice bounce up here in the last number of minutes, up near $18.60 a barrel. I really want to talk briefly here. We're not doing much on it today, but emerging markets have been absolutely extraordinary, and there is some idiosyncratic work out there. Argentina overnight with some challenging issues, looking and negotiating about how they're going to work out their debt. And I'd also know Turkish lira with a life of its own, getting out near that emotional benchmark of 7 lira per dollar. We're not quite there yet, but certainly it's been a challenging week for Turkish lira. All of this is not so much dollar strength, but dollar resiliency as well, with DXY again over 100, and the Bloomberg Dollar Index with that emerging market skew showing an even greater relative
Order
strength.
filled.
Please
Order
stay with
submitted.
us all through
Order
the morning,
submitted.
including our interview with Loretta Mester of the Cleveland Fed. John Farrow and Michael McKee will do that. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Now, we have a big picture, a good picture, an overall picture of a lot of the Wall Street banks. Have they been faring? What more they can do? The kind of loans, and also it gives us a glimpse, a picture of how
Order
healthy
filled.
or how
Order
not healthy
submitted.
the U.S. consumer
Order
is.
submitted.
Well, yesterday, we spoke to the Morgan Stanley chief executive. He's Mr. Gorman, and he started by addressing his own illness.
I'm doing great, thank you. I'm completely recovered, and to be perfectly clear, I had the virus, but I was one of the lucky ones. I was not hospitalized. My lungs did not get infected, which is was a real blessing. And while it's unpleasant, it's certainly in those conditions it's manageable. My heart just goes out to the folks who were not that fortunate, or who had underlying health issues, and the very elderly who have really struggled and tragically passed away. I mean, it's a curse, and I just wish everybody well who gets it, and wish them stay hydrated, stay rested, and wish them the best.
I second those wishes. James, Ray Dalio told me yesterday that this is much worse than the 2008 financial crisis. What kinds of base case assumptions are you making at this point for the recession and the recovery?
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, the economic impact, the GDP decline is obviously much worse, but it's so specific around the virus. What kind of world will we have when we have immunity from it, when we have, the right testing?
Order
there
filled.
are so many unknowns now, whereas back in 2008, it was a fundamental collapse of the whole financial system. And had it not been, the system not been rescued, then who knows what long-term damage, multi-decade, might have been to the economy. So, but listen, these were both truly tragic situations. I mean, from our perspective, in running a company, there's a few things you got to focus on. Number one, we've got millions of clients trading trillions of dollars all over the world. Our plant has to work. We have to be able to facilitate clients doing that so they can manage their businesses. They have to have the ability to manage their own liquidity and funding and capital needs, and we play a critical role in that. In the number one equities player in the world, one of the largest wealth managers in the world, one of the largest capital markets businesses, etc. So number one, the plant has to work, and thank God, Eric, with 90% of our employees at home, we've had almost no issues from our plant, and that's just a remarkable testament to the tech and ops teams at this place. The second thing is you do your bit. I mean, we voluntarily cut back on our buyback to zero. We thought it was best to preserve our capital to support clients in need. We're obviously doing everything through our communities that organizations like ours that are large and have resources should be doing. Third thing is to make sure that our teams are properly coordinated given the remote isolation everybody's going through. And we spend an enormous amount of time communicating with them, setting up plans. What would it be like to bring people back to work, starting to think about what the future might look like.
It's clearly not as bad, or at least you don't think it's going to be as bad for Morgan Stanley, and perhaps not as bad for the banking industry as the 2008
Order
financial
canceled.
crisis was.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Last week. It's 22 million, in excess of 22 million since this began. How do you fathom or even model the kinds of dislocation unemployment on that scale is going to produce, James?
Yeah, what's the shock to the global economic system is something we haven't seen since the Great Depression. And as you point out, is far more dramatic than what occurred during the financial crisis. And in addition, we have this massive health crisis, which is working its way around the world with at times devastating consequences. You can't model this. I mean, what you've got to do is preserve your capital, make sure you're well positioned to deal with the risks, understand the risks you're taking on as a business, and manage your way through that in a way where the whole team, as I said, is working together. We have, daily operating committee calls. We have risk committee calls constantly. The whole team is organized around how do we ensure that A, we're doing our job for our clients, and B, that Morgan Stanley remains stable during a period of incredible dislocation.
As you've mentioned, some 90% of Morgan Stanley's 80,000 employees are working from home. It's a staggering figure, of course, one we've seen repeated across the industry and many industries for that matter. It's amazing, though, that it has come, at least by your admission, with no major loss of capability. What I'd like to know is how does that change the way you think about the way this firm operates in the future?
Can I see a future where part of every week, certainly part of every month for a lot of our employees will be at home? Absolutely. I think, yes, we will have less footprint. I think that's highly likely. We've proven we can operate with effectively no footprints.
Mr. Gorman, with our Eric Schatzker, James Gorman of Morgan Stanley, and you look at all these different bank titans, if you will, and they've each got a different story and a different past. And certainly Mr. Gorman is someone who gets huge accolade for what he's done with wealth management and the 26.1% margin we saw in their earnings report. Someone who looks
Order
at
canceled.
Order
canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Sell-side and security analysis right now. Gerard, I'm going to cut to the chase. There's a portrait in the president's office of Andrew Jackson. This goes back to the Bank of the United States, the fear of consolidation. Out of this pandemic, will we see a great roll-up of the Gerard Cassidy world?
Tom, thank you for having me on the show. And yes, I think that is going to be one of the conclusions or consequences of this unfortunate time we're living in, that in 2021, when things have really settled down for the banking sector, I do believe you're going to see more large banks, more large regional banks probably merge together as they realize that it's the economies of scale will drive efficiencies and higher profitability. This is a time that the industry is going through, and I think some of them will realize they will be better off merging with a large partner, and that probably will take place sometime early to middle of next year.
George Cassidy, you have acclaimed Excel spreadsheets buried in your reports of book value. How cheap is cheap right now for the American banks? Give us a level of cheapness versus other crises.
Tom, it's a really good question because it's very hard to have real confidence in earnings estimates. And in these times, like we saw in 2008 and 2009, looking at banks relative to book value is a very good measure. And when you turn back the clock and you look at 1990, that was a very difficult downturn for the banks. The banks traded down to about 60% of book value. In the 08-09 crisis, they traded down on average, these are the large banks, to 46% of book. Today, they're trading closer on average to 75% of book. So they're still very inexpensive, but relative to the other two downturns that were severe for the banks, they're not as cheap as those time periods. We don't think they'll reach the 08-09 lows unless the current economic problems we're having today, the recession, the terrible times we're having, extend out through the end of the year and into 21, then we could approach those lows.
Gerard, how much worse will earnings be for the big Wall Street giants going forward? I know the longer this lasts, the worse it will be. But if you look at the timeline, this is just the beginning of it.
Francine, it's really interesting because this quarter, the trading desks did extremely well, whether it was Morgan Stanley that you just heard about with James Gorman talking, or the other large firms. Their trading results in equities and fixed income trading, currency, commodities, those numbers were quite strong. We also had the benefit of January and February for the investment banking business. You might recall at the start of the year, though it seems like a long time ago, the equity capital markets numbers were strong. March saw a record level of debt capital markets, or DCM, which actually has continued into April. The advisory business, on the other hand, has fallen off, as you might imagine. So now the question is, the volumes have started to slow down, trading volumes. Volatility has come in. So you're not going to get that kick that you had in the first quarter unless those volumes pick up and volatility picks up. So it's going to be even more challenging, I think, for the Wall Street banks in the second quarter if things quiet down, because they're not going to have those volumes, and therefore earnings could come under further pressure for those companies as we go into deep into the summer.
Gerard, going forward, how important is China for a lot of these Wall Street banks? We had a story that really actually caught my attention earlier this week, saying that China's now looking at possibly merging their own brokerage companies to make sure that they have their own banks to deal with everything in China, and therefore shutting off or at least pushing back how much Wall Street can do in China. How complicated would this be for Wall Street once we recover from the pandemic?
For Wall Street, Asia and China in particular offer the best long-term growth prospects. And I know many of the global investment banks like a JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup are all focused in growing in that part of the world. However, it's not the biggest growth. It's not the biggest amount of business today. It's small relative to the United States as well as Europe, Middle East, and Africa, EMEA, as it's called. Those numbers are much, much bigger. So longer term for growth, it's important. But on the immediate horizon, it's the real numbers come out of the North America and EMEA.
Gerard Cassidy, thank you so much. Greatly, greatly appreciate your efforts with us over the past 48 hours. Mr. Cassidy, is with RBC Capital Markets. We're going to drive forward the conversation. That's what we're going to do to set up this Friday amid this truly historic moment for the United States and worldwide. Again, very difficult pandemic news over the past 24 hours. And with that said, you need to reframe over the weekend. Helping will be Henry McVeigh. He's with KKR. Henry McVeigh on Strategy Forward. Look for that on Bloomberg Daybreak. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Viviana Hurtado. Let's get your first word news. We begin with President Donald Trump's new guidelines. They could have some states reopening in a month. Reopening will be based on a downward trajectory in coronavirus cases. There would be a three-phase process to return to near normal work and social life. Each state's governor would set the actual timeline. President Donald Trump saying some states could start the process, quote, literally tomorrow. And now to critics who have been skeptical for weeks of China's official coronavirus death toll. Now Beijing revising the count upward to nearly 40%. The new total, more than 4,600. Authorities say at the time the deaths were not recorded in official data. And we end in Germany. And for the second day in a row, coronavirus cases increasing at a faster rate. Still, a key metric on the spread of the disease actually declining. All this as Germany gets ready for some restrictions on public life to lift next week. Global News, 24 hours a day on air. Now Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Viviana Hurtado. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Viviana, thank you so much. Now coming up, we'll have expert analysis on COVID-19, the response, what else we need, and of course, whether nurses across the country and across the world have enough personal protection equipment. Our conversation, our daily conversation, as we bring you this unique partnership with the leading authority on COVID. Every day, we'll bring you insight from experts at the forefront of the international response. Up next, Andrew Pekosh, Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health professor and virologist. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning, everyone.
Order
Fencing the
submitted.
Core in London, I'm
Order
Tom Keene in
submitted.
New York. It is now time for a dose of non-hysteria. What we have seen over the last week is extraordinary intrusion of politics and non-professionals into the hardcore science of microbiology and virology. It culminated last night with back and forth among two doctors, one of who had to immediately recant what they said on air. We can do better, and we do so with Andrew Pekosh from the Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health, out of Rutgers and Penn in microbiology, and absolutely definitive on virus. Dr. Pekosh, thank you so much for joining us today. I want you to clear up right now the virulence of COVID. What do we know about the ratios involved in this virus? What are we learning?
Yeah, so this virus is truly interesting in the sense that it causes this broad spectrum of diseases. So it's very true that the vast majority of people will suffer what we call sort of mild to moderate diseases, maybe even no symptoms at all. But when you look at the vulnerable portions of the population, the elderly,
Order submitted.
when you
Order
look at people
submitted.
with secondary
Order
medical
submitted.
conditions,
Order
such as
canceled.
diabetes,
Order
heart disease, or lung
canceled.
disease,
Order
and to
submitted.
be honest,
Order
even when you
submitted.
look at relatively healthy individuals, there are a significant number of part of the population that has very severe disease requiring, if not a hospital visit, admission into the hospital. So it runs on a huge spectrum in terms of how it presents after infection.
I don't want to talk enzymes on a Friday, and I certainly don't want to talk RNA transcriptase and the other necessities of doing a test. But I would suggest respectfully, doctor, that America, from the top down, doesn't understand the sophisticated chemistry and biochemistry of tests. How hard is it to do a test and millions of tests for this virus?
So we know a lot about the virus, and you certainly can do good testing. It requires not only a good test, but it also requires a good laboratory that's validated, that knows how to do testing, that knows how to do the controls, and knows how to show that they can reproducibly perform the tests well. So that's where it's really important to be focused in on public health agencies and medical institutions that know how to do these tests.
Professor Pekosh, talk to us about reinfection and immunity. Are people that have had the virus really getting infected twice?
Yeah, so right now it's still a little bit unclear, but this gets back to the testing issue. Oftentimes, what I've seen is people who are testing positive by the test that tells you if you're infected, which is a PCR test that detects the virus. That doesn't necessarily mean you've been reinfected. It may simply mean that there's small amounts of the virus that are still in your system from the infection that you've already controlled a few days ago or a week or so ago. So right now, there really is no good evidence to suggest that you're getting reinfected after your first exposure. It may simply be that the virus is hanging around and you see vestiges of the virus there after you've controlled the initial infection.
Order
but it's something
canceled.
that's very important
Order
to
canceled.
understand
Order
as
canceled.
we think about rolling back and coming, relieving some of our public health interventions.
Yeah, do we have a credible test to test immunity? Again, it seems that we actually have more questions than answers on the virus right now, as you're saying. So testing positive is not the same thing as testing and being able to transmitting the virus to someone else. But when do we find out whether people have immunity and therefore can go back to work safely?
Yeah, so there's going to be a two-part phase to that. Many of the tests that are out there will tell you if you've had an infection and if you have antibodies. Now, that's important because that'll tell us how many people were infected the first time this virus moves through the population. But most of those tests don't really tell you if you're protected from reinfection. That's going to take a second set of tests that are done more in laboratory settings that take a little bit of time to develop, but that'll differentiate people who just have some antibodies to it versus the people that have antibodies that we think will protect you from reinfection. We'd like to think that those are going to be very closely related, but we have to do those experiments to be 100% sure that the rapid tests that people are establishing are really telling you that you're protected from infection or reinfection.
Doctor, I'm going to break a rule here. We usually don't talk type 1, type 2 constructs on Friday. We really try to save that for a Wednesday conversation. Help me with reject the true or accept the false of this testing. How at risk is America to type 1 and type 2 malfunction in our testing?
Yeah, so again, this gets back to the laboratories that are doing the testing and making sure that the tests are being performed in rigorous, controlled environments. You can have two types of errors, right? You can have a false positive, meaning that you test positive when you really aren't infected. And the other type of error is that you test negative when you really are infected. And it's that latter group that's really the most important to be aware of, because that really means that you're telling people who are infected that they can go back out in the population and behave, and not take extra precautions. And again, laboratories that know how to perform these tests do something called validation, right? So they go through and they test with known samples both types of error and report back what exactly they expect those errors to be.
Right.
Other laboratories that are just sort of fly-by-night may not be reporting that rigorously, and that's where some of the danger comes in.
What you just heard there, folks, is the single most important analysis I've seen on this national and frankly global uproar on testing. That's something really to move forward with in your reading this weekend, what Dr. Peshoff said there on type 1 and type 2 analysis and the need for adults to do the medicine. Dr. Peshoff, thank you so much with the Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health. Of course, we must admit that Mr. Bloomberg has been a philanthropist to his engineering school and all of Johns Hopkins, and he is the founder of Bloomberg LP, his television and radio operation as well. Here's what you need to know. Stocks up again. Stocks up again. The VIX well under 40. Stay with us. Most interesting day ahead. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
He
leads
Order
a company
canceled.
that operates
Order
four
canceled.
of the most popular cable channels for women, producing a wealth of content distributed around the world. After helping to create MSNBC and CNBC, David Zaslav took the helm at Discovery in 2007, where he moved quickly to
Order
streamline the
submitted.
company and
Order
relaunch channels
submitted.
so he could take it public all within the span of a year. Since then, Discovery's market cap has quadrupled. And now, Discovery is coming to terms with a new world, one where viewers increasingly turn to streaming services for their programming and are moving away from Discovery's core business of traditional cable channels, leading Zaslav to make the biggest deal of his life, betting once again on content. On this edition of Bloomberg Big Decisions, David Zaslav.
David Zaslav, thank you for joining us. Great to have you.
Great to see you.
So you've just completed the biggest deal of your career, I believe, $12 billion for Scripps. Why did you do it?
Well, it's interesting. There's a financial reason, and there's also a strategic drive that we think could really work for us. Here, we're in the cable and free-to-air business. Scripps is in the cable and free-to-air business. And so we both do the same thing. It's what we do for a living. It's what we know how to do. It's what we do every day when we come to work. And so we feel that we're quite comfortable in putting these two companies together. And the synergy gives us the opportunity to, we think, have a target of doubling our free cash flow. So we generate about $1.4 billion in free cash flow. Scripps generates about $8 billion. And we think we can get to 2.8 or 3 through revenue synergies by coming up with a lot of cost synergy, mostly cost synergy. And so in a turbulent time, if we can emerge with almost $3 billion of cash, it creates like a moat in a turbulent time. We're different than most media companies in the world, and there are a lot of great companies. But whether it's Disney or whether it's Rupert or Comcast, NBC, CBS, they're mostly in the scripted and movie business. Netflix, Amazon, that whole side of the business is focusing on, as if it was a soccer field, the ball is scripted series and scripted movies. So it's very crowded. It's getting very disrupted. And you know, the number of scripted series have gone from 200 to over 500. And Apple and Amazon and Netflix alone are spending almost $20 billion on top of these companies. So we look at that and we say that we're not that. We're on the other side of the business. The other side of the business is we own all of our content. It's real-life entertainment. We see ourselves as a global IP company, whether it's with Oprah, with Discovery, with Animal Planet, with ID and crime or science or cars. And with Scripps having food and HG and cooking and travel, we put it all together now, and we're on a different area of the field. And so we say very good luck to them. I think there's a lot of great companies. It's going to be very disruptive. And our game is to take those great brands around the world, and as people over the next few years look to pull content onto devices and phones, we think the functional value of food, home, cooking, science, cars, that we'll do better, or we have a chance to do better, than if somebody was going to pay to watch The Crown on a mobile phone. So a lot of it is about owning IP and figuring out a way to get to mobile where people will pull your content.
Well, let's talk about getting to mobile, because that's the big disruption everybody in media is talking about as a practical matter. How will this help you get to scale, as it were?
Well, we're about 20% of the viewership in the U.S. at any given time. And we have 4 of the top 6 or 7 cable channels for women with HG, Food, ID, TLC, and then we have OWN that's #1 for African American women. So I think we have a great menu to offer to an advertiser. Discovery is in 220 countries. We have an average of 10 channels in every country in the world. So we're kind of a factory machine of driving IP all around the world. And so we could do what very few media companies could do. We could do a global offering of food. We could do a global offering of all of our content.
In this new world of streaming, will viewers be watching for platforms like HGTV or Discovery, or will they be looking for programs like The Crown, like Game of Thrones?
Well, it's hard to tell behaviorally exactly what people are going to do. But by doing this deal and generating free cash flow and taking a look at the assets that we have, by owning science globally, by owning every piece of IP that we own effectively, except for sports, we're long IP. We've spent a lot of money to own it on all platforms. And that gives us the opportunity. If Amazon said, I'd like to do an offering globally, the only other media company that could do that would be Disney, and it would be in the kids space. And so we would raise our hand and say, terrific, we have a great family offering. And so for us, it's about the long tail. And we think in the end, you know, people that love food are going
Order
to pull
submitted.
it. We're not
Order
sure
submitted.
exactly
Order
how
submitted.
it's going to work. But we think the fact that we own all of our content and we have passionate viewers that they love us like they love a sports team. You know, they'll come home and they put on HG all day long, or they'll put on food. And so we have a sustainable growth business with our synergy. And then we have all this IP that we could take direct to consumer, and we've started to do it.
Can you win in streaming without going through the bundlers? I mean, do you have to be on Hulu? Do you have to be on YouTube? Or can you do it directly? Is your product strong enough?
You know, we don't know. Everywhere else in the world, we're on almost every skinny bundle. Here in the U.S., we're in most of them. We're not on Hulu, and we're not on YouTube, but we're on most of the others. And you know, people love our channels. And so, one, we think that over time we'll get on those skinny bundles. We hope to. We'd like to partner with our distributors because they helped us build our business. And in many cases, we are. We're partnering with AT&T on DirecTV Now. We partner with Brian on Comcast on his offerings, with Charter. So that's the best way to do it, kind of regionally. But there is an opportunity for us to go direct to consumer ourselves, which we're already doing in a number of areas, in cars and in sports. But we could also go to those big companies. If you take a look at what NBC, ABC, CBS, and Fox spent 3 years ago, and how much is being spent by Amazon, Netflix, Apple, and Google, you know, there's a massive amount of share shift that's going on there. And these are real global companies, the likes of which we've never seen before. So if any one of those companies wanted to offer for $5.99 a compelling family-friendly service, you know, we would either be most of it, we would argue we'd like to be most of it, or we could be all of it and see how it goes. Because anywhere you go in the world and you say Discovery or Animal Planet or ID or Oprah, people know our brands and they value them.
How will you make that decision about whether you go direct to consumer or you go through middlemen, essentially? How do you make that decision as CEO?
Well, look, right now it's not a fair fight because the direct-to-consumer
Order canceled.
businesses,
Order canceled.
Netflix, the
Order
Amazon,
canceled.
we in media used to trade at about a 14 multiple because the view was that this great dual revenue stream cable and free-to-air business would go on forever. And the view now is that it's getting disrupted by some of these direct-to-consumer platforms that are global. There's a question of who's going to emerge and be the winner. We think, looking now, it's only the second or third inning, but we've carved out a very compelling spot of quality brands that people love, that we can offer globally, and we could offer them ourselves.
You stepped up big time on sports. That was a variation from what people had expected from you. Why does that make sense for you?
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
You talk about disruption in media. There was a time not too long ago when you were the disruptor in chief, in some sense. I watched you from Capital Cities ABC across the street as you created MSNBC and NBC. You created CNBC. How does this compare with that disruption when you disrupted broadcast? Basic cable came in and really disrupted it. How does it compare? What did you learn from that experience you can apply now?
Patience. In that case, Jack Welch and Bob Wright were committed to try and take the broadcast business into cable. For people that were around at that time, it was pretty unusual. And it's important because the business that you think you're going to launch that's going to work is never the business that works. The audience is always going to tell you what they get nourished by. And that's what our business is about. That's what most businesses are about. When we launched with
Order
with Oprah,
canceled.
the Oprah Winfrey
Order
Network,
canceled.
we had a dream, Oprah and I, that it was going to be about living your best life. And we looked strategically at the space and said, we can do this.
Order
But
canceled.
when we went out
Order
with the content,
canceled. Order
Super Soul
submitted.
Sunday worked
Order
terrific,
submitted.
But a lot of the other stuff was too earnest and the audience went away. And we had to figure out, what are they going to come back for? And it took us a lot of years, but we started to listen. What do you like? That's what our business is about. We don't want everyone to watch, but the Oprah Winfrey Network now is the #1 network for African American women. So for us now, we've broken our company in half, essentially. We got half the company that's about growing our channels, doing what we believe we can do as well or better than anyone in the world. Then there's a whole group that has to figure out, okay, how do I get over the top? What do people want when they consume content over the top? And I think you have to be willing to recognize failure and use it kind of optimistically. Good, we know that now.
And you can do it without the blockbusters.
The way people watch our channels, it is hit driven if you're a broadcast network. The way people watch our channels, they come home and HG gets me. Discovery is my channel. TLC in Middle America is the channel that I love. I love Oprah. That's the channel that I watch. That's how they curate. Where do I get nourished? That's the business that we're in. We think that's going to be sustainable, and we think that ultimately they could either pull one of those really big, expensive platforms, or when they're looking to pull something that they want that's family friendly, with brands they know, characters they know, everywhere in the world, for a lot less than they would have to pay for that, we look different. And we got to, over time, we'll see if it's an aggregated offering, if it's an individual offering, but I think we got a game. But the first thing we got to do is execute on this.
You stepped up big time on sports. That was a variation from what people had expected from you. Why does that make sense for you?
Well, first, we're in every country. So when I say we're in every country, we have a sales team, we have a distribution team, we have creative people, we have marketing people, and we have strategic people. So we kind of know each country. And so when we looked at sports, Eurosport was not being individually fed into every country across Europe. So when we bought Eurosport several years ago, we looked and said, we can use our sales infrastructure. We could use our distribution infrastructure to drive more carriage. We could use our sales and marketing people. And it was a little bit of a leap, but it was driven by the idea that content used to be about getting inside of the television box, that rectangle. And even if you had content that was just okay, second or third choice, you did okay. When we launched our direct-to-consumer sports player 3 years ago in Europe, so we reach across 750 million people in Europe. We have the tennis, we have the cycling, we have the winter sports, we have summer sports, we have the Olympics. So we figured we have a great offering, 750 million people, $8, we should be able to do terrific. And we wrote 10 things that we thought we knew for sure. 8 of them were wrong. And the users told us. They said, okay, we tuned in for the French Open, but we didn't want to watch Tour de France. We love tennis. Or they told us that maybe the most interesting takeaway that we applied to the Olympics is that when people consume content on a device, they expect to hit the device when they get up in the morning and see content. And then they expect a few hours later to hit that device. You need to multiple publish. So if speed skating is starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the people that love speed skating have to get up in the morning and see a 1-minute video or 2 1-minute videos or some information about And we downloaded 700 pieces of short-form content in 21 languages every day to our Olympic player. And that's one of the reasons why we were able to aggregate about 500,000 subscribers. They love the sports IP, but they really, when people look at content on a device, they expect to be entertained and nourished whenever they hit it. And if you hit it and nothing is new, you're disappointed.
Can you do that and not step up into the really high-priced sports projects? Because that, to some extent, sounds a little bit like ESPN in the United States in the early days. They had lesser sports, and then they had to get into the NFL, they had to get in the NBA, and that, as you know, costs enormous amounts of money. Can you have a strategy that stops short of that?
Well, opportunistically, we have taken football. But we haven't taken football where we get in a bidding war with anyone. If you want to offer your content on a pan-European basis, there's only one place to do it, us. Or if you're a federation, if you're the Speed Skating Federation, you could sell it in every country. And the difference between the U.S. and Europe is in the U.S., it's one culture, one language, and everybody likes the same four sports, essentially. 90% of viewing, 80% of viewing is football, baseball, basketball, hockey. In Europe, there's a lot of sports that are number one in Northern Europe that are number 10 in Southern Europe. And if you're a federation, you know, we're the one stop. And we've been very effective about getting a lot of content. And all the sports content we have with Eurosport, we've, as much as we can, we've gotten it long term, and we own it on all platforms.
You have scripts, as you say, you need to execute on that now. But is that enough for Discovery? Are you on the outlook for further acquisitions?
This is news, but not as you know it. This is TikTok by Bloomberg, the first and only global news network built for Twitter. 24/7 news streaming live on Twitter.
Order canceled. Order canceled. order canceled, order submitted, order filled, order submitted, order submitted, order
is that
submitted.
enough for Discovery? Are you on the outlook for further acquisitions? Do you need to get bigger scale?
Well, look, as I said earlier, we're in a different place of the soccer field than everyone else. So we think if we could execute on this, own all those passion brands globally. Scripps never took food and HG and cooking and travel around the world. So we have an opportunity to take all that IP, we'll convert it into 48 languages, and we'll start to spread it around. So that'll be a revenue synergy if viewership increases, and we think it will. In Latin America, we've bought some of their content. But I like our hand here. We got some work to do. We got to pay down some debt. We got to prove out that we're going to generate that free cash flow and that we really did build a moat. But at the same time, we're going to be working really hard about learning how consumers consume content on devices. And we're talking to every distributor because we're better off if somebody that's already in business with you and you're already paying a $100 bill can then have a chance to check a box and pick us. Today in the U.S., there's probably 25 or 30 million subscribers that are broadband only. The one service that's being marketed to them heavily is Netflix. And the industry built us, we built them, and together I think we're going to come up with something that's going to be pretty compelling in terms of a skinny bundle, because it's not sensible to have Netflix have all that field without us on it.
You said you need to pay down some debt because you do have more debt on your balance sheet than a lot of other media companies do.
Order filled.
You said you're going to save $350 million a year on Scripps. How are you going to do that? That's a lot of money, as you and I both know, to save in an operation.
Well, look, as we've looked at putting these businesses together, and it's early days. It's only been 5 weeks, but we've been working on it very hard for 6 months going up to it. We think that's rather conservative. These are one-over-one companies. We have 12 channels in the U.S. They have 6. So we're in the same business. We have 220 research people. They have 140 research people. We have 650 salespeople. They have 550 salespeople. And their people are really good. We put some of their people in charge in our new structure. And the idea is who are the best and the brightest? Because when we looked at it, we said when it comes to nonfiction, who are the best
order canceled,
producers
order canceled, order canceled,
and who is best at monetizing it? And we looked and we said, in some areas they're better than us. In some areas we're better than them. We put these two together, and we will spend $3.5 billion on content, maybe growing to more than that. This is a hard business. We're in the business of creating stories and characters and getting people to turn on their TV and love it.
You've referred a couple of times to John Malone, who's a shareholder, doesn't control your company by any means, but you know him well. What is it like to have John Malone as somebody you can call up and
order
say,
submitted,
should we do
order
that? What do you
submitted.
think going on?
Well, I think about my last 30 years in this business, and it's sort of like what you want for your children. You are who you hang out with. And it really helps define you, the narratives that you hear, the questions that you hear. And so I look back over the last 30 years and 15 years listening to why Jack didn't want to do an acquisition that we brought him, or what we need to do with cable, or how we need to do it. Bob Wright, one of the most successful guys running NBC, the Newhouse family, Donald and Cy Newhouse, and Bob Myron, who's a genius and has been in the cable business and built Bright House, and John Malone. And so when I think about where people should be spending their time, yes, you'd like to get the right job. Yes, you'd like to think that you're going to make some money. But I took a 50% pay cut to go to NBC from a law firm because I thought I can get to hang out with the guys at the Peacock, and maybe someday I'll get to meet Jack. And a lot of the way I see the world, I still talk to Jack all the time. So I'm hearing Jack's voice, I'm hearing Bob Myron and Donald Newhouse's voice, and I'm hearing John's voice. And so for that alone, I'm one of the luckiest guys.
It strikes me that you're now running Discovery, which really appeals in the United States to a lot of the middle of the country. People that the President of the United States probably wouldn't object to. In fact, I understand the President of the United States is a fan of Shark Week. Actually, I read that someplace.
I hope he's a fan of a lot of our stuff. I think, I hope.
You helped create MSNBC. That is a channel in a very different place. What do you think about the media landscape today in the United States in terms of politics? Because it seems to become much more polarized.
Well, I can just say that the business changed. When we launched MSNBC, Brokaw and I and Andy Lack and Tom Rogers, there was a group of us, and Jack said, we're going to launch the best news network in America, and we're going to use the #1 news division in the world to do it. We had this amazing library. We structured a deal with Microsoft to get them in. They wanted the library at the time, and that was our ambition. I'm not going to game out the different news networks in America, but we have to be practical and recognize that at least some of them are following that model, because you on the one hand you want to do the best journalism possible. On the other hand, you want people to watch you, and you want them to watch you for as long as possible. And part of the way we as human beings determine our success is, are we in third place? Are we in second place? How many people are watching us? How many people love us? And so I think that's the journey. And luckily, I'm not going to be one of the guys to figure that out.
Well, but let's talk about how you keep score. That leads us exactly to a great conclusion here. How do you keep score? I mean, I see that now you've jumped up in the rankings, actually, including broadcast and cable. Big step up with Scripps. Is that the way you keep score? Is that how you just tell whether you, David Zaslav, are succeeding?
No, because there's lots of books that have been written about, more scale tips you over. So we're staying in our lane, and what's going to be successful for us, and we've made this decision. On every one of our channels, we've said, if you don't love us, if you're not one of the passionate viewers that loves survival, if you're not one of the people that love science or that love crime, go find some other channels that you love. When we're creating content for our channels, we want global audiences that really affiliate and have a passion for our characters and our message. And a big piece of that is we're not going for the best rating. We're going for the most potent audience that says, they get me. When I go there, I see something that I love. And if we put something on any of these channels that looks like we're going for ratings, they'll immediately say, what's this doing on here? And so they're quite clever, and you just got to continue. This is what we do for a living. Figure them out on TV, and try and figure them out in terms of the devices as to what they're going to love and what they're going to pay for.
David Zaslav, thank you so much for spending time with us today.
Thanks, David. Good to see you.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Coca-Cola, a 130-year-old iconic brand and a dominant force in the $800 billion soft drink industry. Synonymous with globalization, Coca-Cola operates in over 200 countries worldwide. The beverage behemoth now has a new CEO. James Quincy spent the last 2 decades rising through the ranks at Coca-Cola. Now, as head of the company, Quincy aims to win over a new generation that shuns sugar, and to show the world that he takes the environment seriously, even as he adapts to a new world of technology. James Quincy sat down with us for an extended conversation. We wanted to understand how he plans to use innovation to transform every aspect of Coca-Cola, attempting to change its culture while managing a global checkerboard of regulations and tax regimes.
Coca-Cola operates in a lot of different countries, which means there's a lot of different regulatory systems, a lot of different legal schemes you have to really adapt to. Let's talk about a couple of those. First of all, the United States. The tax cuts, how does it affect Coca-Cola?
Yeah, we're still working through the numbers. I mean, our tax rate last year effectively was about 24%, so it's not the biggest change to us. Because we're an international company, the absolute rate hasn't affected us as much as perhaps some of the more domestically focused enterprises, but we're positive on moving the territorial system. So we think the simplification is positive in the long run. To the extent that it helped create more demand, that will be good news too. We're still working through the numbers that we'll lay out on our earnings call. Of course, we're part of having some of the money overseas, but in the end, if it generates more economic growth, that will lift all the boats.
Does the expensing of capital investment affect you at all?
Not in a great amount. I mean, it will make some difference. We'll lay that out, but that's not the biggest moving piece for us.
And if there is significant incremental cash available to Coca-Cola, have you decided yet, does it go into capital investment? Does it go into buybacks of shares? Does it go into dividends?
I mean, we weren't
Order
short of
canceled.
cash
Order
at the end of the day,
canceled.
so, you know, we've been a successful company. We've got the resources we need to invest in the marketplace. We're still working through exactly how the puts and takes work, because obviously you've got to pay tax on the cash
Order
first.
canceled.
Or,
Order
in
canceled.
addition,
Order canceled.
So we're looking at how we use all that and how we make the right capital allocations.
One of the really big issues for the United States right now is the so-called dreamers.
Order
The young people
submitted.
brought here as
Order
children.
submitted.
The
Order
question is,
submitted.
do they get to stay as adults, essentially? Do you have at Coca-Cola people who are really
Order
uncertain about whether
submitted.
they can stay or
Order
not? There are about
submitted.
700,000 more or less nationwide.
Yeah, we have some people in our company and in our bottling partners who fall under the Dreamers or the Dakar program. You know, we would love government to find a way to make proper underlying immigration reform, and including finding a solution for the Dreamers so that it's not so disruptive and that they can stay. So hopefully they'll find a path to that. Of course, partial solutions may be necessary, but we would love to see fundamental reform.
You ran Mexico for Coca-Cola at one point, so you have seen this issue on both sides of at least our southern border. Do you see a path forward, a constructive path forward on immigration?
I think there's a path forward, but I think it also is connected, and it can't be completely disassociated when you think about long-term fundamental reform from getting both economies to grow. In the end, part of what drives the informal immigration is the disparity in the economic outlook. So having a community of North America where all the economies are growing actually helps solve that problem too. So I think, you know, leadership from the United States to drive growth will help solve some of these other issues too.
You've also seen NAFTA from both sides of the border. You've seen that issue, which is another hot issue right now in the United States. Has NAFTA overall been good or bad for the United States?
My view would be that free trade deals are good overall for all participants, and I think it's been good for North America and all the countries. It doesn't mean it's perfect. Very few free trade deals are perfect. So can it be made better? Yes, I hope they can make it better. But I don't think we should start deconstructing global trade. I think it's been a powerful engine for lifting all boats. It doesn't mean it solved all problems. There are questions of income inequality. There are questions of not all the rules were perfect and need to be improved. But let's go forward, not backwards.
So when President Trump first came in, he was very closely allied with many people in business. He consulted, and he had panels that he talked with as well. Do you get to talk, either President Trump or the administration, about things like NAFTA? I mean, do they consult you, or do you make your views known to them?
When there are things where we have a view
Order
or
canceled.
it affects our business,
Order
we
canceled.
make our views known
Order
either
canceled.
directly to the administration or through many of the business forums, like the Business Roundtable. There are enough points of intersection, collectively and individually with the administration, that everyone they know what we think.
So from that, do you have any sense of where we're headed with NAFTA? Because there are conflicting reports. I mean, the Canadians seem to be preparing for actually U.S. withdrawal. There are a lot of people in Washington who say, no, we're not going to withdraw. Do you have any sense from your point of view of where we're headed?
My view on negotiations is you've got to let the negotiators negotiate. And if you're not in the room, you don't know what the answer is until it comes out. So I think the important thing for those that aren't in the room is to keep saying what they believe to be true, what they believe to be the areas where things can be made better. And then the negotiators have got to get in the room and thrash it out, and trying to work out what color the smoke is coming from the room doesn't lead you anywhere until they come out and tell you what the answer is.
Your native country has voted in a referendum to leave the EU. And I won't ask you what you think about that, but tell us how that's developing. I mean, is there a soft landing there that you can see? How would we get to it?
It does a bit go back to my point about negotiations. You're never really sure until till the cake is cooked. I think the logic of the economics is a softer rather than a harder Brexit. I think in the end, while it won't be catastrophe one way or the other, life will be better. There'll be more economic growth if it's a softer Brexit, but there's a lot of details and a lot of different points of view to work out, because in the end, the referendum wasn't between do you want this or that. It's like, do you want this or not want this? It wasn't a referendum around the version of the exit, which is kind of where we're trapped at the moment. And of course, there's a lot of negotiations going on. It's very important to get it right for the UK and to some extent for Europe as well.
Whether it's Brexit or whether it's NAFTA, how do these trade issues affect Coca-Cola's business?
I think one of the great benefits of the Coca-Cola system is we're global, but we're extremely local. I mean, we manufacture in every country virtually that we sell in. Virtually everything that's sold in the US is made in the US. Virtually everything that's sold in Mexico is made in Mexico. Virtually everything that's sold in the UK or France is made in that individual country. So the global trade restrictions or openings don't tend to affect us heavily in the moment. To the extent that they reduce or increase total economic growth, that's what matters to us. And so I think philosophically, we're pro global free trade because it drives economic growth. Therefore, let's focus on making those deals better because it will provide the wealth to then solve a lot of society's problems.
You came in and took over Coca-Cola and really trumpeted innovation as critical to your future. I believe you have a chief innovation officer, but maybe you're the chief innovation officer in some sense.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
It's so well known around the world, has been there for so long, has such an entrenched perception of people's views.
It's hard. I mean, any institution that's been around a long time, whether it's a company or a government or any organization, it's going to be very hard. So I think, from my point of view, if I'm not the chief innovator, I'm certainly the chief agitator for innovation. And what that means is, driving the culture to try and do a few things upon top of everything else we do. Stay curious. If we're not curious about the outside world, about the consumers, about the customer, about what's changing, how will we innovate? But curiosity just leads you to an insight. It's very passive. You need to drive empowerment so people feel they can go and do something, that they're not waiting for head office to make the decision, that they can get up in the morning and go and do something. And I think the next thing is you've got to be inclusive. You've got to try and connect the pieces because we've got a tremendous global knowledge and tremendous global system. Sometimes your idea has already been tried somewhere else. So connect to the other parts of the system. And lastly, we probably fell into the trap of trying to make things perfect before we did anything in the past. No, we need to learn from some of the software companies, have version 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. That gets us both innovation and speed. And if we keep pushing those four things, I think we'll make progress.
And how do you know? How does James Quincy know whether you're getting the innovation job done? And I mean that in the sense you're sitting atop a very large organization, a lot of people spread around the world. How do you judge whether the word's getting down and people are already changing their behavior?
It's hard to know, but the only way forward is to look for multiple signals. There's no one number or one metric that's going to give it the answer. So we have employee surveys where we ask people. We can look at the sales number and measure the success rate or the number and the success rate of the things we put into the marketplace. We can look at what our research and development pipeline is generating, and are we really getting new patents? Are we really making progress? So I think one has to have a dashboard to look across and say, is there progress?
How is technology changing the way you do business, and for that matter, your workforce?
This is news, but not as you know it. This is TikTok by Bloomberg, the first and only global news network built for Twitter. Objective reporting that you can trust. Curated comments that provide insight. TikTok by Bloomberg. 24/7 news streaming live on Twitter.
Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Technology. It's disrupting just about every company that we know of today. How is it affecting Coca-Cola? And first, talk about how it's affecting your relationship with your consumer. How you deliver to your consumer, things like e-commerce, how you market to your consumer.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of look at it in three buckets. How we engage with consumers, there used to be TV advertising, now there's social media. The ways of engaging with the consumer are changing rapidly. Who the customer is and how the shopping actually happens is changing rapidly. And of course, internally, it's changing rapidly. With the consumer, around the world, TV is still the biggest vehicle, maybe less so in some of the developed economies, but around the world, it's still the biggest vehicle. But a lot of it's going into social media. We work closely a lot of the new tech companies in social media, trying to find ways to continue to have a brand role. I mean, in the end, someone's got to pay for the content to be developed, whether that's through advertising or sponsorship. So I think there's a lot of change going on. We're adapting. I think we feel we're kind of towards the front end. But what I'm totally clear of, it's going to be different in 5 years, and it's going to be very different in 10 years. And we're going to have to keep investing in innovation and keep evolving to stay close to the consumers.
As you look around the world, which markets do you see the
Order
fastest
filled.
innovation when
Order
it comes
submitted.
to e-commerce? When
Order
you just
submitted.
Sort of get on your app and you order something up, it gets delivered, for example. Is it China? Is it the United States? Is it Europe?
I actually think that places like Shanghai and some parts of Western Europe are on the cutting edge, along with some of the bits of the U.S. But really
Order
at the
filled.
par, I mean,
Order
the
submitted.
U.S.
Order
in many
submitted.
respects, there's a lot of advanced e-commerce, but I can tell you it's very advanced in places like Shanghai and Western Europe as well. And the penetration of e-commerce in aggregate is even higher in some of those places than even the U.S. So, when you want to learn what's going on, I would be just as tempted to tell you go to Shanghai as stay in New York.
And how do you market in that circumstance? I mean, we're used to going to a fast food restaurant, for example, and there's a Coca-Cola there. It's on the menu.
Yeah.
So let's have that Coke or that Diet Coke.
Yeah.
You don't have that when you're on your app.
No, but you have to get it. I mean, you know, if you went back even 2 or 3 years in China, for example, when a lot of the apps and the mobile payment systems came in, we weren't on the menu. Actually, even worse, we were trying to sell perhaps a returnable glass bottle to the restaurant, which had no way of being in the delivery system. So we've had to re-engineer our business system very quickly to both be present on the app. So what's the virtual representation of what you'd normally see in the store? And how do we change the packaging portfolio so that we can be part of the delivery system? And you have a lot of places in Shanghai where food ordered on apps and delivered is 30–50% of the restaurant sales.
That's the relationship with the consumer. Talk about Coca-Cola as Coca-Cola. How is technology changing the way you do business, and for that matter, your workforce?
It's changing it in lots of profound ways. I mean, in simple terms, you know, you go back 10, 20 years, we were a large company and we're one of the few that could afford to invest in expensive IT systems and do our own stuff, our own programs, our own server farms. You wind forward to today, that's no longer the model. We've had to move to the cloud. We've had to move to standard programs that whole industries use, and we've had to use the mobile. The one thing I always say to the IT department is, just put it on the phone. Everything can be done on the phone. Let's just move everything to mobile on the phone. The old days of IT had training budgets. Why? Everyone knows how to use the apps on the phone. So it's profoundly changing the way that we work, and I think it's going to continue to flow through the organization. We have a big program of digitizing the company.
Does that translate into fewer employees as a practical matter because of the efficiencies from digital?
I think for sure it changes into a different profile. I mean, people are having to adapt to doing things in a different way. We've actually made a lot of changes in our IT departments to move to a different skill set. So it's certainly changing the nature of employment and the sorts of profiles you want. Whether we buy the services ourselves or we buy the services or do it ourselves makes a difference as to where the employees are. But net, more employment's being generated in the economies.
So can Coca-Cola compete with Silicon Valley and the digital startups when you're trying to recruit the young computer scientists?
Well, Atlanta is a very fast-growing economy. The state of Georgia has been ranked, you know, top 1 or 2 of place to do business in the U.S. for many years in a row. The local political system has done a great job. So has the city. So it's a very competitive economy there, and we do very well in it. We're happy to see Atlanta and Georgia growing, and they've done a lot to invest in tech startups and the media industry in and near Atlanta, and it's being very successful.
As you look toward really substantial growth in these new beverage categories, are you looking at acquisitions? Are you looking at organic growth? I mean, you have been inclined, I believe, to look for smaller brands, startup brands, bringing them along. Is that the future path to a significant degree for Coca-Cola?
I think it's going to be both. I mean, we have grown organically, but we have made these bolt-on acquisitions, as we call them, the little small ones, the niche brands. I think
order
where we
submitted.
see that
Order
something is
submitted.
a really good idea,
Order submitted.
we invest in them. Sometimes we buy them. Sometimes we just invest with them. But there's a quid pro quo. They get the capital that we inject, yet we can introduce them to the globe, not just the country that they've launched in. And that's helped us double the number of billion-dollar brands that we sell around the world. So I think it's going to be an and strategy rather than one or the other.
It's interesting. It's a total beverage company. It's not a food company. I mean, there are some competitors who said, let's become a food company, at least in part. Why did you make that decision? And does it make you any more vulnerable, forgive me for saying, but even to acquisition? I mean, you're what, $200 billion market cap? It's a pretty big acquisition. But there are some pretty big consolidations in the food industry out there.
I think firstly, you know, we're focused on beverages because that's where the greatest synergy and the greatest application of our know-how and our fabulous global bottling distribution system is. It's the thing that can be most synergistic with what
Order
we've already
canceled.
got.
Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Or in the other stores. So it's a great market. We have a good position. We can create a lot of synergy. So it's a question of choices. I sometimes say never say never, which then causes confusion because people say you haven't ruled anything out. I say no. It's a question of what's most logical. And beverages are the most not logical thing for us to do first because we stick to our knitting. In terms of how we think about the consolidation, in the end of the day, I'm pretty convinced that investors, gold star goes to those that grow with expanding margins. Growth is the name of the game. If the category's got no growth, then optimize the margin. Okay, but that's still silver prize largely over the long term. So I'm pretty clear. If we focus on driving top-line growth, which we believe we can with our strategy.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
With us over the long run.
By 2030, you want to be getting a bottle back for everyone you put out there. That's a lot of bottles for Coca-Cola. How are you going to attract all that plastic?
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
World without waste. Great goal. You have a big new packaging announcement. Why is it important to Coca-Cola, not just as a corporate citizen, but as a business?
You know, it's important to us for a very core part of our values. We've always believed that to have a healthy business, you need to be operating in a healthy community. And one of today's biggest problems is packaging waste. We've done a lot on making things recyclable. We've actually invested a lot of R&D in making progress on reusing it. What we need to do is collect it. So this announcement is about the big missing piece in generating a world without waste, which is collecting back the plastic and creating a market economy for that collected plastic. And I think that's going to do great things to help us grow into the future without creating waste, which is good for us and it's great for communities.
How are you going to attract all that plastic? By 2030, you want to be getting a bottle back for everyone you put out there. That's a lot of bottles for Coca-Cola. How are you going to attract all that plastic?
Well, to give you an idea of the dimension, we need to bring back, every person in the world, if they bring back 2 bottles a month, we bring back all our bottles. That's our objective. 2 bottles a month for every person. We collect every bottle we put out. How are we going to do it? Well, there'll be different systems in different countries. You know, every country needs a solution, but it won't be the same everywhere. There are kind of places where it's reasonably advanced in Europe to more informal economies where the collection happens. So there's going to be different solutions everywhere. We're going to have to work with NGOs, other industrial companies and governments to put in place these solutions. But it's absolutely doable. And I think that's what's exciting about setting the objective.
We're very conscious of this in the United States, but what about in other places, like China, for example?
Yeah, look, I think the emerging and the developed countries are where more of the problem is than the US or Europe, which is probably at the leading edge. So we need to do more there. But recognize that in a lot of these countries, there is some informal
order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
What we need to create is the circular economy. We need to create value for that. So often in the case, and we did this in Mexico, for example, you go back a little more than 10 years, it was less than 10% of the plastic was recycled. Now it's 60%. How? The informal economy was collecting the waste, but there was no market for it. No one wanted to buy it. So we went into the marketplace and bought the plastic, invested in factories to recycle that and reuse it in our bottles. So I think there's a model there for the Chinas and other parts of the world on how to create value out of plastic and get it reused.
You've laid out a bold strategic vision for your company called Total Beverage Company. that includes things beyond Coca-Cola and even beyond Diet Coke. It goes on beyond that to these 5 categories. What's driving that? Is that basically to get away a bit from sugar drinks?
Actually, you know, we're following the consumer. When you look at what's happening around the world, as the world is urbanizing, as people have got more disposable income, they're spending more money on a range of things, including beverages. So what's important within that growing market of beverages is they want more choice. Different people want different things. So if we really want to be able to serve the customer, serve the consumer, we've got to follow them. We've got to get into more categories. Coke is likely to remain the heart and soul of the company. It's the world's biggest, fast-moving consumer good brand. But we need more. We need to offer consumers what they want all day long. We have to offer choice. And I think that's what's going to guide us forward. And in a way, it goes back to where we started. If we pay a lot of attention to what the consumer wants, they will take us to where the business needs to grow. And then it ultimately ends up in growth for the business.
I understand that on average around the world, people consume about 8 ounces of a beverage per day. And Coca-Cola, I was told, is about a half an ounce. What is your goal? How much of the market share of total beverage can you really take globally?
I mean, I don't think there's a end of history moment when we reach nirvana. I think what we're looking to do is gain share every year. I mean, it's a competitive marketplace. We have a lot of well-funded competitors doing a lot of exciting things. So we're focused on is can we serve the consumers and gain a little bit of share each year and generate a growing business system that our objective is to create value for everyone who touches that business system, whether it be the economics of the people who are in the value chain like the customer, or even society with initiatives like the packaging one, you know, which I think builds on our heritage of creating shared value in the world. You know, 10 years ago or so, we set ourselves the objective of being water neutral by 2020, and we achieved it a few years early. So we return to the environment all the water we use, which is one of the things that gives us confidence that we can achieve this packaging objective. So we get business growth and doing it in the right way for society.
Okay, thanks very much. We're going to wrap it up there. This was terrific. Thank you so much. That was really fun.
Thank you.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Welcome to Bloomberg Daybreak on this Friday, April 17th. I'm Alex Steele. Here's everything you need to know at this hour. Let's take it from the top.
对你说 I think the biggest difficulty, domestically speaking, is about helping the companies.
China's economy falls into its first contraction in decades in the first quarter, dragging retail sales and investment demand with it.
It was as bad, actually worse than you expected. 6.8% decline is the worst performance since they started reporting quarterly GDP in China back in 1992.
One bright spot, smaller than expected contraction in industrial production in March of 1.1% as factories return to work.
We are not opening all at once, but one careful step at a time.
President Trump outlines his plans for reopening the U.S. economy, leaving the bulk of the decision to the states.
Some states and employers being encouraged to abandon restrictions within the next 4 weeks. The White House has been eager to lift curbs and let the country return to work after a total of 22 million people filed for unemployment aid.
Meanwhile, the UK extends its lockdown by 3 more weeks and lays out 5 criteria before any restrictions are lifted.
We should be open-minded about continuing to look for areas. The issue of mortgages, mortgage servicers is something, obviously, that's under a lot of stress.
Fed officials warn of weak growth and high unemployment as layoffs pile up. Cantor Fitzgerald shrinks its workforce even as big banks like Morgan Stanley and Citigroup pledge to hold off on such dismissals.
What kind of world will we have when we have immunity from it, when we have, the right testing? There are so many
order
unknowns
canceled.
now, whereas back
Order
in 08,
submitted.
there was a
Order
fundamental
submitted.
collapse of the whole financial system.
Uncertainty weighs on earnings from Schlumberger to Procter & Gamble as reporting season ramps up into high gear. All right, let's take a look at where markets are stacking up. The risk-on feel continues within U.S. equity markets as well as over in Europe. Indices there up 3 to 4% in the U.S. We're still around the highs of the session. A little bit of selling, though, in the bond market here in the U.S. You're starting to see some yields now decline over in Europe as well, but still some peripheral buying happening over there. And oil really taking it on the chin here in the U.S. I should point out the majority of the hit to WTI is going to be a contract rollover. Tuesday, it switches to June from May. That's causing a lot of the selling. If you take a look at the June contract, you're seeing a little bit more stability within the market. Well, those U.S. futures in some ways are rising on signs that the U.S. is trying to get ready to reopen its economy. Sort of guidelines that governors could use laid out yesterday by the White House. Sean Golhar, Barclays head of U.S. public policy research joins me now. Sean, always great to check up with you. So we have a V-shaped recovery in the equity market as we're kind of waiting for the economy to reopen. Is what we heard yesterday going to be good enough?
Yeah, no, I think what you're going to see as the data rolls in is you're going to see these rolling peaks of hospital demand and hospital use around the country and subsequently rolling opens for the economy. This is something I think we've all been waiting to see, and we're happy to see that certain areas are beginning to hit their peak. But, without widespread testing, I think that risk of a second outbreak is still there. So I can understand why some investors are getting excited about the possibilities of reopening, but we're still at Barclays very cautious on how this prospect looks over the summer and into the fall.
So what does a rollout of reopening look like from how you're modeling it?
Yeah, no, so what we think about it is, and the president outlining his federal guidelines are important because if you recall, he did not issue a federal lockdown. There was no federal mandatory social distancing measures. Rather, he allowed states to do so. And you're seeing that and we've been saying this at Barclays for quite some time, on the reopening, you're going to see that as well. So governors of California and some others have already outlined their plans on what they look like about a reopening. From our point of view, again, if we're really flattening the curve at this point and we're looking to move forward, you're still going to see some level of social distancing probably in the summer and into the fall. Just anecdotally from Barclays, talking to colleagues in Asia about this and how it looks like out there, social distancing can still consist of limited time in the office, potentially restaurants opening, but every other table being seated. You talked about airlines having where the middle seats are left open. Those are things I think for the U.S. we're going to have to think about going into the fall, and of course will have an impact on the economy. One thing to keep in mind is from a congressional point of view, they're trying to get this phase 3.5, as we're calling it, really focused on the Small Business Administration. And we do expect them to pass something probably next week. And there's a lot of work being done towards this larger, what we call phase 4. If we start to reopen the economy in parts of the country and people feel like things are coming back, it will impact that discussion, most notably, I think, on phase 4. But I'm still fairly confident Congress will still need to pass some level of stimulus.
What is a phase 4 shaping up to look like in your opinion?
I think a lot of it might be focused on a couple of things. One, individual rebate checks. I think that was a very popular part of the Phase 3 program. It was something I think that really took hold for people. So long as the money is distributed on a efficient basis and timely basis, which I think they've just begun doing, I think that's something you could see going into a Phase 4. And maybe it's 1 to even 2 months of it. I think in addition to that, you're going to see aid for state and local governments. Municipal governments are in a really important financial position right now where they're under a lot of stress. Not only are revenues down from everything that's going on and tax collections will be delayed, but their expenses have gone up considerably. Frontline expenses, as you can imagine, hospital expenses. With balanced budget amendments around the country, state and local governments are under a lot of pressure. So I think Phase 4 is going to offer a lot of aid to them as well.
So speaking of aid, the payroll protection
Order
program
submitted.
hit its limit
Order
yesterday.
submitted.
We're still waiting
Order
for
submitted.
additional money out of Congress. How close are we to a deal? What is the deal going to look like?
Yeah, there's a lot of political pressure right now on Congress to get that done. 22 million claims in the last month. Unemployment rate is going to be well over 10%. You talked about it just before, contraction in China. There's a lot of pressure right now on all U.S. policymakers to get something done on this. Everybody sees small businesses as the lifeblood of the American economy and incredibly important. I think what it comes down to is, do you include other provisions in addition to the $200 to $250 billion of supplemental funding for the PPP program? Other provisions being being like PPE for hospitals at the state and local government level, community health centers. I think that's where some of the disagreements are right now. Note one thing is that, the ink is just drying on that Phase 3 program. When they signed it, they thought it was probably 2 or 2.1 trillion. It ended up being slightly higher. The CBO yesterday released its long-term budget impact on that. So I think for some members of Congress, they're a little nervous to keep passing these bills so quickly. But that all being said, I think the pressure is so high that I expect Congress probably next week to get this small business package through.
The CBO estimate was huge for issuance. Okay, so let's just get the final thoughts here on the holes in the package. So businesses that are owned by PE firms, hedge funds, some airlines not willing to take sort of the restrictions that go with it. Where are we in the companies that need/want to get the money? Can they get it or not? Should they get it or not?
Well, I think the should they get or not is more of a policy discussion. I think at the end of the day, they want to make sure individuals are not let go from the firms. We have this continuance of employment going forward, and we're helping as many small businesses as possible. Obviously, for some folks in Washington, there is a concern and optics issue about this as well. And for everybody, truthfully, going into November, they're going to be worried that the B word, the bailout word, is going to be applied to what's happening right now. So they're going to be a little bit cautious in what they vote for.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Not only does that speed up the process, it shows bipartisanship. It also protects members that can say, "Well, look, we all went for this," and I think that's what leadership is hoping to get. It also helps prevent members from having to fly back to Washington to pass this legislation.
All right, Sean, appreciate catching up with you. Sean Gulhar of Barclays. All right, coming up on the program, U.S. equity markets are more likely than not to actually retest new lows. That's according to Lori Calvasina, RBC Capital Markets head of U.S. equity strategy. This is Bloomberg.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
continuing to look for pockets of the economy that have been overlooked in what we're doing and through no fault of their own are under stress. And so I would say my own mindset would be we should be open-minded about continuing to look for areas, whether it's nonprofits would be a good example.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
The issue of mortgages, mortgage servicers is something obviously that's under a lot of stress.
That was Dallas Fed President Robert Kaplan speaking on Bloomberg Television yesterday. Here for more, Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, and Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets. So, Lori, the conversation I wanted to get at was you see this V-shaped recovery in equities, but then you hear from
Order
Fed officials
filled.
as well as
Order
the
submitted.
actual data, and we're
Order
like nowhere
submitted.
near a V conversation. How do you, as an equity strategist, square those two things?
You know, it's funny. A few weeks ago, we did a survey, and we actually asked equity investors, what do you think we're going to get, a V, a U, a W, or something else? And we actually found it wasn't quite half. I think it was around 41% or so, but the plurality thought that we were going to see a W-shaped recovery. So you kind of get two Vs back to back. That really echoes what I think I've got in my own head, which
Order
is that
submitted.
I think this is going to be a
Order
bumpy
submitted.
ride around the
Order
bottom
submitted.
at best. I still don't rule out the possibility that we go back and retest those March 23rd lows, but if I'm wrong, I think that W answer is probably the right one.
So, Mike, we had a lot of Fed officials speak over the last few days. Do they have any sort of broad consensus of a letter recovery that we're looking at here?
Not really. What you see is a number of people saying that it's going to take a while. We're not going to be starting up in May. We may be getting somewhere near that area in June and July, and then they diverge, the Fed officials. Some think we will I don't think anybody
Order
sees
filled.
the V-shape that the markets see, but some think we will start to grow slowly in the third and fourth quarters, and others say not until next year. And at this point, nobody really knows. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's not a whole lot more they can do, but it'll be interesting to see the minutes of their discussions at their meetings. We got one coming up on April 29th.
It's a good point, Lori, and I know that equities are supposed to be forward-looking, but in this case, it feels like they're forward-looking like a lot. So where do you need to allocate? What do you sell on rallies? What do you buy on dips?
So what we've told people is just really kind of keep a balance and buy the best of the defensives, buy the best of the cyclicals. I would say that, on dips and when I'm in recovery mode and thinking about that rebound, I still really like the industrial sector at this point in time. It's just as cheap as something like financials. You don't need rates to be higher longer term for it to work. You just need to have the assumption that we are going to get the economy back at some point. ESG investors like it. We've heard some chatter this week that ESG flows
Order
are still
canceled.
coming into the market.
Order submitted.
And the
Order
dividends
submitted.
were pretty safe there during the financial crisis. So that's kind of our buy on dips rebound opportunity for days when we're feeling, a little bit more skittish. We like the utility sector and the healthcare sector.
The days we feel more skittish. It's like a perfect way of phrasing it. Mike, in terms of growth, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday with initial jobless claims, do Fed officials or economists have an idea of when we stop seeing bad numbers, like they actually level off so we can base and get some real reality of just how bad it's going to go?
It's probably going to be some months till we get
Order
accurate
canceled.
data.
Order
And I'll tell you
canceled.
why,
Order
we've
canceled.
got a backup in jobless claims filings, obviously, and we do have some companies that are still laying people off. Now you're going to run into a situation where I've
Order
tried
submitted.
to keep my
Order
company
submitted.
open, but
Order
this is taking
submitted.
so long, and it's just not worth it. I'm going to close it, and then more people go on. But then you have the small business loans out there, the Paycheck Protection Program. So some people who were out of work and had filed for unemployment may go back on somebody's payroll at least until the end of June. So it's going to be really hard, this flow back and forth, to tell exactly how many people are out of work. We know a lot of people will be. Numbers that are just going to be staggering, but to get an accurate representation of when the flows have settled out and we know where we are is going to take some time.
Well, Lori, it begs the question, too, then when you're looking at the market, what sectors are you looking for those second-round effects that Mike was just talking about?
I know a lot of people want to buy consumer stories, in the discretionary area on rebounds, but I just look at the secondary effect issue and think, how long is it really going to be before we get back to normal? My same survey I referenced, most of the investors thought we'd get back to normal in 2Q and 3Q. I hate to disagree with my clients, but I just don't think that's realistic. So I would probably not be chasing areas like restaurants, leisure, that kind of stuff on rebounds, even though we do see some fierce short covering rallies here, because I do think the consumer has
Order
been
filled.
changed.
Order submitted.
I think
Order
it's going to take us
submitted.
some time to understand what those changing consumer habits are, but that's where I'd probably tread very, very carefully on rebound plays.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Yeah, it's a good point
Order
too. Also,
submitted.
what does this all mean then, Lori, for margins and CapEx, right? Because even if you're a restaurant and you reopen, you're probably going to have to restructure how your wait staff and your customers and your kitchen actually cooks to abide by certain guidelines. And that's not just that. I mean, manufacturers, car companies, anyone with a supply chain, they're all going to have to reconfigure how they do business. How do you square that with a margin outlook?
It's a great point, Alex, and what we've told people is that as we've come up with our guesstimates on earnings, and I call them guesstimates because we're doing our modeling, but we want to be realistic about what our forecasts represent. The single biggest problem that we have in putting our model together is figuring out how big is the hit going to be on margins. I'll tell you what we've got baked in now are kind of the worst days of the financial crisis. We've got those types of impacts baked in. It could be worse. It could be better. We just don't know, and that's why I think this reporting season is so crucial. There's so many
Order
people saying,
canceled.
"Oh, it doesn't matter.
Order canceled.
We know 1Q
Order
is terrible.
canceled.
It's just about
Order
the future." I
canceled.
actually disagree
Order
with that a
submitted.
little bit. I need
Order
to understand
filled.
what the margin
Order
impacts have
submitted.
been so far
Order
to really
submitted.
understand how bad they're going to get. So that's honestly the biggest thing I'm listening for in this reporting season.
So, Mike, do you feel like economists are also sort of agreeing with what Lori's talking about, or are we getting on the same page in that respect, or no?
I'm not sure at this point. Economists, I think, are much more honest than investors about not knowing. Investors are taking things on faith at this point, or their beliefs, and economists are generally saying, well, we don't have the data, so we can't really give you a good forecast. Now, we are seeing a lot of companies get rid of their earnings forecast for the year, which is a good thing because they really have no visibility. And I guess the question I would ask Lori is, in terms of some of the sectors she wants to buy, yeah, I can make a case for utilities because we're all home and it's going to get hot. We're going to need air conditioning. But industrials and things like that, the companies can come back, but do the customers come back? That's going to be the issue. Boeing wants to bring 27,000 workers back next month, but who is going to buy their airplanes at this point?
No, I think that's
Lori,
a great point on the aerospace. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Lori, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I think that's a great point on the aerospace and defense side. But, when I sort of put, I think that's sort of a special situation. When we put that aside, I do think that we will have construction. I do think that infrastructure, is coming back up into the discussions again. So, and I also feel like one of the legacies of this crisis is understanding that we need to reinvigorate the domestic manufacturing sector at home. We've sort of understood through this crisis that there is a value to actually producing more things here. So that's something that kind of keeps me calm about the industrial sector. Frankly, I feel like that sector is going to come back more and sooner probably than the consumer sector. I would say on healthcare, which is another area that we like, one of the things that we've liked about that space is that we haven't quite seen as many companies withdrawing guidance. We have seen downward revisions are less severe in that sector than what we've seen in other sectors. We've seen some of those companies, sort of support their dividends in here recently. All that is telling me that this is a sector that is better off, and you probably are going to get some resiliency there. They're not going to go totally unscathed, but I think that resiliency, factor is going to continue to show up.
Great conversation, guys. Mike McKee, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Lori Calvasina of RBC will be sticking with me. Plus, stay with Bloomberg later on today. Exclusive interview with Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester that's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
You're watching Bloomberg Daybreak. I'm Vivian Hurtado with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Schlumberger cutting its dividend for the first time in more than 40 years. The world's biggest oil field services provider sifting through the wreckage of the oil price collapse. Schlumberger has imposed job cuts and furloughs around the world. It's also cutting salaries. And shares of drug maker Gilead today are rising. A report in a medical publication saying the company's coronavirus drug, it's working. A trial is being conducted at the University of Chicago. A researcher says most patients using the Gilead drug had been discharged. Only 2 died. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Viviana. Lori Calvasine of RBC Capital Markets still with me. Lori, what do you do with small caps?
You know, we put out a piece the other day and we said it really depends on where you think the market's going from here. So we're sticking with our neutral view. They've been decimated this year. They've had a nice move since mid-March, but frankly, they've been sort of in this relative, kind of performance trading range over the last week or so. So it's not
Order
clear
canceled.
exactly what they want
Order
to do if you're just looking at
submitted.
the stocks.
Order
If
filled.
you're a short-term
Order
investor,
submitted.
if you really
Order
need to preserve
submitted.
capital,
Order
preserve your
submitted.
relative returns in the short term, it could potentially be a dicey area. You know, we're not convinced that we're out of the woods on this market yet. That being said, if you really are a longer-term investor, if you really can just sort of ride through any near-term storms, you want to be adding exposure to these areas. We did some work looking at past recovery trades around recessions. Small caps always bottom well before the recession is over. They always start to outperform large caps well before the recession is over. And in the 6-month period after you get that mid-recession trough in the market, they're very strong, very consistent outperformers. So it's a clear and obvious recovery trade if you can really be long-term.
Mm-hmm. So I wanted to ask that for like the winners and the losers, right? Because obviously small caps overall this crisis have been hammered, whereas the large cap, especially large cap tech, has really outperformed. Do you expect that to keep continuing?
Look, I think that large a very important signal, and so I could see it continuing to work a little bit in the short term. You know, longer term, I'm a bit more neutral on large cap tech. But generally, when large cap tech is doing well, we should not view it as a risk-on signal. What it is signifying is that people want to put money into stocks, they want to put money into the market, but they want to do it with sort of safe household-type names. They want to do it with secular growers. You know, what's interesting about tech is that in the past, that big cap tech space has been one that underperformed on the way down in recessions and outperformed on the way up. But I'm not so sure we're going to get that this time around because it's turned into a resiliency, kind of defensive trade this time in this cycle. So, I look at the performance of some of these names recently, and it tells me there's a very defensive undercurrent to this market.
And I wonder if that creates the premium that's justified when you have like Netflix, bigger market cap than Disney, for example?
Yeah, and look, that's one of the reasons why we've been sort of market weight the broader tech space. We do think, and I think a lot about software in particular as being sort of one of the areas of the market that's really getting the economy, getting the business community through this crisis. So the fundamentals there are good. They're
Order
really
canceled.
Proving their worth.
Order canceled.
They're crowded. They're expensive. They deserve to be there.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably don't want to be overweight from here, but it's hard to argue for an underweight at this point in time.
Order canceled.
All right,
Order
Lori,
canceled.
Great to catch up with you.
Order
really
canceled.
Appreciate this. Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets. Good to chat. All right, coming up, KKR says keep calm and carry on. How it's allocating assets. We're coming up with an exclusive interview with Henry McVeigh, KKR, head of global macro and asset allocation, coming up next on Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg. Welcome to Bloomberg Daybreak. I'm Alex Steele. Let's get a check-in here on the markets. S&P futures still hanging on to some highs of the session. You also have European equities up 3 to 4%. Will we have 2 straight weeks of gains for the S&P if we close out at these levels? Part of the optimism is you're getting some solid earnings out of Procter & Gamble, for example. On the flip side, you have companies like Schlumberger cutting their dividend as well as their capex. If you switch up the board, the dollar is the underperformer now in the G10 space. You are seeing a little bit of selling in the back end of the curve here in the U.S. Over in Europe, though, you're still seeing some solid buying from anywhere from the core to the peripheries either way. I also wanted to highlight what's happening with oil. Yes, you're getting WTI hit. However, a lot of that's going to be the contract roll-off. March trading a little bit better, but nonetheless, you're still looking at oil prices around $20 a barrel. All right, now I want to head over to Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker for an exclusive interview with Henry McVeigh, KKR head of global macro and asset allocation. Eric?
Henry's with us from Richmond, Virginia. Henry, as Alex just mentioned, you're head of global macro, also head of asset allocation, and you run KKR's balance sheet. You have thought long and hard about the implications of this pandemic. The stock market is telling us, Henry, right now, as we speak, in fact, that the recovery is going to be almost as powerful, and for that matter, swift, as the collapse. What do you think? Henry, do we have you? Alex, it appears we have just lost Henry. Of course, these technical difficulties largely a result of having to work from home. I'm not at home, but you are, and of course so many of our colleagues are. I'll hand it back to you for the moment, and then I hope we can raise Henry again. We'll get back into that conversation.
Yeah, no problem. This happens a lot, Eric. Thanks for rolling with the patience here. So as I was mentioning, you're seeing some risk on in the equity market. I wanted to highlight some individual names, for example. So Gilead, one of the outperformers for companies in pre-market. And part of that is because one of their drugs may actually be working to treat the coronavirus. So that part of the story. Also, you're taking a look at Boeing. That stock now really popping.
Order
they
submitted.
Might, plan to
Order
reopen,
submitted.
some of their plants as well. You're also taking a look at the Procter & Gamble, up by only about 0.8%, but I had mentioned that earlier. So if you take a quick check-in on earnings, they're looking at their full year organic sales at 4 to 5%, and they did wind up beating estimates, and they reaffirmed their forecast for the year. I think we now have Henry McVeigh on the line here. So Eric, I'll just hand it back over to you.
Thanks, Alex. Reminding everybody that this is Henry McVeigh. He is the head of global macro and asset allocation at KKR. And Henry, the question I was asking when we just lost you there is this. The stock market is telling us right now that the economic recovery is going to be just about as powerful and swift as the collapse. What do you think?
I think there are a couple things to keep in mind. One is we've had an extraordinary amount of stimulus. If you add up monetary and fiscal stimulus as a percentage of GDP, it's about 37%. That's an extraordinary number. So the market is right to respond to that. I think we're going to transition, however, from monetary and fiscal stimulus headlines to leading economic indicators and earnings, and that's probably not as positive of a tale in the near term. So as we look out, we think on the equity side right now, things are probably around fair value. On credit, we see a lot of value. I think you have to divide really from an asset allocation and a macro standpoint. What are you trying to achieve? When we look out towards 22 and 23, remember most of our capital is kind of 7 to 10 year capital. We see a lot of value, and we see secular winners around e-commerce, around I would say value concepts as in people trade down. We think there's going to be a big theme towards nesting or people doing more around their working from home or similar type behavior patterns, what we saw post 9/11. But this is not going to be a straight line. The VIX is at 40 for a reason, and it's telling you there's still a lot of uncertainty. I think you and I have talked about this recently, but look, the U.S. just lost, unfortunately, and there's a massive human element to this. The U.S. has had 22 million people on the unemployment tally in the last 4 weeks, which is extraordinary by any measure. So it's going to be a different recovery by country and by region. We're seeing very attractive green shoots out of China. I don't think China is the playbook for all countries, but I do think that you can say there's going to be a recovery. It's coming, but it's going to come from a big hole.
Henry, what do the Chinese economic data overnight tell us?
I think they tell you two important things. One is the industrial
Order
hung in there
filled.
pretty
Order
well.
submitted. Order
Because
submitted.
They were still getting decent demand out of the West. I think that's going to slow. But you saw the consumer data, the retail sales down about 17% year over year, and that's probably more reflective of what we would expect. I mean, we track this data both, I think, for your viewers, we have 175 companies globally where we get pretty good real-time information. China's cases peaked around February the 4th. The economic data there, started to bottom around February the 16th, and we've seen pickup in things like household products, jewelry. We're even seeing autos come back, but it's a very different consumer. And I think one of the things that we outline in our piece that folks can take a look at
Order
is that
filled.
we think this is an inflection point. We think there's some very investable themes that are going to change in the playbook that what people were doing for the last couple of years. You'll have to really adjust the way your lens through which you look at the world. I also just want to
Order
back to
canceled.
your point
Order
on the recovery.
submitted.
Remember,
Order
there's two
submitted.
things that I think people haven't talked about and written about enough, which is we came into this 10 years into a recovery where we now have peak corporate margins and we have peak corporate leverage, and you've seen a lot of that through people doing buybacks and things like that. So this is somewhat of a combination in our mind of, unfortunately, a bolt from the blue shock like we saw with 9/11, but coupled with an event like 1987. So typically when you get a crash, you get a big bounce right back up, and this market did the right thing. We had the most significant drop since the Great Recession, ahead of the recession. And the market was telling you the right thing. We've obviously had a much more dramatic response. I mean, Eric, think about it this way. The Fed has done more in the last 2 weeks, 85% more in terms of buying than what it did the 2 weeks after the Lehman bankruptcy in 2008. So we've got better technology between the Fed and the Treasury. Our hats are off to them in terms of how they're trying to work from a monetary standpoint and a fiscal standpoint. The offset of that is that the U.S., given its the way the business works, we have a much higher unemployment rate. So we see very little unemployment trends in Asia and China in particular. In Europe, we think unemployment has moved from kind of 7 to 11%. And in the U.S., that number could move from kind of where we are today up towards 15 to 20%.
So can we talk for a moment, Henry, about what the Fed and the Treasury and other government, other governments around the world are doing? Correct me if I'm wrong here, but what the Fed, particularly what the Fed is doing, is providing liquidity and providing credit. And the Treasury, to a certain degree, is providing some demand replacement, but it certainly can't fill the hole that we're going to see created over the course of the second quarter. Help us sort of sort through what the Fed and the Treasury can and can't do, in terms of economic support, and how that should be reflected in asset pricing.
Okay, so great question. So let's start with the Fed. I mean, one is, what is the Fed trying to do? They're trying to put money into the system to keep financial conditions at adequate levels so that businesses and individuals can transact. You had James Gorman talking about how he had to have operations working yesterday. Morgan Stanley needs to be in business. You need to have Bank of America. You need to have JP Morgan, all the big private equity firms, everybody who can transact and credit to create markets. So the Fed is trying to create good financial conditions. They're doing
Order
that
canceled.
by buying,
Order canceled.
obviously
Order
treasuries,
submitted.
by mortgages,
Order
and
submitted.
they started to move into investment grade. The second thing is then you need to, once you calm financial conditions, which I think they've done a significant job of doing, you need to have a fiscal response. And if you think about the unemployment benefits, they
Order
average
filled.
out to about
Order
$28
submitted.
per
Order
hour.
submitted.
And that's essentially what
Order
the middle
filled.
income America makes per hour. So they're essentially creating a bridge during this uncertain period. And so kudos to the Treasury for doing that. Ultimately, when you look at the plan, it's really three-pronged. The investment grade program is for really the big companies to keep them in business. the small business loans or to the very small companies, and then you have the Main Street Act in the middle, which really is trying to help those. It's not going to work perfectly overnight. That's why you've seen the unemployment rate spike so high. But ultimately, the intentions are pure. But what we're trying to do is essentially create a bridge where we know, or smooth, create foam on the road so that it's smooth. But we know there's a massive pothole, right? This pothole, we're talking about a peak to trough GDP of 12%, which is 3 times what we saw during the great financial crisis. So we are optimistic we will get to the other side. I think the news you heard overnight in Gilead, our view is that the economy will open up, but it will open up in a rolling format. And unfortunately, what you've seen, a lot of people like to hold China out there as this recovery model, but look at what's going on in Hong Kong and Singapore. Cases have actually ticked up back in the United States. So this is not going to be perfect science. And the peak number of cases in China and South Korea, it took about 3 weeks to go from peak cases down to less than 100, or about 10% of their total cases. If you look at other countries, and you can use Italy as an example, we're still 7 weeks in, and we haven't bent the curve. So there was a lot of discussion the past 4 weeks about bending the curve on the way up. But what really needs to happen now is you need to bend the curve on the way down. But our view is that social distancing, even if the drug coming out of Gilead is successful, it still doesn't fix the social distancing issue. And so the economy is going to look different. And so
Order submitted.
Our view
Order
is you're
submitted.
going to see a lot of transfer of economic value creation. You're seeing this in real estate. You're seeing this in traditional retail to e-commerce. That's a clear theme. You're going to see changes in the way education's done. You're going to see changing in behavior patterns around the way people think about value concepts and the way they think about health and wellness. Think about ESG and what the KKR
Order
does there. I mean,
filled.
we've been doing lots around food safety, but you're also going to have safety around healthcare now. And so that those type of things are all efforts we're working on, but it's happening against a backdrop where nationalism is surging. And so in some of our prior interviews, you and I have talked about technology being a strategic priority for the United States, but also one for China. But that sector has just expanded into areas such as healthcare and other areas. So I think we're in for a recovery. I think we can compliment the governments and the Fed for the work they've done, and the ECB. But there's always a transition. You get a big shock down, you get a big move back up, and then you have a sawtooth pattern where the economic reality, unfortunately, pulls you back down a little bit. The offset is you're going to get a cure and you're going to get liquidity and fiscal response. And so we've become we kind of moved from phase one where, and I think you guys reported on this, we were very aggressive, probably understated some of the numbers, but I would say that we were very aggressive around deploying into the downturn on the higher quality. Now we're moving into phase two, and phase two will be a rolling dislocation. And so we've been
Order
forming
submitted.
capital around
Order
that and
submitted.
really speaking to using our lens across Asia, across Europe, and across our sectors to find things where we can partner with companies that either need to delever or they need to, maybe a good company, bad capital structure, or ultimately they want to grow. And so it's really a two-pronged attack in phase two. Phase two is partner with secular winners who you think are going to come out of that. And I listed some themes, and there's more in the note. And then the second is to really partner with companies that need to deleverage, because what I talked about, which is we entered the downturn with peak margins and peak leverage, right? And globally today, when you look at total debt as a percentage of global GDP, it's about 250 or 60%. In 2007, going into that downturn, it was 210%. So that theme of deleveraging is going to be with us for years, not days.
Henry, great perspective, drawn from the 175 portfolio companies KKR has around the world. That is Henry McVeigh. He is head of global macro and asset allocation at KKR. He runs the balance sheet as well, and his report, Keep Calm and Carry On, can be found at KKR. Alex, back to you.
Thanks so much, Eric. I appreciate that. All right, coming up on the program, the coronavirus supply disruptions. We're going to look at the health of the global agricultural sector through equipment tractor maker AGCO. The CEO, Martin Richenhagen, will be joining us next in today's Bottom Line. Plus, remember, Bloomberg users interact with any charts we use throughout the 2 hours on GTV Go. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak. I'm Vivian Hurtado, and you're looking at the Principal Room. Coming up in the next hour, an exclusive interview with Loretta Mester, Cleveland Fed President.
Order filled.
Time now for Bottom Line. We take a look at companies and sectors worth watching this morning. Today we're going to take a look at your food supply. The coronavirus outbreak is affecting the everyday lives of farmers and essential workers needed to ensure our food security. Here's a man on the front lines, Martin Richenhagen, CEO of AGCO. It's a leading provider of agricultural equipment. Martin, you have such an array of, you have a huge perspective of where we're seeing problems. In the U.S., what food is secure? What food is at risk right now?
Well, actually, I can share with you that all farmers are working. The foods at risk are all these foods which need workers from outside the countries in harvesting.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Like
Order
in
submitted.
Europe, it's asparagus. In Germany, it's strawberries, things like that.
So you mentioned last month that you had some disruptions to your European facilities. Does that mean that you don't see disruptions like that in your North American facilities?
In our factories here in the U.S., all factories are working at capacity. In Europe, we have basically the Massey Ferguson factory in France, which is closed. We have the Fendt factory in Bavaria, which is closed but might open very soon. And we have our combine factory where we do all combines for Europe in Italy, which right now is closed. And then we face the problem that a lot of our suppliers don't work. So that means it's not only so that when you ramp up, when you start production again, you need to start your factory, you need to make sure that your suppliers also are all aligned, which is a little difficult, but we are optimistic that this will happen soon.
So do you have an idea yet of any impact on your first quarter sales here?
Well, I think the good news are, I can't go too much into detail, but the good news are that the first quarter was still pretty strong. So we had the opportunity to cover more or less all requirements because we also had inventory. So the first quarter should be okay. The second quarter is the question.
Order filled.
So do you have any insight as in like how much worse? Can you able to give me any sort of quantification there?
Well, no, really not. So it's very difficult to predict because it's not influenced by us. It's not influenced by the manufacturers, by us and our peers. It's pretty much influenced by politicians and administrations. And so we rely on whether we are allowed to work or not. And so that makes things a little unpredictable. But hopefully we can catch up because normally we close down our factories for summer shutdowns. Right now, basically people have plenty of time to do what they want to do. And so we hope that that we can that we don't have to shut down in summer and then catch up. The demand is still there. So the order book is strong. And as I said already, farmers farm and use the equipment. That's different from, for example, airlines where nobody is really flying and therefore the equipment isn't used. In our case, farmers are seeding, farmers are planting, so farm equipment is used. You can see that also from the parts business, so that's all okay. We just need to be allowed and need to be in a position to produce.
So at what point do you think you're going to have to furlough workers or lay off workers or reduce salary? How long does the economic disruption go on for until you have to make those decisions?
Well, the factories in Europe, they are on short time. For example, in Germany, that means our people do get 60% of their wages paid by the insurance, and we decided to add another 20%. So we did that in order to motivate our people.
Order submitted.
I think that's a great gesture, if you like so, because we want to make sure that they are doing well. And so far we only have a few cases inside ECHO, and most probably not coming from people being infected while working. So they basically were infected when skiing or going on vacation trips and things like that.
All right, Martin, really good to catch up with you. Would love to do so around earnings as well for more of your insight. Martin Richenhagen, CEO of AGCO, thank you very much. So coming up on the program, if the trend holds, you got new highs for gold, should only be a matter of time. We'll break that down today's Technically Speaking. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Quick breaking news for you here. Ford's preliminary net loss for the first quarter is going to be about $2 billion, yet they are issuing some new bonds. All right, let's get right to Technically Speaking. Mike McClone, Bloomberg Intelligence commodity strategist, joins me now. Gold's new top. What are we going to see?
Hello, Alex. Well, one thing we're going to see in gold is very likely we'll see new highs in terms of dollar-denominated gold. And a good way to watch for guidance is euro-denominated gold. This week made an all-time new high around 1,600 euros. Gold reached a 12-year high in terms of dollars. It's hovering around 1,700 resistance for now. It should hang out, but at some point, it seems just a matter of time. It should take out that old high around 1,900 and get to 2,000.
Oh, man, if you have that, you've got to have a lower equity market, no?
Yes, and that's the key thing that really kicked in gold. First is gold bottom when the Fed first started tightening in 2015. Is looking forward to the end game. We're seeing that now. but its bottom line is volatility bottom in the stock market right around 2018, and that's really what kicked gold in on
Order
the rally.
filled.
But the unique
Order
thing is
submitted.
it's just rhyming
Order
almost completely
submitted.
with 2007, right before the crisis. So that's what we show on our next chart. The average 100-day, 200-day average of S&P volatility picking up, and gold versus S&P 500 ratio is just catching up. At some point, should get back to that average ratio versus S&P 500.
Order filled.
1.1,
Order
which is the average
submitted.
since
Order
1971.
filled. Order submitted. Order
All right, Mike,
submitted.
really appreciate you setting us
Order
up for
submitted.
This Friday.
Order
Mike
canceled.
Bloomberg Intelligence Commodity Strategist. Thank you very much. That does it for me here. Bloomberg Daybreak America is coming up on the Open with John Farrell. Loretta Mester will be joining, talking about her view for the economy. Exclusive interview with the Cleveland Fed president. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled.
From New York City for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the Open starts right now. 30 minutes away from the opening bell, your Friday morning price action taking shape as follows. Equity futures elevated 2.6% on the S&P 500. We are on course for our first back-to-back weekly gain since this sell-off started on the S&P 500. It's a snooze in the bond market for you. The price action that has got everyone's attention this morning, the front month contract on WTI coming down 10.5%. We have a 17 handle on WTI crude. Right now, your price, $17 and around about 80 cents. We'll find a little bit of time to talk about that a little bit later in the program. Let's just begin right here with the big issue. The spread between hope about the future and the brutal reality in the present. The hope about the future, we're having a conversation about reopening this economy. Just the mere fact we're having a conversation about it is enough to encourage some people. Gilead reportedly having some success with one of its drugs treating symptoms of coronavirus. Those two reasons alone helping to lift equities overnight. But the brutal reality of the present is something we can't lose sight of. The SBA, the Small Business Administration, has run out of funds. That needs to be topped up. 22 million people have lost their jobs in this country applying for jobless claims in a single month. The shutdowns are going through to the middle of May, both in New York and in the United Kingdom as well. And for some countries, there is no end in sight in terms of the pain we're seeing for the healthcare system. So let's begin by getting our hands around by what on earth is going on in Washington, D.C. and catching up with Kevin Cerruti. Good morning to you, Kevin.
Order submitted. Order
Good morning,
submitted.
Jonathan. Yesterday, President Trump making his case for reopening parts of the country within the next month. 29 states, he says, could be ready in the next month or so to at least begin partially easing some of the shelter-in-place guidelines. Take a look at what he said. He says that this is a three-phase plan. The governors decide the timeline, reopening to be based on a downward trajectory in virus cases. States with a 2-week declines in cases may be eligible for phase one. But then this is really where it gets interesting. It's that public-private partnership and the employer guidelines for reopening eligibility institute temperature checks and that symptomatic workers must be cleared by doctors. I was talking with sources on both sides of the aisle, policymakers on both sides of the aisle rather, who said that the issue of testing is going to be absolutely paramount, readily available testing paramount in order to get people back to work. Two other quick points that I would make. The policy
Order
there
canceled.
very much being
Order
outlined by
canceled.
the president,
Order submitted.
also
Order
influencing
submitted.
what lawmakers and policymakers on Capitol Hill are trying to do. A lot more of a polarizing fight this go around, as you mentioned, on small business loans, but also on the next round of economic stimulus. And finally, the politics of this, and I just want to hammer this point home. The president, several weeks ago, making the political decision that he wants to be on the side of bullishly reopening the economy, because fast forward to November, he thinks in battleground states like Michigan and Wisconsin, swing voters are going to want to hear
Order filled.
that message.
Order
Jonathan?
submitted. Order submitted.
Always some politics somewhere to discuss. Kevin Cerruti, always great to catch up with you, sir. Thank you for your insight and some clarity on some of the issues taking place down in Washington. We can have the conversation about the market now. A little bit later in the program, we'll catch up with Loretta Mester, the Cleveland Fed president, on the latest moves from the Federal Reserve. Last week, a big conversation about their latest move into junk debt. One man joined this program last week ahead of that decision and said he could see it happening. And it happened. His name is Bob Michael, JP Morgan Asset Management, Global Fixed Income CIO, and I'm pleased to say he joined us now. Bob, you predicted it. There was some controversy when you said it. Many people pushed back, and here we are. Walk me through what you see in terms of the Fed's presence in high yield in the weeks and months to come.
Good morning, John. Well, I think, listening
Order
to Kevin
filled.
talk about it's getting time for people to think about returning to work. That's only part of the puzzle. The other part of the puzzle is what will the Treasury and the Fed end up doing in this? Because there will be trillions of dollars of funding that have to hit the market from all levels of government, from corporations and from consumers. And to make that debt affordable and to make that recovery affordable, you continue to need the central banks to step in and support those markets with large-scale asset purchases. Everyone's in this together. There's a lot of funding. The markets in and of themselves cannot absorb all that funding.
Many people have been thinking about following the Fed. That's what they have been doing. I sound like a broken record talking about it on this program, Bob. One thing I've heard, though, in the last week is that even though the Federal Reserve is going into high yield, there is some reluctance on the buy side, particularly from people like yourself, to follow them. Are you willing to follow them into high yield ETFs, Bob?
I hate the thought of follow the Fed or buy what the Fed is doing. I prefer your co-investing with the Fed, that the Fed is helping to set funding rates across all levels of government and in the corporate market, and you can choose to co-invest with them or not. So yes, in certain parts of the market, I do want to co-invest with them. In other parts of the market, some of the high yield market and some of the securitized markets, you've got to roll up your sleeves and see who's got the strong balance sheets, where the best structure and credit enhancement is, and do that work on your own. So it becomes a joint effort again.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Co-investing with the Fed
Order
sounds
submitted.
like a battle of the PR amongst the buy side who don't want to be seen following the Federal Reserve, Bob. Come on, let's get real about this. The Federal Reserve has gone into high yield. It's made many people think about going into high yield because the Fed is there too. Let's call it what you want to call it. My understanding right now, and what I don't have an understanding of, is how big
Order
their presence
submitted.
will actually be.
Order
So if you want to make the
submitted.
decision
Order
to co-invest
submitted.
with them, you need to know how much size they're going to be in with you, don't you? Do you have that clarity?
We have some clarity, but by our estimates, the way the programs currently stand, they can do about 10% of the high yield market. I think what everyone's forgetting in all of this is that there could be losses. There will be defaults. There will be restructurings. They will hold some sort of capital equity
Order
account
filled.
at the Treasury that will absorb that, because we know the Federal Reserve itself cannot absorb losses. But just because they're injecting capital into these markets to maintain some affordable level of funding on interest rates and to allow some market functionality doesn't mean that the underlying companies won't have to go through some form of restructuring. So I'm going to stand by what I said. I feel like to some extent I'm going to co-invest with them, and to a greater extent you've got to do your homework and you've got to find the companies with the strong balance sheets or those where restructuring's already priced in.
And where do you find them right now, Bob?
Which ones? The strong balance sheets? The strong balance sheets are easy, right? You're starting to see today with some of the consumer-oriented companies, with some of the tech companies. I think anything in healthcare will need some sort of aid and assistance, and they'll get it. And then, of course, you highlighted that oil is down $2 a barrel again. So you're going to see further restructurings there.
Well, let's talk about that. What's happening with crude right now? To see a 17 handle on WTI is remarkable. $17.41. Bob Michael, we've had three stages to this sell-off. You know them well. Some people might not, so let me repeat them. We had the COVID-19, the initial risk aversion that came with it. We had the liquidation sell everything moment of several weeks ago. And in between, we had the huge sell-off in commodity markets and in crude as well. We might have addressed some of the technical problems, Bob, but we have not addressed what's happening in commodity markets. Have we seen the risks around that fully realized?
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
No, and today's a bit of an odd one, where if you look at the TIPS market, the Treasury inflation protected market, it's actually outperforming the Treasury market itself, or meaning that investors are pricing in just moderately more inflation today than the actual Treasury market. I think that's wrong. I think when you look at energy, where it's going, the amount of supply, the lack of demand, and the continued aggressive move to alternative energies, that this is a big disinflationary force in the economy and in the markets at the time when the demand shock itself is disinflationary. And by the way, when you pile all this debt on top of the economy, that is also disinflationary. So I think we're going to see low bond yields for a long time in here.
Well, let's talk about how low. Just as a final question, the front end is clearly anchored by a Federal Reserve that's not going anytime soon. The likes of SocGen have used the example of a steamroller going through the belly of the curve and out to the long end with the front end anchored. Is that what you expect? The renewed flattening of the Treasury curve sometime soon, Bob?
I do. And again, I go back to we've only seen the policy response. We haven't actually seen it deployed in full force. We have a little bit in the government bond market, but not yet in the credit market. So that's going to take a lot of yield pressure off of the market as well. I go back to, I think the Fed will maintain a yield curve that's roughly zero in the front end and either side of 0.5% out in the 10-year to make all this debt that the federal government has to issue affordable. When you get to another bout of risk off, maybe the weight of all the horrific economic data is manifest as we head into the third quarter, you could head down to zero. If you get up to 0.75%, I think that's a buy. So, yeah, I think yields are going to be contained either side of 0.5% at 10 years.
Got to leave it there, Bob, I'm afraid. Bob Michael at JP Morgan Asset Management. Bob, always great to catch up with you, sir. The coverage will continue on this program with crude down almost 12% to $17.60. Much more on that as we approach the opening bell. Up next on this program, a conversation you won't want to miss, a conversation with the Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester right here on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
For our audience worldwide on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio, I'm very pleased to say that we're joined now by the president of the Cleveland Bank of the Federal Reserve, alongside Bloomberg's Michael McKee, who will join us for this interview. The Cleveland Fed president joins us now. Loretta Mester, fantastic to catch up with you. I just want to reflect on the data that we've had for this economy, because it has been brutal. 22 million jobless claims in a single month, wiping out a decade of jobs growth. I want you to help us understand how you see the future path for policy together with this recovery as these economies slowly normalize at the back end of this year.
Yeah, so you're right. The data is very ugly. Not unexpected given what we've decided as a country to do in the best interest of public health, which is, of course, social distancing and shutting down. And the medical experts tell us that's the best way to control the virus. So what you've seen is all the numbers coming in basically reflect that shutdown in activity, the fact that many firms are furloughing workers. You see that in the initial claims numbers. You see workers being laid off. This is very, very painful for everyone. Not only do you have to deal with illness and sickness, but then you also have to worry about your financial well-being. So small businesses throughout our district, in the 4th District, the Midwest, are telling us, this is an incredibly unprecedented event for them. So I'm not that surprised about the actual numbers per se, because we engineered this shutdown. The question is, going forward, can we put in policies, and I think the Fed and the federal government have been trying to do this, to get people from
order canceled, order canceled, order canceled
through this pandemic shutdown period, so that when the economy begins to open up again, they have the wherewithal to sort of have the recovery come on board. And so a lot of the things that the Fed is doing is to try to make sure that there's a good foundation in terms of functioning markets, which of course is vital for an economy to get, credit and lending to the households and businesses that need it, to reduce collateral damage and mitigate some of the impacts from this shutdown, so that when we get to the point where the economy reopens, the recovery is in the best possible place it can be, given this unprecedented shutdown in activity.
Loretta, this is Michael. When you talk about when we're going to open up, what are CEOs in your district, and you're in the heart of manufacturing country in the U.S., what are they telling you about the damage they see now and when they think they can reopen, and what the economy will look like when we do? Will they have customers? Will they ramp up rapidly? What do you see from Cleveland?
Right. So we're all working on this right now. As you know, Governor DeWine of Ohio is doing daily press conferences, and he yesterday said that he's aiming for May 1st for some type of reopening. But of course, that reopening is going to be done very carefully and staged, because no one wants to go backward. And so really, it's really thinking through now what those criteria would be. And we have some examples of firms that did stay open as essential companies of how they've been able to do it. For example, grocery stores. So taking some of the lessons about how do you do social distancing within a store, how do you do social distancing within a manufacturing plant, and trying to apply those. So, my view in talking to the firms is everyone realizes that
order submitted,
kind of get
order
back
submitted,
to work, but everyone realizes that how you do that really has to be done very carefully. And so we expect to see social distancing practices continue. Certainly, personal protective equipment like masks and gloves will be part of that. So it's got to be done very thoughtfully. Some things will be able to reopen that make it, that can do social distancing more easily than others. You wouldn't expect to see big conventions or even, conferences where you have people, a lot of people around. You have to be very careful about how you do it. But everyone kind of has a goal of wanting to kind of get back to opening up activity, partly because when you think about it, this is very painful for small businesses. Some of them have had to shut down. Very painful for people that have lost their jobs in certain sectors, are bearing the brunt of this, and so this is why I think you've seen unprecedented action at both the Federal Reserve and at the federal government level of trying to mitigate the negatives on the economy from
order submitted, order submitted, order filled, order submitted, order submitted.
To get the virus under control.
Well, do you think maybe markets are getting a little bit ahead of themselves in pricing in a very rapid recovery at this point? When do you think we start growing again, and how quickly?
Yeah, so, as you've seen, I think that there are going to be different parts of the country that are going to feel that they're capable of bringing back some businesses when the virus has kind of gotten to a point where the curve starts to flatten and then move down. So you're going to see that not all of businesses and not all parts of the country opening at the same time. So as that happens, you would expect to see, at least in terms of numbers, in terms of percentages, looking like they're moving back up, right? When you go from a zero base to activity, you're going to see some increase in terms of the percentage rise in some of those numbers. But that nowhere implies that, right, we've made up what we lost by the shutdown. And so, you might see some of the numbers of like percentage growth and output looking like they're coming back, maybe in the third quarter if things start to open up in certain areas. But again, that doesn't mean that you're truly back to, activity being back to normal. It's just going to take time, right? If you're a manufacturing plant and you don't have, supplies, it's going to take time for you to kind of bring back your workers, get the supply of inputs that you need to start picking up activity. And then, of course, it depends on what demand you're going to face. So I think it will take some time for the economy to kind of pick back up. And right now, we're still in the phase of making sure we get to that point without, as best we can, with trying to limit the damage, the economic damage, and get people so that they can sort of resume things in the best way possible.
Loretta, we're up against the clock, so I want to jump in and get as many questions in as possible if we can. I don't want to be tone deaf to what's happening in the markets right now. We have a 17 handle on WTI crude. We have some real risk in the high yield space of defaults, yet people have been encouraged to pile on that risk in the last week because the Federal Reserve has suggested it will go into high yield. Can you see why that's encouraging risky behavior at a time when maybe we shouldn't be doing that?
So we're in a real unprecedented, incredibly deep shock to the economy. And I think it behooves us at the Fed to really use our tools as best we can to get us through this pandemic shutdown period, mitigating the negative impact on the economy so that the recovery can be as best as it can be when we get to that point. Yes, we are moving into unprecedented territory, but remember, we're trying to then lend to firms that, through no fault of their own, were impacted by the virus. And so there are, we are going into, for example, corporate debt programs, which we haven't done before, and we are going to include some fallen angels, right, that, had an investment grade rating before the virus hit. So you're right that we are doing things that we hadn't done before, but at this point, I don't think we can be that concerned about those kind of moral hazards. I really think we have to really look at, this is a hugely impactful and negatively impactful shock, and we have to do all we can to make sure that we're not doing permanent damage to the underlying fundamentals of the economy so that when the time comes and activity can pick up, we can get a decent recovery out of this.
A lot of what you just said will make sense to
Order
a lot of people.
canceled.
Where people
Order
struggle,
canceled.
though, Loretta, and maybe
Order
you can help
submitted.
us.
Order
Buying double B
submitted.
credits that
Order
were triple B
submitted.
before this might make sense to tons of people. They're huge employers. Buying high-yield ETFs that have triple C credit in them, exposed to a very shaky energy sector that weren't on firm footing before this, doesn't make sense. Why the decision to buy junk ETFs?
Yeah. So part of what we're doing and all the things that we're doing are twofold. One is, right, we're trying to make sure that the markets stay functioning. So some of the efforts that the Fed has done, right, are really geared at market functioning, and some of them are geared to make sure that, right, we mitigate the negative effects on households and businesses by making sure that we have credit flowing to those businesses. So I look at the ETF part of that as a market functioning issue. And we're continuing to look for gaps to make sure that our markets are functioning. And I would say that some of the efforts that we've taken already have improved functioning in the market. So there's two things going on. One is making sure that, and this is the Fed's responsibility, right, is to make sure that we have markets that are well functioning so that credit can flow, right, and do what it can to help shore up the economy to prepare it for the recovery. So, we can disagree on kind of what the right way to do that is, but part of what we're doing is to try to make sure that we have functioning financial markets, precisely because those are an essential ingredient for the economy, for that any other policies that we do can flow through. So there's a transmission to the households and businesses that need those fundings.
We got about 2 minutes left, Loretta. I know that at this point the Fed is all in, doing everything it can to try to support the economy. When we get to that third quarter maybe reopening and it's time to stimulate the economy, is there more you think you need to do or can do, and what would that be?
So I think we're going to have to see how what it looks like when we get there. I don't think we're up against any kind of constraint on what we can do. As you've seen, I think we acted appropriately, rapidly, in an unprecedented, rapidly way, really because of the recognition of how deep this shock was, and engineered because of the investment we're making in public health, right? So when we get to that point, we're going to look at our tools, do what we can, again, to support some of the programs that the federal government is doing, in terms of like the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, et cetera, and then be prepared to use our tools as appropriate to make sure, one, markets function, and two, that we're supporting the economy as we always do, so that we can get back to a normal, sustainable growth with full employment and price stability. And so that's what our goal is going to be. That's what our goals always are. And we have tools to do that. Yeah. We have forward guidance. We have our interest rate tools that we're doing right now at zero. And we're going to move those things around as appropriate to make sure that the economy can recover and get back to a sustainable growth path.
Loretta, we have to leave it there, and I have to say thank you to you for your time. A conversation we will continue. Loretta Mester there, the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland. A special thanks to our audience on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. Up next, the opening bell from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial market.
Order submitted.
25 seconds away
Order
from the
submitted.
opening bell in New York
Order
City this
submitted.
Friday morning. Here is your Friday morning price action in the
Order
equity market.
filled.
Equity
Order
futures
submitted.
positive,
Order
but on
submitted.
session highs, we're still up by
Order filled.
2.28% on
Order
the S&P
submitted.
500.
Order
on course
submitted.
for our first
Order
back-to-back
filled.
weekly gains
Order
on the
submitted.
benchmark in the United
Order
States since
submitted.
the middle
Order
of
filled.
February,
Order
since we had
filled.
that ugly
Order
drawdown
filled.
from all-time highs. Outside of that, there is only one thing to look at this morning, really. It's what is happening in crude on WTI on the front month contract contract, if you have access to a Bloomberg terminal, load up CL1, which is WTI, then hit CT Go and get the contract table, and you'll see huge spreads between the front month and the subsequent months. That's what it looks like when you have a real demand issue mixed with some supply issues as well, particularly here in the United States, which also explains that spread between the price action in WTI and Brent this morning. We'll touch on that in just a moment. There's a ton of stock movers out there we need to get your attention to. So here is Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle at the markets desk.
Well, John, with today's risk-on start for stocks, let's take a look at some of the big outperformers. Gilead Sciences getting a lot of attention, the biotech giant popping sharply higher, soaring, in fact, up 11% on news that their key drug appears to be helping patients with the coronavirus. Investors liking that. Into today, this stock already up 18%, one of this year's big winners. Boeing also sharply higher. This on news that the company plans to reopen their Seattle area jetliner factory next week. It employs 2,700 people. And then United Airlines up 5.5%, not on specific news. Interestingly, this stock into today down about 10% on the week despite the bailout, so perhaps a compensation for that. So those are some of those winners. Now, of course, the other big headline, the tailwind for stocks today, President Trump's reopening guideline, 3 phases, somewhat loosey-goosey, but perception is everything. So here are some of the companies that are really benefiting. Disney well off of its highs, but nonetheless up higher, up 3.3%. They, of course, have had their parks closed since March 16th, a huge revenue loss there. Plus, film theaters and studio production has been out for them. Cruise line, their Disney cruises off as well. And then ESPN, there's been no live sports. So that stock is reacting well. And then, of course, phase 1 of the reopening plan includes restaurants, churches, and gyms. So we see IMAX popping, Planet Fitness, and Darden. The interesting thing will be to see whether or not Americans will, in fact, return to those sorts of facilities, John. But right now, again, perception's everything, so we have a bit of a tailwind here for stocks.
Abigail, great work as always. Around about 2 minutes into the session, here's your price action on the S&P 500. We advanced by 1.82% on the S&P. Just moments ago, we caught up with Loretta Mester of the Cleveland Fed. We had a few things to say about what they're doing at the moment. My takeaway, just 2 headlines, and I'm reading them off the terminal right now. We're not up against constraints on what we can do. We can do more. And here's one for you. The Fed shouldn't be concerned much about moral hazard right now. When you have a Federal Reserve that is this active and this determined, not just to support market functioning, but to support financial conditions, what do you do when you see the brutal reality of the economic data playing out right before you and a market that's getting away from you? Let's bring in Jack Manley of JP Morgan, shall we, who joins us on the phone. Jack, great to catch up with you, sir. Just your response to that. Now is not the time to worry about moral hazard.
I think that's absolutely right. You look at what's going on over the last couple of months. We are facing down an economic crisis unlike anything we've seen in at least a decade, if not longer. The numbers that are coming our way, whether it's those retail sales numbers, whether it is just the dismal jobless claims, we are very clearly in a tough situation and something that most people in today's world have never experienced before. I think the willingness to do whatever it takes from the Federal Reserve, from Washington, from Congress as well, is critical in being able to make sure, to your point, that things continue to function the way that they are supposed to function. Now is not the time to be asking those questions. Now is the time to act, I think.
Well, let's talk about the way things are supposed to function. If crude's at $17 a barrel, capacity is meant to come out. Companies are meant to default. Supply is meant to drop. If you have a Federal Reserve that's coming in and supporting everyone, Jack, the way things are meant to function, we won't see them play out. And my question to you would just be, as a market strategist right now, are you comfortable telling your clients to buy energy debt in America with crude at $17 just because the Federal Reserve is buying high-yield ETFs?
No, I don't think I would be, John, honestly. And the problem here is that the Fed has just an enormous amount of capability when it comes to actually making markets. The Fed will lend you if you want to. Will lend to you if you want to borrow. But at the end of the day, the Fed cannot help you make that coupon payment. It is willing to lend you money, but if you default, you default. There is only so much support that the Federal Reserve can lend broadly to the credit market. But to your point, specifically within the energy sector, I think energy very broadly, whether from an equity perspective or a bond perspective, is in for a lot of pain, not just this month, but really for the next year, year and a half, perhaps.
Do you see that pain being isolated away from the broader market, Jack, or is that a concern for broader markets outside of just energy credit?
In terms of pain for the energy sector or pain for the credit space? I'm sorry.
From the energy space, if I see a 17 handle on WTI right now, is that a concern, just an isolated one for a small segment of the overall fixed income market, or is that a concern more broadly for the global equity market and for global fixed income?
So I think it's an isolated problem within the energy sector. I think the rest of the world has a whole lot more things to worry about. But I do think it is an acute problem within the energy sector because you look at something like, say, the high yield market, almost 15% of that market is going to be in the energy space. And then you look to energy's role in the equity market, and up until very recently, energy had one of the single greatest shareholder yields out there in the S&P 500. And I think that their ability to return capital to shareholders is going to be hampered, to say the least, over the next 12 to 18 months. So I don't know if the contagion spreads outside of the energy market, but I think it does have very serious implications for very specific parts of the market. And I think that investors have to consider that when they're allocating moving forward.
Away from the price action of this morning, just over the previous couple of days, and that's not what I see playing out today, but previously, especially yesterday, the leaders have been IT and healthcare. The companies, the sectors that have really lagged have been the financials and energy. It's been quite a defensive setup in the last couple of days, even though the equity market at the index level has grinded higher. Jack, do you see it staying that way? It's a little bit different this morning, but do you see it staying that way with IT and healthcare leading, at least for the next few weeks and months?
I think when we're looking at asset allocation right now, we kind of have to break the world into the haves and have-nots, the winners and the losers with regard to COVID-19, with regard to social distancing. And you look at, the fact that we're conducting this interview right now over the phone, that all of our meetings have been transitioned to being over video chat or over the phone. Technology is very clearly leading the race right now. It's always been a big part of our lives. I think it will continue to be a big part of our lives, if not become a bigger part of our lives. And then you look to healthcare and you see that clearly there is an enormous amount of demand for healthcare services. We have that vaccine somewhere on the horizon. I think that what we're seeing happening right now is going to play out, I would say, for probably at least the next 12 months.
I think that's a point we've got to build on, how difficult it's going to be for the consumer to regain confidence we come out the other side of this. We've had 22 million claims in America in 4 weeks. We've made the point repeatedly on this program over the last 24 hours. That's 10 years of jobs growth gone in a month. It will take much, much longer to rebuild this labour market and a whole lot longer to regain confidence. There's been some stunning quotes this week from the C-suite in America. Here's one from United Airlines. Travel demand is essentially zero and shows no sign of improving in the near term. We expect demand to remain suppressed for the remainder of 2020 and likely into next year as well. Now, Jack, some people might listen to that quote and say, sure, that's the airlines. Elsewhere, things could be better. What's your response?
I think you're going to see a pretty profound psychological shift, not just from an investor perspective, but from a consumer perspective more broadly, that echoes what you're hearing in those airline comments. I think we're all going to be a little bit more cautious about, say, going to a packed bar or restaurant, going to a concert, going to a sporting event, going to a movie theater. I think there will be some anxiety built into that. And my guess is that that keeps things depressed a little while longer than we probably would hope for.
Jack Manley of JP Morgan. Jack, always great to get your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much, sir.
Order
Coming
submitted.
up on this program,
Order
we'll
submitted.
be catching up with my
Order
colleagues
submitted.
at PGIM. We'll bring you a little bit more of the thoughts of Loretta Mester from the Cleveland Fed and bring you a little bit of sound from that interview a little bit later in the program. From New York, equities advanced crude. WTI in the front month, absolutely hammered. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
11 minutes into the session here in New York City. Let's get you some price action with the S&P 500 advancing quite nicely, up by 1.75%. Plenty of reasons for hope, a real conversation about reopening, a plan to do so. No date as yet, duration still the big unknown. A ray of light coming from Gilead as well, one of their drugs showing a little bit of success reportedly treating symptoms of the coronavirus. That encouragement giving us a lift to close out the week with an equity market on course for a decent week of gains and the first back-to-back weekly gain on the S&P 500 going back to the week ending February 14th. It has been that long, and I know that it has felt that long as well. That's your index level price action. Let's get to the sector level and bring us Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. Hey, Abigail. I think we've got some problems with the sound with you, Abigail, so I'm going to jump into the conversation. Forgive me, Abigail Doolittle there on the latest with the market movers and the sector-level price action. I want to bring in Mike Collins of PGIM. Fantastic to catch up with you, Mike, and we can continue the conversation as we iron out some of these technical difficulties. We had Loretta Mester of the Cleveland Fed on the program just a little bit earlier today, around about 30 minutes ago, and talked to her about moral hazard. She said now is not the time to worry about moral hazard. For someone operating in the fixed income market, in credit, in high yield, like yourself, Mike, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, good morning, Jonathan. Great to talk to you again. Thanks for having me. I did listen to that interview with Loretta, and I like how she differentiated between their goals of their programs, right? One is to make sure you have proper market functioning, i.e. liquidity in the system, and two is to provide basically a lifeline, right? I mean, one of their major mandates is full employment, and they are all in on the full employment part. And I, remember watching Janet Yellen on the tube last week saying, the longer someone is removed from the workforce, the longer they're removed from their employer, the more difficult it is for them to get back and re-engage. So the Fed is all in on trying to bridge that gap to make sure workers can get back quickly when the economy recovers.
Mike, if they're all in, are you all in, or are you still cautious?
With regard to the credit markets in general, they are undervalued. They were significantly undervalued a few weeks ago. Of course, unfortunately, during those heightened bouts of illiquidity when spreads peaked, say on March 23rd, there wasn't actually a lot of trading and there wasn't a lot of opportunities to buy in large size. But still, even though credit spreads in investment grade and high yield have recovered about halfway or maybe a little bit more, they're still at levels that they've been typically in past recessions. Other than the great financial crisis, spreads typically don't get a lot wider than they are today. And the fact that this is going to be, in our mind, a relatively short-lived, albeit deep downturn, I think there's definitely, intermediate long-term value across almost all sectors of the global credit markets here.
Well, where do you find that right now, Mike? Because quite clearly there's going to be defaults and quite clearly there's going to be pain with a 17 handle on WTI on my screen. Where do you find those opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about what's priced in, right, Jonathan? And, the high yield market has an average spread of 730 or something. And the way you kind of back into the default rate that's priced in, we have a, simple algorithm. And basically what that means is the market is already pricing in an average annual default rate of about 7% or so. And yeah, this year you'll probably have a default rate of 7 or 10 or maybe 12 or 13%. It depends on the length of this crisis, right? If we're back and working and the economy's growing in June, it's probably at the lower end of that, right? Because again, these bridge facilities, these lifelines, these funds that the government is throwing at the system is going to prevent a lot of what would naturally be bankruptcy. So, of course, the longer it lasts, the higher you are. But are you going to have a 7% default rate on average every year for the next 5 years? I don't think so. Right? I think it's going to be a lot lower than that on average. In fact, we ran some analysis yesterday looking at the high yield market today, given today's valuations and default expectations and all different scenarios vis-a-vis the equity market today, given its valuation, earnings expectations, et cetera. And you can make a really strong case that high yield could actually outperform equities over the next few years.
I've heard the argument made from your colleague Greg Peters that what is good for credit won't be good for equity. Is that what you're alluding to here?
To some extent, I mean, it's twofold, right? One is the valuation starting point, right? And the big rebound we've had in the equity market, and it continues today, has probably been one of the more surprising aspects of this recovery from a sequencing standpoint. You know, just looking at the 08 playbook, you know, the QE comes in, credit spreads peak, you know, 4 or 5 months later, you know, stocks bottom. And that has not been the case here, right? Stocks have kind of led almost everything back here and have moved in line with the recovery in credit. But just look at some of the deals in the market today, right? There's some stressed companies, the Fords, and even AMC is trying to come with a secured deal. All these companies are issuing debt to generate cash to survive. And when you do that, you're effectively subordinating the equity investors even more. You're pushing them down in the capital structure, right? So, and if earnings growth is going to be muted, you know, for a year or two or so on average, it is. I think it's a tough story for equity. And obviously dividends have been slashed and share repurchases. And even CapEx cuts are basically a way that companies are foregoing future growth prospects, right? So you know, the last 5 years has been an equity investors, you know, nirvana, where the companies are issuing debt to buy back stock and pay dividends. And that has flipped here. They're so focused on survival and they're not focused on growth and
order
at
submitted.
this point.
Order submitted.
I agree.
Order submitted.
With Greg, you know, we work together and we have the same views.
Order
and
filled.
We work together to
Order
develop
submitted.
those. So
Order
I think
submitted.
It's a credit market environment right here.
The bifurcation that some people expect to materialize and has materialized, though, over the last few months, I just sense from you, Mike, that you're pushing back against that a little bit. I would have expected within high yield, double Bs to deliver some real performance with direct support hanging over it, or at least under it,
Order
from the Federal
filled.
Reserve, and that for the lower rated credits, particularly those in energy, to really struggle. But like I say, through the last 5-6 minutes, I don't sense that from you, Mike. Why not?
No, I don't know if I would say that that's true, Jonathan. There's going to be losers in the high yield market. I mean, there are 5 bonds already, or 5 credits in the high yield CDX index. 2 have already defaulted, and 3 have just missed coupon payments, and that's just in the month of March, and that's the current index, which was just created recently. So there is going to be pain, right? But some of these names are trading at 20, 30, 40, 50 cents on the dollar already. So even if you have those defaults, a lot of that is priced in. But yeah, this is not an environment to buy every high yield bond. It's a credit pickers environment, to be sure. And I think you're going to continue to see significant differentiation between winners and losers in high yield, winners and losers in investment grade. Within the structured credit markets, Jonathan, that gets a little esoteric, but you look at the AAA tranches, they have come back, right? And those are the ones the Fed is actually buying. They're, you know, 3/4 of the way back from where they were. But the lower rated tranches, those BBB and BB tranches that actually have exposure to credit losses, they're kind of wallowing at their wides in spreads. And that's what should happen, right? That's proper market functioning. And I don't think the Fed is trying to disrupt that and trying to lift all boats. They're just trying to make sure that there's not too much illiquidity in the markets.
Mike, always great to get your thoughts. It wouldn't be a conversation with an active bond manager without talking up active bond management at the end of the interview. Mike, good to see you. Mike Collins there of PGM weighing in on the credit market. Up next on the program, RJ Gallo of Federated Investors.
Order canceled.
And we'll bring you some of that
Order
sound
canceled.
from the Cleveland Feds. Loretta Mester on Bloomberg TV. From New York City, around about 23 minutes into the session, let's get you some price action, shall we, and get you up to speed on what's happening on the S&P 500. We do advance quite nicely by 1.9% on the S&P, up on the Nasdaq by a little more than 1%, positive 1.05%. Let's just take the opportunity to get you up to speed on what you need to look out for through the rest of today and into next week as well. I'll bring you the trading diary. The World Health Organization speaking at 12:30 Eastern, followed by the Coronavirus Task Force news conference at 5 p.m. Eastern time. Look out for that. G20 health ministers meeting on Sunday ahead of a busy week for earnings and economic data. Netflix, Verizon and Credit Suisse, just a few of the big names reporting throughout next week. Plus, we'll also get Eurozone consumer confidence on Wednesday. Jobless claims once again coming to you next week on Thursday. New home sales and PMIs from the United States. Eurozone and Japan on Thursday, and on Friday, the University of Michigan releasing consumer sentiment numbers, and we get U.S. durable goods orders as well. So there's some of the data points you need to be looking out for. Let's bring you some of our conversation with the Cleveland Fed President, Loretta Mester, from earlier this hour. Take a listen.
We are doing things that we hadn't done before, but at this point, I don't think we can be that concerned about those kind of moral hazards. We have to do all we can to make sure that we're not doing permanent damage to the underlying fundamentals of the economy, so that when the time comes and activity can pick up, we can get a decent recovery out of this.
Some of the thoughts of the Federal Reserve and the Cleveland Fed President, Loretta Mester. A week of controversy as they step into buying high-yield debt at some point in the future, laying out plans to buy companies that were previously investment grade and may have been downgraded to double B status, which is the top end of high yield. On the surface, this makes a lot of sense. You want to support some of the big employers. You want to provide them with a bridge to get to the other side. And some of the big names that have been downgraded, including the likes of Ford, are big employers. It makes sense that you want to help them maintain access to capital markets when we have shut down economies like the United States. Where you will struggle with this is when you look at the commodity market on a day like today, and I know it's the very front month of the futures market where the pain is, but nevertheless, when you look at the commodity market and a 17 handle on WTI crude, quite clearly you've got to accept there is some risk in this market. You take the risk, and then you're encouraged to take it even more so with a Federal Reserve that's telling you they're going to be active. At the moment, I think there is a lot of reasons to really take a step back and think twice about a whole host of things in fixed income. One of them being the Fed's intention, and the Fed's intention to be in there with size. I think at the moment what we've done over the last week is trade the optics. The Fed suggesting they will come in. We need to think more about the substance. How willing will they be to be in that market in size, with the risk emerging in a large portion of it, specifically in energy? That'll be a big topic of our conversation through next week. Another thing we'll have to do through the week as well is talk about the spread between hope and the brutal reality right between us right now. That's your job at home, I guess, and the job of anyone in this market to try and navigate, and we'll try and help you do that over the next couple of weeks. Before we go, I want to say a big thanks to my team for helping us through a really difficult part of the week, particularly on the technical side, and the huge ops effort taking place at our headquarters here in New York City. We salute you going into the weekend. From New York, this was the Countdown to the Open. This is Bloomberg TV.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Months
Order
after
filled.
Hurricane Maria,
Order
Puerto
filled.
Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response
Order
in
submitted.
comparison to
Order
recent
submitted.
disasters on the mainland.
Order submitted.
But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan, and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster
Order
zone.
filled.
With a military
Order
and
submitted.
telecom background,
Order submitted.
Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans
Order
after Hurricane
filled.
Katrina.
Order submitted.
Some
Order
might be
submitted.
tempted to label him a disaster
Order
capitalist,
filled.
seeking
Order
lucrative
submitted.
government contracts
Order
for his
submitted.
expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food. They're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put
Order
together a
filled.
boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some
Order
of the island's most
filled.
isolated
Order
and
filled.
vulnerable residents. Steve Barenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de... This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, I mean, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through
Order submitted.
So
Order
it's basically
submitted.
an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. Jivansetti.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. 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 Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy
Order
is
filled.
in danger.
Order
Without
submitted.
immediate action
Order
by Congress,
submitted.
America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
For trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student
Order
Loans
filled.
Fairness Act,
Order
and
filled.
reintroduced the
Order
21st Century
submitted.
Glass
Order
Steagall
filled.
Act.
Order submitted.
In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
Order filled. Order filled.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to
Order canceled.
back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda,
filled.
and whether
Order
she
submitted.
can
Order
bring together
submitted.
coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the Mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law with its swagger and ill-fitting suits caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened, what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for Mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty.
The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that...
Oh, yeah, I gotta take off.
Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app?
Yeah, actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard before we board.
And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position?
You two are all set.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
World. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010. Then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the US government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds.
Order submitted.
5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances.
Order submitted.
This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
When people think of Vladimir
Order
Putin,
filled.
they think
Order
of capital
submitted.
P
Order
power.
submitted.
And that's
Order
exactly
filled.
the impression
Order
it
filled.
creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power,
Order
ruling
canceled.
his own
Order
country with
submitted.
an iron fist,
Order filled.
crushing
Order
his political
submitted.
opposition,
Order
or,
submitted.
most
Order
recently,
submitted.
being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
Against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
There was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends. But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion,
Order
but he ran afoul
Order
of
submitted.
President Vladimir Putin,
Order
who spent
submitted.
a decade
Order
in prison.
filled.
With
Order
domestic
submitted.
power consolidated,
Order submitted.
Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's
Order filled.
In
Order
2008,
filled.
Putin's 2 terms
Order
were up,
filled.
and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term,
Order submitted.
in the lead up to the
Order
2012
submitted.
election, it was
Order
widely
submitted.
believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with
Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. election.
Yes.
The U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's
Order
Bloomberg technology reporter
Order
Li Chen.
submitted.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to USA,
You applied.
24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English
Order
there for
canceled.
about 5 years,
Order
earning
canceled.
just $15
Order
a month.
canceled.
On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统基础，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English
Order
newspaper
filled.
in Hong
Order
Kong.
submitted.
And it shows that
Order
Jack Ma's
submitted.
ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but
Order
also
filled.
overseas
Order
users
submitted.
as well.
Order submitted.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural
Order
showman,
filled. Order
and a
filled.
gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from
Order
tech
filled.
contrarian
Order
to Silicon
submitted.
Valley's
Order
biggest
submitted.
Trump supporter.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Peter Thiel
Order
was born
submitted.
on October 11,
Order
1967 in
Order
Frankfurt,
submitted.
West Germany,
Order
to Suzanne
submitted.
and Klaus Thiel.
Order
Peter's
filled.
family emigrated
Order
to Cleveland,
filled.
Ohio
Order
when he was
filled.
1.
Order
An Ayn
filled.
Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion,
Order submitted.
they would become
Order
known
submitted.
as the PayPal Mafia
Order submitted.
for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment
Order
in Facebook.
filled. Order submitted. Order
Early
submitted.
means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook.
Order
and he
filled.
went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
Financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Valleywag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to
Order
do that.
canceled.
And
Order
finally,
canceled.
Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
More of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump. donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions.
Order
and
submitted.
different jobs
Order
within the
submitted.
administration.
But
Order
it turns
submitted.
out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of
Order
Trump.
It was
submitted.
reported that Thiel
Order
was unhappy
submitted.
with the direction
Order
of Trump's
submitted.
presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
– 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut
Order
greenhouse
submitted.
gases,
Order
emissions that
submitted.
trap heat in the
Order
Earth's
submitted.
atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states such as California are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright
Order
comes from
filled.
a variety of
Order
sources.
submitted.
Sometimes
Order
people
submitted.
come with a napkin sketch.
Order
Some people
filled.
come with
Order
Adobe
submitted.
Illustrator files.
Order
And we
submitted.
have a whole design
Order
team
filled.
who then we
Order
kind of
filled.
work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state.
Order
We heat
submitted.
up and
Order
bend the glass
submitted.
tubing
Order
to match
submitted.
the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed so
Order
we can
filled.
control the pressure
Order
in there with the
submitted.
mouth.
Order submitted.
There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand
Order
torch
filled.
and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging.
Order
and so
canceled.
rewarding.
Order canceled.
And those things are so intertwined.
Order
that
submitted.
There's no way of
Order
separating
submitted.
them out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil.
Order
We close
filled.
the tube back
Order
off,
submitted.
and we heat
Order
it up
submitted.
using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths
Order
of light.
filled.
Neon
Order
gas
submitted.
is this very bright
Order
orange,
submitted.
fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of